He had reincarnated into a fantasy world, finding himself as a wide-eyed infant, swaddled and gazing up at a quiet ceiling. Instead of the LED bulbs he was used to, candles provided the only light, hinting at a world far less advanced than his previous one. Indeed, this fantasy realm lagged significantly behind Earth in civilization, but observing the opulent room and the maid attending to him, he surmised this was a fairly rich household. For an orphan who had died from overwork in his previous life, this new existence seemed a surprisingly decent place to reincarnate into, as he let out a soft gurgle. His birth mother, whose gentle hand now caressed his cheek, was exceptionally beautiful. As she lovingly called him my baby, he felt a surge of relief, realizing his future love life might not be as problematic as his past. He pushed himself up onto a stool, peering out the window for the first time beyond the confines of his cradle. A gasp escaped him, as the sheer scale of the world outside his window was truly otherworldly. Even as a child, he understood the immense scope of the world beyond his immediate surroundings. His adventure, however, was cut short by the sudden appearance of his nanny, who cried out in alarm. She quickly scooped him up, scolding him for being so reckless near the window. It was then that he learned his family was part of the Grand Duchy, a name widely recognized throughout the kingdom, as he offered a silent apology to his nanny. He was the son of Grand Duke Dragonia in the Kingdom of Lionheart, effectively a duke himself. 8 years later, a gleaming sword was placed into his hands, its polished surface reflecting the light. He gazed at the weapon with wide-eyed wonder, his parents watching proudly from behind. He wonders if he will also learn to wield sword chi and aura, just like the heroes in the stories, as his master, a knight dispatched from the palace, prepares to teach him. This is the Holy Knight, Sir Gothic, and the protagonist believes it must be the goddess's will for him to be taught by such a figure, expecting a highly rewarding experience. Sir Gothic offers a polite greeting. The young duke responds respectfully, asking his new master to take good care of him. But what exactly is this training? 14 years later, the young duke, now a teenager, finds himself battered and bruised, cursing his goddamned Gothic macho master and lamenting the child abuse he endures. A holy knight, it turns out, was not a noble figure but a monster in human skin, demanding relentless training to forge true quality. The training was an endless cycle of quests and physical exertion, always just one more lap before he could rest. Through his own labors and skills, he was to become a knight of the kingdom, a path forged in sweat and determination. He endures a powerful impact, the force of the blow echoing through the training grounds. Now a young man, he stands resolute, his gaze hidden behind dark lenses, the weight of his lineage and future responsibilities heavy upon him. As the son of Dragonia, he must not only train to become a holy knight, but also master every aspect of becoming a Grand Duke, even as his arm glows with painful red energy under his master's grip, forcing a cry from him. The lessons are relentless, each one a step towards becoming the successor, the very sword on the ground a symbol of his unending trials. The path to knighthood is paved with such suffering, leaving him gasping, chained to his blade in the dirt. In moments of utter despair, he finds himself wishing for salvation, despite his lack of faith. 16 long years pass by. He stands alone in the pouring rain, his gaze fixed upwards, searching for something lost to time. For years, he roamed the world, driven by a singular purpose, to be acknowledged by the goddess and become a holy knight, accepting the destiny laid before him. But the path was fraught with peril, as he found himself overwhelmed by a relentless horde, their numbers seemingly endless, their attacks pushing him to his limits. Even the seasoned Sir Giles, surrounded by the monstrous orcs, could only exclaim in disbelief at their overwhelming numbers. The protagonist, battered and bruised, collapses amidst the fallen, a desperate gasp escaping him as he wonders if this is truly the end. Surrounded by the snarling beasts, he looks heavenward, pleading for divine intervention, acknowledging the limits of his own strength and the opportunities given to wield his weapons. An enraged orc chieftain looms over him, bellowing a challenge, accusing him of defying their ancient traditions and vowing to punish him. But just as despair threatens to consume him, a surge of power ignites within, and he unleashes a devastating, glowing strike, cleaving through the Orcish ranks with renewed ferocity. The kingdom had faced countless adversaries, its borders constantly threatened by a multitude of enemies. 20 years passed, and the young man, now grown, found himself on a path that would change his destiny. It was during this time that he encountered a divine being, a goddess of breathtaking beauty and power. The son of Wulfric Dragonia, Leon Dragonia, realized the legends were true. She truly was a goddess. Kneeling before her, Leon accepted the goddess Ariana's decree. She would make him a holy knight, stronger than anyone. The goddess truly existed, a beacon of hope and power. And after slaving away for many years, his arduous training finally bore fruit. He became a holy knight, clad in gleaming armor, his sword ready for battle. After that, he slew and slayed, carving his legend into the annals of history. He became a relentless force on the battlefield, slaying countless orcs and tearing apart goblins with brutal efficiency. And with his blade, he slashed away the evil cults that plagued the land. Eventually, he rose to become a war hero of the kingdom, his name echoing across other lands. though his victories came at a terrible cost, massacring hundreds of thousands, including women and children. Despite the grim reality of war, a sense of satisfaction washed over him as he cursed the goddamn green sons of bitches. 35 years passed in this relentless pursuit of peace. Known now as the living saint and hero, His Majesty, the Emperor, soon passed away, having fallen in battle against the Demon King, a foe sent by the Emperor himself. The hero mused that while orcs were headache enough, now the fucking demons were running amok, a clear sign that mankind needed to believe in gods and live faithfully. Amidst the political turmoil, he stood in his pristine white armor, a symbol of hope and strength. For the Emperor's passing meant a new king had to be elected, one who could lead with honor. Amidst all that chaos, the Emperor, who had ascended the throne with the goddess's blessing, fell in battle against the Demon King. It was then that the goddess herself, radiant and divine, chose him, selecting him for a sacred duty. Yes, Ariana, he affirmed, accepting the immense responsibility. It was a position of both honor and immense fatigue, yet he knew he could not abandon the kingdom's citizens or the loyal knights who had followed him. With a solemn heart, he knelt, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he vowed to protect the Holy Grail. And that is how he became the Grand Duke Dragonia, and eventually, the king of the Lionheart Kingdom. 80 years passed. Many things transpired during that extensive period, including 3 great wars that reshaped the land, and even a strange hunchback goblin evolving into a terrifying archdemon. As the years passed, his subjects would address him with reverence, Your Majesty. He observed the Empire's school of magic once again enforcing cruel experimentation, a consequence of their acceptance of the waterway worship cult. To him, their attempt to break away from divine authority was nothing short of foolish piracy. To break away from God, foolish divine as pirates, bastards. Such was the outcome when human rights were granted to those who didn't even deserve to be slaves, leading him to a stark conclusion. He should simply conquer them all. 96 years had passed since his ascension, and the Empire's bastards had finally achieved their goal, a development met with a chilling, echoing cry from a dark, cloaked figure with glowing purple eyes. He recalls the chilling conviction in his voice, a memory of a scared young woman flashing through his mind. A monstrous archdemon screams its desperate plea, but the Emperor had already crossed an unforgivable line. That transgression, a line truly crossed, was something he could never forgive. The Emperor had committed genocide against the citizens of the capital, a horrifying act that echoed with the screams of the innocent. And then, to make matters worse, he had summoned the Lord of Chaos directly into the capital, unleashing untold destruction. Eventually, after witnessing such atrocities, he gathered his knights and forged a holy sword, still fresh from the smithy. With grim determination, he declared, "Let's go to the Empire." 121 years had passed since then, and that was just the beginning. Despite his utmost efforts, the world continued its descent into ruin, defying his every wish. He had striven to purge all evil from the continent, wielding every ounce of holiness at his command, but the sheer scale of the destruction proved insurmountable. Standing amidst the countless fallen, Lord Leon could only lament that he couldn't stop them. Addressing a fallen comrade, he whispered, "Sir Arin, you can be proud." He knew they had all died with honor, joining the feast of the gods. Looking up, he cried out to the heavens, "Ah, goddess," before commanding his remaining forces, "All troops, locate the remains of our brothers." He stood over a kneeling figure, his voice resonating with grim determination. "Your lambs are trembling with fear. Do you hear the sound of the villagers across the land?" A sea of his soldiers, their eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, stood ready as he continued, the women consoling their crying children and drowning their tears. His gaze, now a piercing blue, reflected the resolve of those who died for their brothers, the young ones empowered by the divine flame of becoming in their magic, as he repeated, "Do you hear the sound of the villagers across the land, and our loved ones?" Even as the land remained corrupted with blood, knights continued their tireless efforts, attempting to plant seeds of hope. Yet, he reflects, his goddess, the true owner of his very being, has now ascended to the next stage, unlocking a new skill, and he wonders if she can hear the cries of the villains who relentlessly destroy everything. His eyes glowing with fierce resolve, he commands himself to enrage, to rage eternally against the injustice. A memory flashes of himself as a child, lying wounded on the ground, a desolate landscape stretching around him, as he was told to be enraged at those fools who revel in their victory, for his first knight would not be able to stop them. Back in the present, leading his army, he reminds them all to remember that as long as they possess honor, they will never forget their purpose for the goddess. Behind him, a knight in black armor, his eyes glowing with the same divine flame, echoes his devotion, asking what he should do, his knight god. With a powerful blue aura surrounding him, the protagonist charges forward, his battle cry a solemn vow to the goddess. His glowing eyes reflect the weight of his title, as he hears the goddess's voice in his mind, addressing him as "my knight, my beloved knight." A spear stands planted in the ground, a symbol of unwavering resolve, as the ethereal voice promises that his goddess will be with him until the very end, his knight. Under the proud banner of Lionheart, The call to arms echoes across the battlefield. With a commanding voice, he shouts to his assembled forces. His declaration ringing out, a thunderous command to charge into the fray. That winter, they faced an evil race, billions of devils swarming the earth. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist, a blur of motion and glowing energy, strikes a colossal serpentine beast. The barbarian orcs, mere fodder in this grand conflict, were used as expendable meat shields against the overwhelming enemy. As civilian knights armed with spears, and even the elite cleric knights, joined the relentless assault. He, the chosen agent of all gods and all holy temples, continued his fierce struggle against the encroaching darkness. Monstrous roars filled the air, a symphony of terror and defiance. He stood alone, defending against the demonic hordes until the very end, fighting countless demon lords and archdemons, and growing stronger through the sacrifices of the Holy Knight. 217 years passed. Yet the long winter of war had still not ended. 234 years later, the battle raged on. And then 256 years. After 280 years, he unleashed a final, devastating surge of power, destroying the last remaining demon gate, leaving them nowhere left to escape. He carves through the demonic horde with his glowing blue blade, his voice echoing with contempt for the creatures before him. His yellow eyes burning with resolve, he declares their fate sealed, trapped within this world alongside him. Standing over the fallen, he faces the endless wave of approaching enemies, his vow to kill every last one of them unwavering. With a powerful, sweeping motion, his glowing blade tears through the air, unleashing devastating force. A furious curse escapes his lips, fueled by centuries of relentless battle. 300 years passed in this unending war, a relentless cycle of combat and survival. Still, he fought on, his glowing sword a beacon of destruction in the chaotic darkness. Each strike met with a shriek of agony, as another demon fell before him. Finally, the battle ends, leaving him alone in a desolate, ruined landscape, surveying the mess of his victory. After centuries of relentless battle, the archdemon finally falls, its colossal form collapsing before the victorious figure. The remnants of its power, a skull-like visage, still glow with a malevolent energy, a stark reminder of the immense threat that was just vanquished. Meanwhile, in a different space, a voice echoes with an ethereal command, urging someone to rise, a courageous one. As if in response, a young man with glowing yellow eyes declares that the time has come not to fall, but to rise and fight, his gaze burning with fierce resolve. Hari, witnessing this sudden manifestation, can only stare in disbelief, her voice barely a whisper as she questions his identity. The young man's form glows with an intense golden aura, radiating power that pushes back the encroaching shadows. With a calm, assured tone, he finally reveals his name, declaring himself King Lionheart, the Knight of the Glorious Lionheart, and an agent who protects the will of the goddess. His full name, Leon Dragonia, echoes through the golden void, a name now imbued with the weight of centuries and divine purpose. Hari looks up at the radiant figure, his presence now undeniable, a profound shift in reality unfolding before her eyes. A profound revelation hangs in the air, as if echoing across 300 years. Hari's eyes widen, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, as the weight of those centuries settles upon her. It was indeed during that 300th year that the protagonist first encountered the Earthlings. A faint, ethereal glow pulses, accompanied by a distant, almost forgotten cry. The system confirms the ultimate victory. All demons have been defeated, their numbers reduced to 0. The Night King, who returned with a club, was a legend in his own right. But then, a gate opened up in the middle of Seoul. A swirling vortex of an unidentifiable black, its true nature shrouded in mystery. The Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association immediately requested that hunters of all ranks participate in the raid. But their requests were continuously rejected, as the gate's difficulty remained unknown, leaving many hesitant to face the unseen danger. In the end, the government ordered the Korean Hunter Association to send in their forces first, an order that felt less like a mission and more like an execution. And as I stood there, looking up at the ominous sky, what I saw inside that gate was beyond anything I could have imagined. A chilling sight unfolds before her, something so utterly unexpected that a gasp escapes her lips. This was the moment Hari found herself trapped, alongside other hunters, in a desolate, crimson-tinged landscape, facing an unknown terror. The ground was littered with the grotesque remains of defeated monsters, a testament to the brutal struggle that had just taken place. Later, back in the relative safety of the association, a voice calls out to Associate Han, addressing her by her full name, Han Hari. She flinches, a bandage visible on her cheek, still visibly shaken by her recent ordeal, a sharp cry escaping her. This was Han Hari, an associate manager within the Korean Hunter Association, her role now officially confirmed. Seated across from her, Kim Jin-soo, also an associate manager, asks if she's tired, to which she gratefully replies, "Yeah, thank you." He remarks that no one is believing her account of the dungeon, and she concedes that it's to be expected. The reason for their disbelief becomes clear as the memory of the Black Rank dungeon resurfaces, filled with the terrifying presence of the Great Devil. Coming back alive with the help of others is already a miracle, but to have survived alone? That's simply unbelievable. Yet, such a feat is possible, all because of one man. A low growl echoes. In the office, Kim Jin-soo confirms with Hari, right? Yes, a survivor from the other world. He continues, speaking of people who managed to survive in the gate realm. These are the gates that have appeared all around the world for the last 50 years, revealing striking similarities. The truth is, the underlying theme is of a world on its way to destruction, or perhaps a world that has already been destroyed. And sometimes, survivors manage to come back to Earth. Survivors from these other worlds return, retaining the unimaginable strength they've earned within the demon realm. Recognizing the immense threats these individuals have faced and the unique abilities they possess, the government has led its best to cater to their needs. They've even set plans to scout them, forming alliances to understand their capabilities. The directive is clear: these survivors must be scouted, no matter the cost. Hari and Kim Jin-soo discuss the matter, acknowledging that one particular individual is incredibly strong. Kim Jin-soo emphasizes the point, recalling how even an A-rank hunter had to risk their life fighting a demon, yet this person killed that same demon with just one attack. This was a demon, feared even by the world's S-rank hunters, was simply dispatched. A monstrous, shadowy demon, its form outlined in crackling red energy, lets out a guttural roar. Smaller, grotesque figures swarm, but two human fighters, a man with a sword and a woman behind him, bravely engage the horde, their movements a blur of combat. The immense demon, once so fearsome, now crumbles into dust, its power utterly extinguished. Standing amidst the dissipating shadows, a blond man radiates a faint, victorious aura, having effortlessly overpowered the monstrous threat. His blue eyes glow with an intense, focused energy, a testament to the overwhelming power he wields. Meanwhile, a man in regal attire, seated on a grand throne, ponders the implications of such strength, wondering how vast the difference truly is between these new individuals and even the strongest hunters. Later, in the quiet confines of a car, Hari looks out the window, her thoughts consumed by the same question. She recalls the blond man's voice, the sheer conviction she heard in his words. Convinced that he is a truly exceptional person, despite his harsh demeanor. With eyes blazing yellow, the blond man unleashes a furious roar, his power erupting outward. The sheer force of it shatters the very ground beneath him, sending cracks and blue energy rippling through the air. Countless figures are violently thrown back, their bodies flung through the debris-filled air by the unseen impact. In the present, Hari and Kim Jin-soo recall the overwhelming display, the thought echoing in their minds. That stops even monsters. The blond man, still in the throes of battle, challenges his opponent, his glowing eyes fixed on them as he demands to know how they dare to dirty the glorious Lionheart name. He follows through with another devastating strike, a blur of pink and purple energy tearing through the air. Later, in a calmer setting, Hari reflects on the blond man's character, describing him as a very good person, a sentiment Kim Jin-soo seems to find cultural. 15 minutes earlier, the world continued its silent watch. A security camera, perched high above, captured the mundane flow of time, unaware of the profound reflections unfolding within one man's mind. For the blond man, this present reality felt strangely alien, a sensation he had grown accustomed to across countless lifetimes. He remembered his first existence, a brief, tragic life as an orphan, cut short by the cruel grip of malnutrition. Then, a new beginning, reincarnated into a different world as the son of a duke and a knight, a life that stretched for more than a century under the watchful eye of his nanny. His path led him to conquer the world of demons, a relentless crusade against the encroaching darkness. For 300 long years, he hunted them, his blade a beacon of defiance against their endless hordes. 300 years in total, a vast expanse of time and experience, all contained within the memories of his soul. And so, it was a profound relief to still possess some memories of this place, his original world, an anchor in the sea of his reincarnations. He sits across from the interviewer, who begins hesitantly, addressing him by a name from a past life. Hello, Leon Dragonia, Lionheartnam. Even then, he considers, it wouldn't be beneficial to reveal his true origin as an earthling. A soft HM escapes his lips, while the interviewer silently wonders if this is the Night King who lived for 3 centuries in another world. Much better than being called a guy in his 20s who died twice, he muses, before firmly instructing, refer to me as your majesty. He stands, arms crossed, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The interviewer stares back, utterly bewildered by the sudden demand. Stammering, he quickly complies. Huh? Ah yes, your majesty, secretly realizing the man is merely playing along. He ponders if this individual is genuinely kind, or if the government is simply being cautious with someone who can reach survivors like himself. As the blond man regards his own reflection, a soft hum escapes him. While the interviewer, still processing the implications of the Black Gate and Your Majesty's world, continues his line of questioning, mentioning contact with their hunters. He then asks if the blond man was responsible for eliminating all those demons, to which he simply replies, yes. A flicker of surprise crosses the interviewer's face as he asks if the blond man had truly forgotten. quickly rephrasing his query. The blonde man, however, seems to recall with perfect clarity how he had eradicated all those evil species and upheld the honor of the knights. Leaning back, he calmly reminds the interviewer that he had been appointed as his temporary secretary. The interviewer's eyes widen slightly as he repeats the blonde man's words, utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in dynamic. He can only ponder the vast cultural differences at play. Still reeling from the unexpected declaration, he attempts to steer the conversation back to a more professional footing. He questions the lack of etiquette shown towards an elder, but the blonde man's only thought is a simple, primal one: hunger. Exasperated by the casual response, the interviewer quickly promises a meal, hoping to appease him. With the immediate concern addressed, the blonde man shifts the topic, demanding to know more about this world he has returned to. He explains his need to understand what transpired on Earth during his absence, leaving the interviewer to process the weight of his words. Acknowledging the request, the interviewer agrees to provide the necessary explanation. His voice takes on a somber tone as he begins the tale, describing how the nightmare suddenly began, precisely 30 years ago. He recounts the terrifying period when, without warning, mysterious gates began to open all over the world. From these swirling, dark portals, monsters and demons poured forth, plunging the world into chaos. After the world was completely taken over, a new reality set in, where everything had changed. He continued, explaining that each gate possessed a distinct theme and a clear objective. And if left unattended, the monsters within would eventually invade Earth. But before elaborating further, the interviewer announced that the meal was ready. The blonde man simply hummed in acknowledgement. As the interviewer continued to speak, the blonde man remained lost in thought, processing the gravity of the situation. He then clarified that this world's gates were quite different from those in his own, where they had appeared like mushrooms after a rain. Here, the gates came with specific themes and quests, a concept entirely foreign to his previous understanding, as a holographic display of a gate shimmered before them. His eyes narrowed, absorbing every detail of this new, dangerous reality. It was as if the world itself was designed to challenge and test humanity. The voice of the interviewer echoes, describing a grand design, a mandate to train humanity through trials. As a shimmering blue energy field envelopes the very planet, humming with unseen power, a distant, urgent cry of "Your Majesty" briefly cuts through the air, followed by a soft thud. Back in the room, the interviewer announces that the meal is ready, and the blonde man, still deep in thought, offers a quiet acknowledgement. He sits before a steaming bowl, his gaze fixed on the contents, a soft gulp escaping him. A close-up reveals his intense focus, a quiet exclamation of "This is," escaping his lips as he takes in the aroma. It's a bone broth, boiled for hours and seasoned perfectly with salt and pepper, accompanied by crunchy kimchi, a traditional xiaoliangtang. As he eats, the blonde man recalls a time when xiaoliangtang was a luxury, a rare treat during his days as a laborer on Earth. Yet, despite the memories, he struggles to swallow the simple, yet perfectly prepared, dish, a profound sense of unease washing over him. His mind races, a desperate denial echoing within him, as he grapples with the unexpected taste. He stares down at the bowl, a question forming in his mind, unable to comprehend the experience. The interviewer, observing his reaction, calmly explains, it's called xiaoliangtang, Your Majesty. It's known as the soul food of peasants." At the mention of peasants, the blonde man's eyes flare with incandescent rage, his composure shattering completely. He slams his hand down, his voice rising in a furious shout. "You inferior." Standing abruptly, he continues his enraged tirade. "How dare you serve the glorious Lionheart name?" The interviewer watches the outburst, a silent thought passing through his mind, wondering if this human fusion tester is yet another failure. From a lineage steeped in power, the name Leon Dragonia Lionheart echoes through history, a royal from another world. He stands before a grand throne, a figure from the other world, destined for greatness. A proxy for the gods, guardian of the Holy Grail, bearer of the Holy Blade and the Holy Spear, though perhaps that's not quite the full story. His regal past contrasts sharply with his current indignation, as he recoils from the simple bowl of xiaoliangtang, demanding it be removed from his sight. For this is no ordinary man. He is the archenemy of Malus, Lord of Chaos and the 23 great devils, the one who has slain millions of demons, the very incarnation of a 300-year war, a reincarnated god, an earthling, now burdened by a past he cannot escape. Overwhelmed by his current circumstances, he cries out in frustration, declaring everything to be a complete mess. His eyes wide with horror, he attributes the chaos to a fundamental lack of proper religious faith. A golden aura begins to emanate from him as he proclaims that enlightening the foolish peasants is the sacred duty of the royal family. Even after his return to Earth, he remained a Night King, a title that now seemed to clash with the simple, steaming pot of food before him. A hand reaches out, plucking a piece of meat from a dish. The blonde man then brings it to his mouth, taking a bite with a soft crunch. He looks at Hari, asking, "How did you recognize our food of chicken and black bean soup?" He thinks to himself, thankfully he was eating a T-bone steak and not the soup she made in 1993. Then, addressing Hari directly, he tells her, Hari, you go first. Hari internally struggles, unable to understand his language, yet he continues. But still, I think he's somehow interested in you. Hari, with a slight blush, recalls the compliment. You got complimented that you were brave. He at least won't kick you out. A frustrated sigh escapes her as she thinks, ugh, he has only said that I was brave. Hari, still feeling the weight of the previous exchange, offers a humble apology to the blonde man, expressing deep regret for the food he was eating. Wiping his mouth thoughtfully, the blonde man recognizes her, noting that she is the swordsman from before. A flush rises to her cheeks as Hari lets out a small gasp of surprise and delight at being remembered. As they both observe a screen displaying data, the blonde man inquires, asking if the meal was to her liking. He then offers a measured assessment, admitting it wasn't bad, and adding that he could feel the sincerity and passion of the chef. He continues, clarifying that the reason he had given her a hard time earlier wasn't because the food itself was humble. With a serious expression, he reveals it was because of her attitude towards the king. Hari looks stunned as he elaborates, explaining that when one greets royalty from a foreign nation, they should be treated with appropriate respect, as it reflects on the strength of their own nation. Looking down in embarrassment, Hari offers a sincere apology, acknowledging that due to her lack of knowledge, she had disrespected him. Hari, still processing the conversation, confirms her identity. Why yes, my name is Hari. The blonde man, having heard about this world, continues to observe her. A purple aura shimmers around her as she considers the implications. Those wicked things have appeared on this earth, right? The blonde man's gaze remains intense, a similar purple energy radiating from him. Hari kneels respectfully, her mind singularly focused. She had only one mission. It was to get him to join. Her resolve hardening, she thinks, I need to at least get him to join our country. Because if His Majesty would join them, then from now on, the South Korean government could protect him. The motive behind the 21st century's holy war is to scout for survivors, but no matter how much support is promised, he knows they need to stop them from joining another country. A quiet sough escapes him, as he acknowledges his duty to go to the battlefield, as long as he is settled in this world. For an honored knight, it is only right that he should fight. Hari then approaches, asking if he wants to be affiliated with their Hunters Association. However, a king cannot simply be a soldier for another nation's military. With a sudden surge of golden energy, he declares his intention to create a new knight order right here, in this world. Hari looks on, utterly surprised by his declaration. Hari could only nod, still processing the blonde man's declaration. Then, her thoughts turn to the immediate task at hand, wondering aloud, what did the higher-ups say? A look of deep concern settled on her face, as she let out a soft, frustrated sigh. It was fortunate he hadn't joined the Hunters Association or other large guilds, but the fact that the government-affiliated association wasn't for him was a complication. Ugh. The blonde man, meanwhile, was consumed by his own fiery conviction, a powerful aura flaring around him as he declared, this is all because of those bastards who only care about money and power. Just as he mentioned the Phoenix Guild, a sudden, insistent beeping sound cut through the air. Now that you bring it up, the Phoenix Guild. Causing Hari to exclaim in surprise as the room was suddenly bathed in a stark red glow from his phone. The screen displayed an urgent warning. Warning, a dungeon break at the Golden Plains. Elsewhere, Kim Jinsu grimly assessed the situation, knowing that if a dungeon break occurred in a farming region, the resulting demons would bring the entire food supply to a halt. Hari, still seeking clarity, asks if the Phoenix Guild is connected to Yongwon SSI, to which the blonde man confirms it with certainty. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, the blonde man declares that these individuals have a different, sinister plan, prompting Hari to insist they must intervene quickly. His voice filled with fury, he curses the Phoenix Guild. Meanwhile, in a different location, Kim Jinsu observes a screen, a thoughtful hum escaping him. He realizes the full scope of the situation unfolding beyond his immediate vicinity, concluding that those involved are in deep trouble. His hand reaching out, he considers the devastating consequences of a dungeon break, where the ground becomes infected and crops can no longer grow. As expected, he notes that this particular location lacks what he needs. Suddenly, a brilliant, golden light erupts around him, swirling with energy. Reaching into the radiant glow, he asks if the recipient of his power is well. A blinding flash of blue and white energy erupts, radiating outward with immense force. Far away, in the grand, Gothic spires of Demera, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A cloaked figure watches from above, their gaze fixed on something unseen below. Deep within a dark, cavernous space, the rough-hewn rock walls stretch endlessly. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of fire and raw energy tears open, its infernal glow illuminating the oppressive darkness. A hand reaches out towards the volatile phenomenon, as a voice demands to know what is happening with Winter Lee Yongwon, questioning their affiliation with the association. Meanwhile, the imposing figure of Lee Yongwon, guild master of the Phoenix Guild, stands with an air of authority, a B-rank hunter of considerable power. Elsewhere, Hari and Section Chief Nam observe a situation, with the latter acknowledging Hari's presence. Lee Yongwon's face contorts in fury, believing, this bastard. He purposely let the dungeon break happen. He seethes, Just because we didn't accept their request, they let it happen. The Phoenix Guild had been relentlessly pursuing tax exemptions for their gate profits, having already amassed considerable wealth. 1 week later, the association intervened due to the severe injuries sustained by Dong-su, with Hari now standing before the guildmaster. Lee Yong-won continues, his voice laced with frustration. They already have enough benefits as a large guild. His disbelief evident. But to think they did something like this just because their request got rejected. Hari listens intently as he states, I know. The authority of the auction gate will be handed over. She looks down, her voice filled with despair. But what can I do? Our guild members were heavily injured. Lee Yong-won's expression darkens, concluding, it'll be difficult to raid. Still reeling from the dungeon break, Lee Yong-won addresses the gathered crowd, his voice laced with frustration as he explains that while they will try to resolve the situation, the outcome remains uncertain. He grimaces, the memory of the Honam Plains incident clearly weighing heavily on him, reminding them of the past disaster and the potential for history to repeat itself. Meanwhile, a figure with eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light dismisses the concerns, questioning the seriousness of the situation with a childish tone. Hari, her expression etched with worry, hears Lee Yong-won's voice in her mind, a gentle reminder that the fault for this disaster does not lie with her. As a surge of red energy pulses through the air, the harsh reality of their world is laid bare. Justice is often dictated by money and power. The glowing-eyed man continues his condescending assessment, labeling others as shallow and old-fashioned. Hari, now standing beside Leon, looks up at him with a question in her voice, addressing him as Your Majesty. The king, his expression stern, immediately cuts off the glowing-eyed man, warning him not to utter a king's name so lightly. His gaze sharpens as he clarifies his terms, stating that he only permits her to call him by his title. He silences the other man with a sharp command. His eyes blaze with an intense blue light as he demands to know how someone so lowly dares to speak. The red-haired man recoils, internally questioning the blonde man's audacity. He, a top-rank hunter and guild master of one of the world's top 10 guilds, has just been called lowly. The blonde man's voice drops, a chilling question hanging in the air. Suddenly, Lee Yong-won's hands ignite with a vibrant orange aura, and he calls out, identifying himself as Hunter Lee Yong-won, pleading for the blonde man to stop. The blonde man's thoughts cut through the tension, recognizing him as a survivor. Yong-won, taken aback, repeats the word, a survivor? Then, with a deep bow, he formally introduces himself as Lee Yong-won from the Phoenix Guild, admitting his earlier rudeness. His gaze piercing, he asks if they are perhaps from the bright-colored guild, before a brief pause. Then, with an air of absolute authority, he declares that a king does not repeat himself, leaving no room for further questions. He simply commands them to tell him the problem. He admits he doesn't know the specifics of the gate, so he expects them to give him a good summary. Hari, Section Chief Nam, and Kim Jin-soo exchange hopeful glances, wondering if he is going to help, before Hari eagerly confirms, yes. Hari begins her explanation, detailing how when a dungeon break happens, a large amount of demonic energy comes out and infects the land. This infection is so severe that crops don't grow on the blighted ground. As the blonde man turns and begins to walk, Hari continues, emphasizing that the Honam Plains are an important granary, which makes this situation critical. She concludes her urgent plea, revealing that right now, the same demonic energy is infecting the ground. He listens intently as Hari explains the dire situation, then asks for a solution. Hari, her expression earnest, emphasizes the urgent need to curb the infection and completely clear the demonic energy from the dungeon. The infected land, choked by the demonic energy's growth, presents a significant and growing problem. The blonde man considers her words, his gaze fixed on Hari. With a decisive tone, he commands, call your forces. He turns his back to the group, facing a swirling vortex of red and orange energy, declaring that tomorrow, once the time limit for the raid or demonic energy expires, he will personally step in. The group watches him, Hari, Section Chief Nam, and Kim Jin-soo standing behind him, all gazing at the ominous, glowing aura. Kim Jin-soo, taken aback, can only stammer, really? However, he knows that a king from a foreign country cannot simply conduct military activities in another nation as he pleases, a crucial detail he must address before proceeding. He knew he couldn't simply act. First, he needed to receive official permission from the nation's king. Hari, however, seemed confused, asking if it wasn't already acceptable, wondering how he could call his forces and conduct military operations by his own authority without a legitimate process. A fierce determination flared in his eyes, a faint red aura shimmering around him as he commanded her to hurry and send word to their king, questioning if this land was truly worse than he was. In the end, he mused, they had asked for his help. Indeed, this was the president's personal transport, a testament to the preparations he had already set in motion. Hari hesitantly addressed him, and he simply stated that she had told him to make preparations, so he had. Still, she looked concerned, asking how he was planning on using these resources. His gaze hardened as he declared that their precious land was infected. They needed to purify the land. Hari looks on, a hint of confusion in her expression, as the blonde man's first request is revealed, straw dolls. Inside, Sir Aaron observes the blonde man holding one of the crude figures, asking if these are indeed the dolls in question. Hari confirms, her voice barely a whisper, as the second, more unsettling request comes to light. The people who were said to be women who had gone crazy. Later, the blonde man stands before a gathered crowd, his gaze sweeping over them, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. With a firm declaration, he commands everyone to present the dolls they have made, initiating a bizarre doll-making competition in the middle of the plains. He examines one of the straw figures closely, a contemplative expression on his face. Nearby, a young woman with long, dark hair holds another doll, her eyes wide with disbelief, uttering a soft impossible at its sight. The blonde man, however, is far from contemplative, his aura flaring with intense frustration as he vehemently rejects the notion that this eccentric fool could be called a mere doll. A sharp gasp escapes him as he stares at the failed creation, a single word echoing his disappointment. The crude straw doll, barely resembling a human form, lies discarded, a clear indication of its failure. From another, smaller doll, a voice pipes up, indignant. "Didn't you say you had given birth? You foolish person," it scolds, adding, "Wah? You brickhead." The judgment is clear. Hurry's attempt is also a failure. After examining numerous dolls, a crucial detail emerges. The individual who truly captured Lionheart's attention was not a woman at all, but an elderly man, a true master of doll-making. Standing before the blonde man, an old man holds a meticulously crafted doll, a young girl by his side, as the blonde man exclaims, "Incredible." He then asks the old man, surrounded by an eager crowd, "How many children have you given birth to?" The old man proudly replies, 12. The origin of life of a living patriot. The blonde man continues, explaining, "Normally, I personally send a knight with a medal and a gift. However, due to the circumstances, I cannot, so please forgive me." A close-up reveals the intricate details of the doll, a soft chuckle accompanying its presence. The blonde man's hand carefully holds a small, intricately crafted doll. He gently places the doll on the verdant ground, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from it. Standing before a swirling blue aura, his face is serene, the conditions for his ritual now met, while Hari observes from behind him. A shimmering, ornate chalice, filled with vibrant blue light, floats above his hand. The chalice glows intensely, as if responding to an unseen presence, as he addresses the mother of this abundant land. He holds the glowing chalice aloft, his gaze fixed on the heavens. With Hari still observing, he offers the chalice, declaring that the people of this earth present this doll of happiness. The offering ascends into the vast, open sky. A brilliant, fiery light descends from the clouds, accepting the gift. He continues the ritual, holding the chalice aloft, when a voice, perhaps Hari's, whispers in awe, "Your Majesty." The chalice itself begins to glow, then, impossibly, it fills with light on its own. Hari watches, wide-eyed, as the impossible sight unfolds before her. While above, the sky begins to shift, the first rays of a new dawn breaking through the clouds. The sun is rising. The chalice pulses with an even brighter, golden light. And the clouds above are painted in hues of crimson. A red light is tinting the clouds. The ritual's energy intensifies, swirling around the glowing vessel. As the blonde man looks up, a serene expression on his face, knowing that a new day is wanting to start. The light from the chalice continues to shimmer, reflecting the dawn's new promise. However, the sun that is rising today is not just any dawn. Golden light and shimmering water droplets fill the air, enveloping Hari in their ethereal glow. This, he realizes, will be a special start to this world, as the water droplets begin to flow into the doll. Sir Gildas and Sir Aaron stand by as he recalls, just now, the doll stood. His eyes burn with an inner light, a voice resonating, "Lionheart, my child." Then, with a solemn tone, he declares, "I greet Mother Earth." He gazes downward, a new era dawning before him. The entity known as Demera, the god of life and abundance, was now being invoked. It had indeed been a long time since this divine presence graced the world. But now, true divinity had descended upon the land. A voice echoes, offering greetings to the great Earth Mother. It continues, speaking of the divine grace bestowed upon them by the Earth Mother, describing the land's essence as life and fertility, yet lamenting that this new territory is also being invaded by evil. Demera, the small divine figure, confirms the land is indeed contaminated. The blonde man listens, his expression grim, as the voice acknowledges the presence of evil species on this land. But then adds that there is no true divinity here. Li Yongwan, a cynical smirk playing on his lips, suggests that the lowly and vulgar might sully the divine's eyes, adding that ignorance and greed cannot always be judged as sins. Demera, however, counters that such traits are simply the built-in characteristics of a mortal. The blonde man, seated amidst a golden glow, questions, "What do you plan on doing now?" He muses, acknowledging that training swordsmen is not difficult, but the awakening of a divine being is a different matter entirely. With a determined expression, he vows to ensure duty and honor remain their guiding principles, promising to teach the ignorant and lead them to the right path. Demera, in her childlike form, responds, "Until a new pantheon arises on this earth." She stands before an overwhelming golden light, her small figure silhouetted against its brilliance. Turning, she then asks, "Only, do you not have any intention of rising?" A verdant energy pulses, signifying a constant state of readiness. The name Demera resonates through the ethereal space, hinting at her role as the free spirit. With golden wings unfurled, she laments that the citizens of this earth are suffering from an evil energy. The blond man, looking out over the land, acknowledges that while it may not be what he desires, he must help purify this land. Demera, floating serenely, then declares, "You are the head of my temple, our champion." She continues, explaining that this world's earth is not my body. Instead, she will spread her divinity, substituting the thirsty earth with her very flesh. A brilliant, golden orb of light begins to manifest amidst the tall, dark foliage. And with this act, everything that walks on this earth will become his ally. A powerful, golden beam of energy erupts from the orb, its radiant light illuminating the surrounding landscape with an ethereal glow. As the divine energy begins its transformative work, Demera explains that her very essence, her flesh, will be used to purify the land, transforming everything on earth into an ally. Witnessing this profound act, the blond man urges all who are ignorant to observe and learn, emphasizing that those who cannot comprehend or know should pay close attention. A golden light begins to spread across the world, a clear sign that this is now a land blessed with divinity. The very ground transforms, fields of grain shimmering with a vibrant, golden glow, as the divine energy intensifies, radiating outwards. And with it, a command echoes across the newly blessed world, to give birth and prosper. As the world continued its golden transformation, Hari, peeking from a doorway, apologizes profusely. "Your Majesty, I'm deeply sorry for interrupting you while you're eating." Unperturbed, the blond man stands amidst the radiant fields, contemplating this fertile earth. For him, it is the proof of an eternal promise. The golden crops shimmer and glow. Suddenly, a red-haired man emerges, his expression grim, letting out a frustrated sigh. He warns the gathered crowd, his voice laced with urgency, "Everyone, don't be fooled. Crops that have grown using magic are poisonous." The blond man, hearing this, simply scoffs. "I'm sure you know that. What an ignorant fool." He dismisses the red-haired man's claims, asserting that these crops are blessed with divinity. His voice sharpens, demanding to know how anyone dares to judge them as poison, though he concedes he can forgive such ignorance only once. The red-haired critic, however, remains defiant, warning him not to dirty the goddess with his light tongue. His face contorts in a grimace of frustration and anger. As he mutters about his plans being ruined by the blond man's actions, Hari and Kim Jinsu watching on with concern. The blond man's resolve hardens, declaring that he cannot allow such dissent. With a fierce glare, he vows to expose the critic's blatant lies. Surrounded by his own supporters, the red-haired man retorts that they still need to prove their claims, hoping the blond man will kill everyone for the sake of the people who believe in him. The blond man's response is swift and chilling. He will frame the critic as a fraud and provide the appraiser himself. The red-haired critic, taken aback by the blond man's declaration, can only manage a stunned, "Why, Your Majesty?" The blond man, however, remains resolute, declaring, "Then, I'll begin." A surge of golden energy ripples through the air. He stands amidst a field of crops, each stalk radiating a vibrant, ethereal glow, as if infused with pure mana. Looking down at the glowing plants, a realization dawns on him. This is. A system window materializes, detailing the blessed rice, a rare rank crop blessed by the goddess Demera, capable of curing diseases and even extending life. Holding a shimmering orb of light, the blond man confirms, "All this rice is rare rank, and it can cure diseases and even cancer." Hari, surprised, asks, "Are really?" The blond man confidently affirms, "Yes, really." A golden light emanates, hinting at the profound implications of this discovery. He issues a command, "Someone, go get a pot from the chief's house." The scene shifts to a clear sky, then to a vibrant field of golden rice, rustling softly. Soon, a large, traditional cooking pot is set over a fire, ready for preparation. As the blessed rice is prepared, a look of disbelief crosses his face. In no way. He holds a small bowl of the cooked rice, while a glowing blue screen displays its incredible properties. A stamina recovery rate increase of 100 each minute, a mana recovery rate increase of 50 each minute, lasting for a total of 8 hours. This, he realizes, is essentially a reinforced miracle. Hari and Kim Jinsu, witnessing the revelation, exclaim in unison, "Manager, this is the one." Hari, still chewing excitedly, is gently reminded to finish her mouthful before speaking. Having consumed the blessed rice, Leon reflects that he got curious and ate a bug. His subordinate reacts with surprise as Leon continues, "And he got a buff." The subordinate, processing this information, wonders aloud, if that blessing is really all over the land, would it be a free reinforcer? Leon confirms, his expression serious, then it's not weird if all living beings are also blessed. As the implications sink in, the subordinate exclaims, "As what you can, we're going into the gate with full buffs." The Hunter Association's raiding team's motivation has increased. Suddenly, Leon finds himself in a vast field of wheat, a memory or vision taking hold as a voice echoes, "Child." He looks up, a pensive expression on his face, thinking, "It seems like I have somewhere I need to go back." His thoughts drift to a past promise, "I have, and never will, Demera." He kneels before the small, divine child, a silent plea echoing in his mind to forget the divine love they had given him. As the vision continues, a voice resonates, offering one last lecture, a final piece of wisdom. "Make sure to feed yourself." The child form of Demera kneels before a towering, cloaked figure, a manifestation of her divine power, as the golden field stretches endlessly around them. A soft sound echoes as the child looks up, her gaze fixed on the divine presence. Then, the small figure turns and begins to walk away, disappearing into the golden expanse. Back in the present, Hari turns to Leon, her expression questioning. Your Majesty? What is divine power?" Her eyes reflect a mix of curiosity and concern, awaiting his explanation. Leon looks away, his thoughts still distant, as he replies, "You Earthlings better keep that in mind." The ominous gate shimmers, its swirling vortex a portal to the unknown. With the soldiers now prepared, the command is given to proceed into the gate. Standing before the swirling anomaly, Sir Gildas expresses concern, wondering if the guild master will be all right, fearing irreparable problems if things continue at this pace. Elsewhere, a red-haired man clenches his jaw, cursing the unexpected arrival of someone. He reflects that without this individual, the government would have been forced to heed their demands. Back at the gate, another voice mutters a dark wish, hoping the guild master would simply perish within the rift. A sharp-eyed figure observes the unfolding situation, his expression unreadable. Sir Gildas turns to the blonde man, suggesting that the idea of the guildmaster's demise isn't entirely bad, but then questions his leader's silence. The blonde man, his gaze distant, reveals that this particular gate has already been somewhat raided. He continues, "Right. The middle was a bit difficult, but..." His words cause Sir Gildas's eyes to widen in surprise, a soft gasp escaping him. Meanwhile, from a separate vantage point, a sharp-eyed man with dark, spiky hair observes the situation, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He muses that this survivor bastard is probably a burden in combat, his mana far exceeding their rank, purple energy crackling around him. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing faintly red as he anticipates their failure. He concludes with certainty that they will definitely fail. For inside the gate, a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms, its form radiating an oppressive aura. This creature, a true horror of the abyss, is a monster. It is a being that cannot be defeated using ordinary means, its power evident in the defeated forms scattered around it. Suddenly, a stark warning blares across the interface, announcing the beginning of a dungeon break, a countdown to death for all living beings within the gate. Through a desolate, snow-covered landscape, a group of armored figures pressed onward, their heavy boots crunching softly with every step as they navigated the treacherous terrain. The lead figure, shield held ready, guided them deeper into the unknown. Meanwhile, the blonde man explained the rules of their current challenge, stating that most of the gates would close after clearing the quest or defeating the boss. He continued, clarifying that most of the gates would close after clearing the quest or defeating the boss. Hari, listening intently, found herself intrigued by the prospect of a direct confrontation, a duel with the boss, and declared, "I like it." She was, however, already out of the gate. The blonde man explains that the creatures they've encountered aren't truly dead, but merely incapacitated. He elaborates, saying, "The skeletons are the dungeon's main force." Hari, observing her holographic interface, acknowledges this, muttering, "Yeah." The blonde man continues, explaining that in cases like this, where the dungeon is filled with undead or even demonic creatures, the number of enemies is often far greater than most expect. He emphasizes that as long as the boss monster remains alive, they will endlessly respawn. Considering this, the blonde man muses, that means there's likely a necromancer controlling them. Hari turns to him, connecting the dots. Then, this must be one of those boss dungeons. As the group continues to move through the dark passages, the blonde man confirms, "Yes, that's most likely." Hari's eyes widen in surprise as she glances at her holographic screen once more, a new detail catching her attention. A critical system alert blares, announcing the immediate onset of a dungeon break, with the primary objective to defeat the Commander Knight Dullan. As the warning echoes, the timer begins its countdown. 2 hours and 59 minutes remain to defeat the Commander Knight Dullan, while in the dungeon below, small figures are already locked in combat with an endless tide of skeletons. The skeletal horde presses its relentless assault, their numbers seemingly infinite as the system reiterates the urgent command to defeat the Commander Knight Dullan. Observing the unfolding crisis on a holographic screen, Hari turns to her companion, a hint of concern in her voice as she questions if Li Yongwan is truly capable of handling such a formidable threat. The scene shifts, drawing closer to the source of the dungeon break, revealing the imposing figure of the Commander Knight Dullan, its dark, heavy armor radiating an ominous blue glow from within its helmet. A surge of its chilling blue energy pulses through the desolate space. As the formidable boss stands motionless on a rocky outcrop, its presence dominating the grim landscape. Surrounded by a legion of its skeletal minions, the Commander Knight Dullahan awaits, the system's objective to defeat it still prominently displayed, with just under 2 hours and 58 minutes remaining. Before the imposing figure of the Commander Knight Dullahan, surrounded by its vast, glowing-eyed skeleton army, a voice trembles with awe and fear. "Why, Your Majesty?" it whispers, as the sheer number of approaching enemies becomes clear to the assembled hunters, prompting a worried discussion about potion distribution. The blonde man, however, remains resolute, his gaze sharp as he begins to issue commands, directing them to focus on giving resources to the upper ranks. Acknowledging the absence of knights and mages, he declares his intention to take the front line, instructing the others to support him from behind. His voice carries across the chaotic battlefield, further instructing those with defensive skills to form a line against the long-ranged attackers, even as he engages the enemy himself, demanding that anyone with a shield stop their advance. The skeleton horde, an endless tide of bone and malice, continues its relentless march. Yet the blonde man faces them with a defiant, almost mocking, farewell. As the first skeleton closes in, its eyes glow with an ominous red light, signaling the imminent clash. As the skeleton horde surged forward, the blonde man met their assault, his hand glowing with a vibrant blue energy that formed a protective shield, deflecting a crimson magical blast. The deflected energy then struck one of the skeletal figures, shattering it with a sharp, explosive impact. Despite his initial success, he narrowed his eyes, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he considered their unexpected resilience. "They're stronger than I thought," he mused. The orange gates, it seemed, truly harbored different threats. Nevertheless, he pressed his attack, his form a blur of blue energy as he cleaved through another skeletal foe. He parried another incoming strike with his shield, a grim realization dawning on him. "They're not just using a B-rank tank like me to warm up." His eyes widened in sudden alarm, a new threat emerging from the horde. A surge of potent, blue magical energy, unlike anything he had seen from mere skeletons, began to coalesce. He cursed under his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Damn it, for mere skeletons to actually use advanced spells. As the skeletal mages began to channel their arcane energies, glowing blue circles forming around their raised staffs. He knew he needed to grab their attention. Without hesitation, the blonde man charged directly into the horde, shouting to provoke them. One of the skeletal mages responded, its eyes burning with blue light as it unleashed a spell. But before it could connect, he moved with blinding speed, his sword arcing with brilliant blue energy. The impact sent several skeletons flying, their forms shattering into dust and bone. A determined expression on his face, he declared that he wouldn't fall here, intending to show these creatures the true power of a superior hunter. Another burst of blue energy erupted, and he continued his relentless assault, cutting through the remaining skeletal warriors with fierce precision. He continues his fierce assault, his blade glowing with potent blue energy as he confronts the imposing Commander Knight Dullahan. But a sudden counterattack sends him reeling, a sharp cough escaping his lips as he struggles to regain his footing. With renewed determination, he unleashes a devastating wave of blue mana, striking the Dullahan with immense force, who cries out as the impact sends cracks through the very ground. Despite his powerful attack, the blonde man collapses to one knee, exhausted, blue energy still swirling around him. From a nearby vantage point, a woman watches with concern, while Section Chief Kim Jinsu exclaims, "Ah, Section Chief Kim." She urges him to consider their options, asking if they should deploy the reserve forces to aid the instant awakener. The gravity of the situation is clear. The reserve forces exist precisely for moments like this, and they must act now. Without hesitation, Kim Jinsu and the woman charge into the fray, joining the battle against the Commander Knight Dullahan. Hari, seeing the exhausted blonde man, addresses him with reverence, acknowledging his recent victory over a high-rank boss. Meanwhile, a desperate plea for assistance echoes through the air. Hari looks on, her expression a mix of concern and urgency. The blonde man slowly turns his head, his gaze distant. A narration box suggests that a king should not have to fight in such a manner, prompting his confused query. Hari, clearly frustrated, insists that he should seek ways to build his honor, unable to believe she's being forced into this situation. From behind, Kim Jinsu adds that such behavior is also disrespectful to the goddess, while a thought bubble dismisses them as trained dogs. Both Hari and Kim Jinsu react with shock and confusion to the strange pronouncements, with Hari asking for guidance. Hari's face hardens with resolve, declaring she has no time to waste. The blonde man remains still, his expression unreadable, as a voice observes his apparent disinterest in assisting Section Chief Kim and their allies. He turns his head slightly, a question forming in his mind about the nature of the undead. Meanwhile, Hari steps forward decisively, declaring her intention to handle the boss herself. With a surge of energy, she commands everyone else to support Kim Jinsu and their allies. Before launching herself downward with incredible speed, a vibrant aura trailing behind her. A powerful impact ripples through the air. As she crashes into a group of skeletal warriors, their glowing eyes fixed on her. Her foot descends with crushing force, shattering the skull of one of the undead. The explosive force of her attack continuing to radiate outward. Her powerful strike, meant to cleave through the armored foe, is met with an unexpected, solid block. The force of the impact ripples through the air, a violent burst of energy. Standing firm amidst a horde of lesser skeletal warriors, the Commander Knight Dullahan remains unyielding. Again, she presses her assault, her glowing weapon slamming into the knight's defenses. But the blow is absorbed, leaving her stunned. He blocked it, she murmurs, disbelief coloring her voice. A fierce resolve hardens her expression as she vows, I need to do whatever I can to separate it from the crowd. The armored knight, its single glowing eye fixed on her, seems to recoil slightly from the sustained assault. Huh. Hari watches, perplexed, as the creature appears to throw itself into the path of her attack. It threw itself to block my attack. A chilling realization dawns on her. What kind of undead is this? She wonders, her hand still crackling with energy. Despite her resolve, Hari finds herself overwhelmed, taking a direct hit from the Commander Knight Dullahan while its skeletal minions swarm around her. A pained cough escapes her lips, the pressure of the relentless assault bearing down. But then, a surge of relief washes over her, a silent prayer of, thank God, echoing in her mind. Her expression hardens with renewed determination. As she realizes, I managed to separate it from the rest. Now facing the Dullahan alone, she offers a quick, almost apologetic sorry. For the collateral damage, her red aura flaring as she prepares her next move. Knowing full well that some of my skills are just too large for a confined space, but necessary for this unique foe. A blinding explosion of light and energy erupts, engulfing the Commander Knight Dullahan in its raw power. As the light fades, Hari stands triumphant, a blue aura surrounding her, exclaiming, I got it. Hari unleashes a powerful, glowing red energy attack, convinced this strike will finally end the fight. The Commander Knight Dullahan is engulfed in the blue energy of her assault, recoiling violently from the impact. Still, she holds her combat stance, anticipating the outcome. To her shock, the Dullahan's armor and a sudden blue energy shield manage to blunt the attack, leaving it still standing. Enveloped in a fierce blue aura, the armored knight charges forward, initiating a swift counterattack. Hari's eyes widen in surprise and concern, recognizing the new, threatening stance. The Dullahan's sword glows intensely with blue energy, poised for a devastating strike. The glowing blue energy on the blade intensifies, expanding with raw power. Then, Hari is violently struck by the Dullahan's blue energy attack, recoiling from the brutal impact. The force of the Dullahan's attack continues to ripple through her, sending her reeling backward. As glowing particles erupt around her, the Dullahan acknowledges her resilience, finding her efforts impressive. Still, the impact persists, driving her further down. Finally collapsing to the ground, Hari struggles to recover, while the Dullahan, standing over her, remarks on her exquisite sword skill, even if used with only one hand. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, apologizing for interrupting. The Dullahan, seemingly unfazed by the interruption, continues to speak, speculating that Hari must have once been a noble knight. The blond man, now stepping forward, offers his apologies directly to the Dullahan. With a gesture of his hands, he expresses his regret at mistaking such a great knight for a mere undead creature. Then, with a booming declaration, the King of the Lion Heart challenges the unknown knight, granting him the right to face him in battle. As Hari remains on the ground, the Dullahan, now mounted on its horse, turns to face this unexpected challenger. Standing amidst the shadowy forms of the Dullahan's troops, the blond man declares there is no need for more to be injured. His gaze firm and his resolve unwavering, he proposes a duel between two knights to end this foolish fight. Hari, still recovering on the ground, gasps in disbelief, realizing he has just challenged the boss to a duel. Sir Gildas and Sir Aron watch intently, while Hari remains stunned, a heavy thud echoing around them. The Commander Knight Dullahan looks down, his thoughts betraying his surprise at the proposition. A close-up reveals the Dullahan's chest armor, glowing with an intense blue energy, signifying his acceptance. The challenge has been accepted. A desolate, dust-filled expanse stretches out, the air thick with an eerie silence. Then, the stillness is broken by a faint clatter, as two skeletal figures emerge from the swirling dust, their bone-white forms stark against the gloom. One, a towering presence, steps forward, its heavy tread echoing with a low groan across the barren land, followed by a smaller, armored skeleton knight. The smaller figure, clad in ancient armor, is clearly a knight of honor. Facing these formidable foes, the young protagonist stands firm, a glowing blue circle forming beneath his feet as he addresses them, telling them they can let down their neck. He continues, his voice unwavering, sure they use double-wielded swordsmanship, and that it can't be a proper battle with a single-wielded weapon alone. The towering Commander Knight Dullahan, now mounted on a skeletal steed, listens in silence, his glowing blue eyes fixed on the boy. A voice calls out, hesitant and concerned, addressing him as Your Majesty. Hari, peeking from a doorway, then asks, her tone filled with apprehension, what? She quickly explains the critical weakness of their foe, the Dullahan, emphasizing that it cannot be defeated without decapitation. The young man simply responds, so? His expression unwavering, he questions, is that important? Hari's eyes widen in disbelief, her voice a desperate affirmation. It is. Her thoughts race, a frantic question echoing in her mind. How will he win against the Dullahan without beheading it? Now standing on a desolate battlefield, facing the imposing Commander Knight Dullahan and a smaller skeletal subordinate, the young protagonist remains resolute. He declares, his voice firm, it doesn't matter. What decides the winner is the knight's honor. He stands on the desolate, rocky ground, facing the imposing Commander Knight Dullahan and a smaller skeletal figure, his resolve unwavering. As the first knight of the goddess of light and justice, Dragonia's Archduke and Lionheart's lion-hearted king prepares himself for the coming battle. His hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, he reaffirms his identity as Dragonia's Archduke and Lionheart's lion-hearted king. The Dullahan, a formidable opponent, stands motionless, its dark armor crackling with a vibrant blue aura. With a firm declaration, he sanctions this honorable knight for a challenge. The Dullahan's blue aura flares intensely as the young knight begins his approach. Closing the distance in a blur of motion, he charges directly towards the armored foe. His sword flashes, striking the Dullahan's leg with a sharp impact. The force of the blow sends sparks flying as he continues his relentless assault against the glowing blue armor. His blade, wreathed in brilliant blue energy, connects with the Commander Knight Dullahan's leg, sending a shockwave of power through the armored limb. A focused intensity burns in his eyes as he watches the impact unfold. The blue energy erupts at the point of contact, shattering the air with a violent burst of light and particles. The Dullahan recoils from the force, its massive form momentarily thrown off balance, while he remains steadfast. He pulls his sword back, the lingering blue aura swirling around the blade as he prepares for his next move. The Dullahan's leg armor is visibly cracked, blue energy crackling across the fractured surface, a testament to the power of the blow. The damage is clear, the magical energy still radiating from the impact point. Looking at the wounded foe, he declares, once. The blue energy continues to crackle around the Dullahan's damaged leg, a stark reminder of the protagonist's formidable power. As the Commander Knight Dullahan recoils from the previous blow, the young protagonist stands poised, ready for the next move. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant blue energy erupts from the Dullahan, its magical aura flaring with renewed aggression. It raises its massive sword, preparing a devastating strike, and unleashes a concentrated blast of blue force. But before the attack can fully connect, the young hero counters with blinding speed, striking the Dullahan's already injured leg, causing a violent burst of its own blue energy to erupt from the impact point. From a distance, Hari watches in disbelief, barely able to process the speed of the exchange. Her companions, Sir Gildas and Sir Arin, share her stunned expression as she gasps, wondering how anyone could block such a powerful blow. The young protagonist's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, his expression one of intense focus. He then speaks, his voice calm but critical, remarking that the Dullahan's steps are too light. The air crackles with residual energy as the young master moves with impossible speed, leaving the surrounding knights stunned into silence. Sir Gildas and Sir Arin exchange bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what just transpired, wondering aloud if the blow had even connected. Kim Jinsu turns to Hari, his expression mirroring their confusion, asking if she had witnessed the same impossible feat. Only Hari, with her keen eye, truly grasped the intricate maneuver. He had subtly shifted the sword's weight balance by adjusting the guard, ensuring the blade itself never made contact. His technique was so refined, so precise, that he had even executed a perfect crosscut in the same fluid motion. A feat so audacious, no other warrior would even conceive of attempting it. A hulking, armored figure stands shrouded in darkness, its form emanating a faint, ethereal blue glow. Its gauntlet hand grips a formidable sword, ready for action. Suddenly, a new figure emerges, a man with light brown hair, his own sword drawn and crackling with a vibrant blue energy, a sharp, decisive sound echoing through the space. The armored figure remains still, its lower body visible, awaiting command. The man's voice cuts through the silence, a clear directive to return to position. He looks down, a hint of concern in his expression, acknowledging the overwhelming power of his subordinate. Elsewhere, a vibrant red glow begins to pulse, illuminating the darkness. The intense crimson light continues to expand, a silent testament to a long passage of time, and a forgotten encounter now resurfacing. He was the one who forged new history in the world. And it was likely a trick to avoid a difficult situation, a thought anyone would have had upon hearing the suggestion to dismount. Nonsense. The massive, armored Dullahan stands ready, crackling with blue energy. The Night King watches the imposing figure, noting the straight posture and the bearing of a veteran who has experienced countless battles. A mark that speaks of honor and eminence. He decides, I'll try to take his sword attack. With a surge of blue energy, he draws his own blade, unleashing a blinding, circular strike. His powerful, circular energy strike connects, sending the armored Commander Knight recoiling from the impact. As the blue energy trails dissipate, the Night King stands ready, his sword still humming with power, facing his formidable opponent. This is no ordinary foe. He is the pinnacle of an honorable knight. The Commander Knight, recovering from the blow, challenges him. Will you continue? For the King of Knights must be revered and challenged. Undeterred, the Night King's resolve hardens, knowing he must fight this man countless times to prove his worth. With a blur of motion, the Commander Knight's armored leg sweeps forward, unleashing a fiery blue aura as he attacks properly, the knightly way. Blasts of blue energy erupt from the Commander Knight's assault, forcing the Night King to defend against the relentless onslaught. Even amidst the fierce battle, his conviction remains firm. He will fight without necromancy, solely with his blade against his opponents. He unleashes a devastating surge of energy, shattering the ground around him, which slams into the armored figure of Commander Knight Dullahan, sending a powerful shockwave through the air. Yet, from the impact, a dark, bird-like construct of pure energy erupts, striking the Night King's defensive barrier with explosive force. Both combatants stand amidst the swirling dust and debris, their power radiating. The Night King acknowledges the strength of his opponent, remarking that his sword is growing sharper, then asks if Dullahan has regained memories of his past. A low growl escapes the armored warrior, who declares that the Night King has returned to him the glorious days of the past. He then challenges him, asking if he will continue their fight. Commander Knight Dullahan lets out a guttural sound, his resolve hardening. A dark, chilling energy begins to surge around him, as one of his skeletal minions stands poised for battle. The blue energy around Dullahan's gauntlet intensifies with a powerful crackle, then flares around his helmet, forming a spectral crown of power. He ponders the long years he has spent causing massacres, questioning how long he has fought without honor. Yet, a fierce determination settles over him as he considers ending his miserable journey in this very battle, finding no greater joy than this glorious confrontation. A powerful crash echoes as Commander Knight Dullahan stands, an imposing, armored figure, surrounded by his loyal knights. The Night King, observing the scene, expresses his profound satisfaction, declaring his joy that Dullahan has granted them this honor. Dullahan's helmeted form emanates a fierce inner light, his eyes burning with an intense blue glow, as his knights remain steadfast around him. Bathed in an ethereal radiance, the Night King offers a path to peace, wishing for Dullahan's soul to find rest if he holds onto a good belief. If not, the Night King continues, the goddess herself will guide him to the very end of the garden. He then extends an invitation, wishing for Dullahan, whom he calls a great knight, to join him at the banquet of the gods. As his words resonate, brilliant streaks of golden light begin to descend, intensifying into a blinding cascade that fills the entire space. In the midst of this divine radiance, Dullahan kneels before the Night King, who reaches out a hand, as if to usher in a new era. The divine golden light, radiating from his hand, begins to dissipate, leaving behind only a faint glow on his skin as the overwhelming power settles. His regal face, framed by the crown, emerges from the fading brilliance, a silent declaration echoing through the air. Let glory lie with Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Far above, the vast, open sky stretches endlessly, filled with soft, drifting clouds. Below, a somber gathering stands before a memorial. Hari, Sir Gildas, Sir Arin, Kim Jinsu, and the red-haired critic all present, their faces etched with quiet contemplation in the desolate landscape. She looks on, remarking on the sheer power displayed. Beside her, Sir Gildas stands as a narration reflects on the overwhelming skill that had just been unleashed, a power so immense it defied all understanding. Hari wonders aloud why such a potent ability wasn't used earlier. Sir Gildas's voice is low, contemplating the implications of such an action. The scene shifts to a desolate outdoor memorial, where Hari addresses the Night King, acknowledging his presence. A profound truth echoes. A knight's very existence is defined by honor. This honor, it is said, stems from actions. And those actions, in turn, are born of will, as even the formidable Commander Knight Dullahan received his just deserts as a noble knight. Sir Gildas, ever pragmatic, declares his intention to retrieve his spoils, leaving Hari to react with a bewildered sound. Hari watches as Sir Gildas, ever pragmatic, declares that where there's a battle, there's loot to be found, and that finders are keepers. As they survey the aftermath, a sense of wonder washes over them. Among the debris, a dark, ornate sword lies beside a pulsating, violet orb, radiating an intense magical aura. Hari's eyes widen at the sight, exclaiming at the tremendous mana emanating from the artifact. Sir Gildas confirms her observation, noting that the orb must be the Commander Knight Dullahan's greatsword and cape. The orb continues to glow with an otherworldly light, its purple energy crackling around it. Sir Arin, observing the item, remains silent, contemplating its significance. However, the red-haired critic scoffs, dismissing the powerful artifact as mere garbage that won't sell for much. The discarded greatsword and cape lie on the ground, seemingly worthless in his eyes. A soft exclamation escapes the Night King, his attention drawn by the red-haired man's words. He explains that such items, despite their apparent power, only ever lead to widespread chaos. The Night King listens intently, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. A deep sigh escapes, echoing through the quiet, modern interior. Hari pushes a serving cart, her expression weary. It has only been 4 days since Leon's return to Earth. Yet so much has already transpired, leaving her utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, a small problem has arisen concerning taxes, prompting the red-haired critic to question how anyone could demand taxes from a god, only to be told that donations would suffice. Hari, however, dismisses the financial discussions, stating it's not her concern, especially with Leon causing trouble and the people forgetting their tax obligations. The conversation shifts to the new followers gained for spreading divine power, with the red-haired critic asking how the tithe should be paid. A simple affirmation is given, followed by the staggering demand of 19 trillion, representing 90% of their yield as tithe. He scoffs, finding the idea of such generosity amusing, a wry smile playing on his lips. The red-haired critic, however, finds both the taxes and tithes excessive, while Kim Jin-soo clarifies that 90% of the total yield would be taken. The Night King, addressing the red-haired critic as Sir Giles, questions why a follower of God Demara would worry about money, but Hari quickly interjects, reminding them that welfare and labor costs would come directly from her pocket. Kim Jin-soo then brings up the matter of unpolished rice, explaining it was an approved appraisal, which Hari receives with a confused, huh? Kim Jin-soo continues, detailing that every 80 kilograms of rice is valued at 130 million won, a figure that elicits a simple from the red-haired critic, before Kim Jin-soo adds that the biggest problem was Leon's residence. Hari, stunned, questions the exorbitant price for a mere bag of rice. The Night King, however, declares his unwavering faith, then demands to know how they could bewilder him and take his money in return. The red-haired critic, exasperated, shouts about being in the midst of a battlefield, demanding how he could be given a place without a single piece of artwork. The Night King simply chuckles, as the red-haired critic's rage-fueled demand for expensive, always on standby artwork that he could admire at any given time is revealed. Hari, looking stressed, speaks into her phone, having spent until 2 in the morning searching for 5-star hotels just to rent a suite room. Meanwhile, the Night King, sprawled on the floor, begs for sleep, having been forced to grovel for forgiveness. Hari peeks into a room, observing the situation, where the only compromise made was a painting or a ceramic piece on display. That brings the story to the present moment. Stepping fully into the room, Hari addresses the Night King, introducing herself as Han Hari. She asks if he is feeling well, to which he simply replies, yes. Hari then informs him that it is time for his breakfast, as he sits at the table. He responds with a soft and asks if she has eaten, to which she replies, and not yet. Hari suggests he should eat when he can, and he agrees, acknowledging her words. A sumptuous feast, laden with various dishes, sits untouched on a grand table. As she peeks around the doorframe, a soft gulp escaping her lips. The Night King, seated at the table, offers a quiet invitation, have a seat. Flustered by the unexpected formality, she stammers, why, Your Majesty? Her eyes, however, are drawn to the untouched banquet, a hopeful thought crossing her mind. Is he gonna share the meal with me? A soft, almost embarrassed chuckle escapes him, his hand still idly holding a glass. Her expression shifts to one of stern inquiry, demanding, what are you doing? He turns slightly, a hint of apology in his voice as he asks, sorry? He clarifies, I asked what are you doing instead of eating. These sides are easy to eat. She looks up at him, a question mark hanging in the air as she processes his words, then quickly apologizes for interrupting him. Hari thinks to herself that she had expected him to eat, but the Night King simply states that he told her to take care of herself. The city outside stretches into the distance, a vibrant tapestry of modern architecture. Towering skyscrapers pierce the clear blue sky, reflecting the sunlight. As the Hunter Association decides to provide support, the Night King assures her that while it won't be as good as before, they will make sure she is comfortable. He sits behind the wheel, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, a picture of calm resolve. Turning to her, he reiterates his earlier sentiment, telling her once more to take care of herself. Hari, looking forward, acknowledges his words, but internally wonders if he truly understands the depth of her concern for His Majesty. Hari announces their arrival, addressing the Night King respectfully. As the car door opens, the Night King and the young boy step out, greeted by the imposing structure of the Hunter Association. Hari observes the building, noting its name. She continues, mentioning the convenient helicopter pad located at its summit. Standing beside the Night King and the child, Hari takes in the full view of the impressive structure. His gaze falls upon some peculiar snow sculptures outside, prompting a surprised exclamation from the Night King. Inside the building, the spacious, sunlit interior of an office awaits. Suddenly, a man rushes forward, enthusiastically greeting Hari by her full title, much to her visible shock. Her mind races, realizing this public acknowledgement was meant to be a secret. She stares at the man before her, a flicker of confusion and wariness crossing her features as she questions his identity. With a knowing smile, the man responds, finding their encounter quite the coincidence. He then introduces himself as Jang Jonchan, the head of Dujung's Food of the Future from the powerful Dujung Group. Hari and the Night King exchange a glance, realizing the significance of his affiliation, as the Dujung Group is one of the nation's top 3 conglomerates, making it highly unusual for their director to be awaiting them. Jonchan lets out a soft sound of recognition. Before addressing Hari directly, referring to her as the famous survivor. Hari's eyes widen in shock, the implication clear. He already knew they were coming. Jianshan extends a hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips, while the Night King watches him with a growing sense of unease. The Night King's gaze sharpens, a single word escaping his thoughts. Merchant. Jianshan's gaze is intense, his question hanging in the air. Does she want a handshake? The Duyung Group, one of the nation's top 3 conglomerates, had provided this entire building for Hari's use for a full year. As she processes the implications, Hari simply hums an acknowledgement, hearing that the association would cover the rent, leaving her with no financial worries. The offer continues, extending to room service and cleaning maids, all available for her to utilize. A wave of relief washes over her, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Despite the generous offer, the information regarding the survivor's top-secret status remained a concern, especially with Director Park Jianshan's true intentions still unknown. It was a profound relief for Han Hari that Leon had chosen to ignore Director Park Jianshan's overtures. Standing by the window, the Night King questions why Jianshan would have come to see her, knowing that there could only be one thing he truly desired. He continues, explaining that the individual was likely pursuing profit. Hari's eyes widen in realization, the image of golden rice fields flashing in her mind, as she exclaims, "The rice." She elaborates, because of the blessed rice in the Honam Plains. A flashback shows Jianshan in a field, suggesting that due to the urgency of the situation, the management of information didn't go as planned. An unnamed streamer, capturing the scene on his phone, recorded the entire situation. Hari's expression shifts to disbelief and annoyance, as she asks, "Huh?" He uploaded it again. Her phone screen displays a post about blessed rice by farmer Mr. Park, making her wonder if it was him. The phone screen shows the post in more detail, with a download option clearly visible. Hari clenches her teeth, a frustrated "damn it" escaping her lips. Head manager Kim Jin-soo, reviewing information on his tablet, expresses his frustration, wondering how such an arrogant little savage could have done this. Jang Jianshan confirms his suspicion, stating that the individual in question is indeed the one they're discussing, and that the association had requested the video's deletion, but it was re-uploaded. Kim Jin-soo's brow furrows in concern, as he questions if there's a problem with the re-upload. Jang Jianshan explains that the re-uploader, farmer Mr. Park, is someone they need to keep an eye on, as he's known for his stubbornness and for always doing things his own way. It's as if a dying dog has suddenly recovered, gaining new life and attention. Jang Jianshan continues, detailing how people with a strong sense of justice, or those who simply enjoy causing trouble, are now re-uploading the video, creating all sorts of rumors and theories about the blessed rice after it was eaten. Kim Jin-soo acknowledges that they haven't received any data regarding human testing, but the effects of the blessed rice are already becoming apparent in the public sphere. With a thoughtful gesture, Kim Jin-soo responds, indicating his understanding of the complex situation. Jang Jianshan concludes, noting that if it were just the red-haired critic or farmer Mr. Park alone, it would be manageable, but with the involvement of the head of Dujung's Food of the Future, the situation has become far more complicated. As the conversation continues, a voice insists, "Director, we must get our hands on it. The power of that rice is limitless." Jang Jianshan, listening intently, simply replies, "I'm aware." Kim Jin-soo, however, is already lost in thought, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he considers, "I'll have to meet him again." Ugh. His hand clenches, a faint golden glow emanating from his palm as his anger boils over. He dares to look down on us? A menacing grin spreads across his face, his form outlined by a fiery aura as he dismisses the man's motivations. He thinks all this is because of that rice. His fist tightens further, the raw power within him barely contained as he vows, "You've messed with the wrong enemy, you garbage survivor." His contempt for such individuals is palpable. He's just like the other survivors. A chilling, wide smile stretches across his face as he considers the arrogance of those who believe, those bastards who think that the world they were born into is the best one. His eyes glow with a sinister purple light, his resolve hardening as he declares, "I'll overpower you with pure shock." His hand, still faintly glowing with a purple aura, grips his phone as a single, cutting word escapes his lips. Having returned to Earth, Leon had set 3 monumental goals for himself. His first objective was to spread faith in divinity. Though many gods and their followers existed on Earth, the crucial element of divine power itself was conspicuously absent. A true god was meant to protect and bless the world, yet humanity was instead being sacrificed and corrupted. Therefore, to become a new god, one needed more people to believe in them, as divine power was intrinsically linked to faith. His second goal was to reform the Knights Templar, an organization of hunters wielding divine power that currently did not exist in this world. In the past, the King of the Lion Heart, guardian of the Holy Seal, was revered as a god, and his Knights Templar were considered saints. These were the Knights of the Gods, empowered by divine might. The Knights Templar, divine warriors of old, were once humanity's shield, bringing terror to evil itself. And through their unwavering faith, they recovered divine power, using it to massacre all evil thriving on the land. Their purpose was clear, to protect humanity and maintain balance. Lastly, in order to massacre all evil thriving on this land, recover divine power, and raise the Knights Templar, there is a need to spread faith and maintain balance among the gods of the pantheon to raise the Knights Templar. It may be expecting too much to wish for the Knights Templar in a place like this. He muses, reflecting on the current state of the world. Holding a glass of wine, he concludes, I just have to fulfill my duties. His gaze sharpens with resolve as he considers his path forward, when a soft voice calls out, Your Majesty. Hari peeks through the doorway, her expression apologetic as she begins. I'm deeply sorry for interrupting you while you're eating. There's someone who's requested to meet you. Hari peeks through a doorway, her voice a soft apology as she addresses the Night King, explaining that she is deeply sorry for interrupting him while he is eating. Moments later, she observes 3 men in dark suits, who stand by a large window, their backs to her, while she waits patiently for them to turn. As they finally face the Night King, one of the men steps forward, offering a formal greeting, thanking him for the meeting. Hari stands respectfully behind them, her presence a quiet counterpoint to the men's formal attire. The man who spoke, with light brown hair, regards the Night King with a thoughtful expression, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. His eyes narrow slightly, reflecting his inner contemplation. He wonders aloud if this young man is truly the legendary Night King, noting his youthful appearance, and then muses on the broken sword, acknowledging that he truly possesses it. The 3 men then present a large, wrapped object to the Night King, who reaches out a hand to receive it. The man in the suit extends a small, wrapped package, urging the Night King to accept it. He then reveals a much larger, metallic, wrapped item, promising a surprise. Meanwhile, the red-haired critic internally scoffs, believing the item to be a luxurious trap, one the Night King won't be able to resist once he tries it. The Night King's eyes narrow, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from him, as he declares his intention to make them beg for his management. Blue energy intensifies around his hand, as he acknowledges their effort. He reaches out to take the offering, stating his acceptance. The critic's internal thoughts seethe, bewildered by the Night King's arrogant demeanor, as if he's doing them a favor by accepting. Unaware of the internal turmoil, the man presenting the gift encourages him to open it, confident he will like it. From a distance, Hari gasps, realizing the Night King is beginning to use his power again, and quickly instructs him to open the package. A soft rustle of movement precedes Hari's voice, as she peeks cautiously from behind a door, apologizing for interrupting the Night King. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhongshan's hand glides over the sleek, metallic surface of the mysterious gift, a soft click echoing through the room. The object begins to transform, its panels sliding open with a brilliant, shimmering glow, revealing its hidden contents. Hari steps fully into the room, her gaze fixed on the unfolding spectacle, a mixture of awe and curiosity on her face. Her eyes widen in disbelief as the full display comes into view, the Night King also observing the magnificent reveal. Zhang Zhongshan, with a confident smile, proudly declares that these are the most elite weapons, the pride of his group. The metallic container has fully opened, transforming into an elegant display rack showcasing a variety of formidable armaments, each one gleaming with deadly potential. Hari gasps at the sight, barely able to articulate her astonishment, while Zhang Zhongshan confirms their exceptional quality, assuring them that these are indeed the cream of the crop. He then extends an invitation to the Night King, stating that he will be working with Master from now on, and these weapons will be of great help. He looks down at the array of elite weapons, a question in his voice, wondering if they are truly meant for him, these top-grade armaments that money alone cannot buy. Hari, meanwhile, can barely contain her astonishment, muttering that they are the rarest items she has ever encountered in her life, even as a seasoned hoarder. The Night King, however, remains unimpressed, his gaze thoughtful as he asks who would even use such weapons. Then, with a dismissive tone that sends a jolt of shock through Zhang Zhongshan and Hari, he labels them low rank. Zhang Zhongshan, utterly bewildered by the comment, demands an explanation for what he means by low rank. The Night King clarifies his stance, explaining that he cannot use weapons when his enemies don't even possess them. Zhang Zhongshan's confusion deepens, questioning if he only fights weapons with weapons, utterly baffled by the logic. His despair grows as he wonders if the Night King expects him to fight monsters unarmed in the rain, and then simply pray to them. Finally, utterly exasperated, Zhang Zhongshan declares the Night King an unbelievable merchant, his face a mask of defeat. The Night King, unfazed by the previous exchange, explains that while merchants are useful for acquiring goods, he prefers to obtain his own weapons. He then adds that the blade he holds is only good for chickens and cows, but he'll try it out anyway. A brilliant blue aura emanates from the sword as he draws it, leaving Zhang Zhongshan utterly bewildered by the sight of the ancient weapon. The Night King stands before them, the glowing sword held casually in his hand, while Zhang Zhongshan's face contorts in disbelief, wondering if this is truly all the Night King possesses, and if he really intends to fight savage enemies with such a weapon. With a confident smirk, the Night King challenges them, inviting them to witness what his sword can truly accomplish. Suddenly, a voice calls out, addressing Assistant Manager Han Harinim, who responds with a hesitant yes. Hari and Kim Jin-soo stand together, both looking towards the source of the voice, their expressions a mix of surprise and apprehension. Hari peeks around the corner, her voice laced with surprise as she addresses the Night King, apologizing for the interruption. Her eyes widen, taking in the scene before her, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. She gazes intently at the Night King, a flicker of curiosity in her expression. The Night King's ancient sword, with its intricate hilt and glowing blue blade, is presented before her. This is the very weapon she has admired for years, a legendary artifact now within her grasp. As she takes hold of the Night King's sword, its blue aura shimmering, Hari realizes this is a true jackpot. A surge of power courses through her, making her exclaim, feeling confident enough to take on 10 opponents at once. Meanwhile, Jang Jonchan and Kim Jinsu watch her reaction, their faces contorted in disbelief and frustration, Jonchan muttering about the bastard Night King and questioning Hari's sudden confidence. Still holding the glowing sword, Hari's expression shifts to one of eager anticipation, ready to see what this power truly entails. Hari grips the ancient blade, a surge of power coursing through her. The Night King watches, a subtle smile playing on his lips, as she focuses her will. With fierce resolve, she unleashes the sword's latent energy, a fiery aura erupting around her. A concentrated blast of golden light shoots forth, tearing through the air with immense force. Her eyes now glow a fierce crimson, reflecting the raw power she commands. The attack culminates in a violent impact, shattering its unseen target with a sharp crack. Behind her, Jang Jonchan and Kim Jinsu recoil in utter disbelief, while Hari stands firm, a determined expression on her face. The aftermath reveals a deep gouge in the distant wall, a testament to the sword's devastating might. Hari, having demonstrated the sword's immense power, carefully hands the ancient weapon back to the Night King. He examines it closely, a critical assessment forming on his face, concluding that its true potential is far greater than he initially believed, making its previous underestimation a significant oversight. Later, in a tense meeting, he cuts straight to the point, declaring that he will shorten the proceedings and demanding their full attention for the next 3 minutes. Jang Jonchan, visibly taken aback by the sudden shift in tone, can only manage a stammered response. The Night King then reveals his shocking discovery, questioning if the legendary Dawn Broke is indeed the Duyung Group's strongest weapon. Zhang Chan's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a stunned denial at the implication. As the clock ticks ominously, the Night King prepares to make his final, audacious demand. Addressing the assembled executives, he calmly states his desire for the patent rights over what he now calls the Holy Sword. Zhang Chan's face contorts in utter shock, unable to comprehend the audacity of the request. Jang Jonchan stands before a seated figure, listening as the man assures him they will pay for it, of course. He considers the immense value of the item, knowing it's rumored to be worth 150 billion won. But he knows its true worth is far greater, for rice grains capable of curing cancer could never be valued so cheaply. He muses on the Night King's stubbornness, knowing he would never sign a contract granting the Duyung Group a monopoly, then asks, with a hint of disbelief, if they truly intend to buy the rice with mere money. A triumphant smile spreads across his face, believing he has cornered them. He confirms his earlier thought, reiterating that the Night King would never agree to a monopoly, and then, with a sudden shift in tone, begins to suggest a higher price. As he attempts to raise the price, an internal voice dismisses him as an imbecile merchant. The scene shifts, a blue glow emanating from a misty forest. As the powerful, glowing eyes of a lion emerge from the darkness, its aura pulsing with raw energy. His eyes now glowing with an intense blue light, the Night King stands enveloped in a fierce, orange-yellow aura, a subtle lion's head forming behind him as he challenges, "You dare insult divinity?" A cold, unwavering judgment echoes, stating that the man has only himself to blame for what he wanted. 3 other men, dressed in suits, watch the scene unfold with expressions of concern and apprehension. Jang Jonchan, overwhelmed by an unseen force, can only manage a choked sound of confusion and disbelief. His terror intensifying, a guttural cry escapes him as the pressure mounts. The sheer, overwhelming force makes him feel as though death itself is imminent, a roaring lion of power consuming his senses. A dismissive voice cuts through the fear, simply calling him a fool. The Night King calmly explains that Jang Jonchan had merely compressed his mana, implying the true power was far greater. Still reeling from the experience, Jang Jonchan can only stammer incoherently, unable to process the revelation. Still kneeling before him, Jang Jonchan desperately pleads, unable to comprehend his transgression. The Night King, however, simply stares down at him, asking how little he thinks of his presence, as Jang Jonchan lets out a choked gasp. Meanwhile, in a different time, a vast field stretches under the sun, where the crops themselves are said to be born from the blessings of the goddess Deinara. This divine favor was bestowed upon the diligent farmers who tirelessly worked the land. A young Leon, standing amidst the bounty, declares that such a blessing is not something that can be simply bought with money. Instead, a grateful heart and unwavering faith are the true currency required for such a payment. He then turns to Sir Gildas, who questions if Leon means those who no longer care after receiving the goddess's blessing, before Leon sternly states he will ask him directly. Bowing deeply, Sir Gildas asks why Leon wishes to withdraw from a goddess he has served for so long. The knight awaits his answer. A lingering question hangs in the air, a quiet uncertainty after the recent judgment. Standing by a towering window overlooking the city, the Night King reflects on his decision, wondering if it was truly acceptable to simply let him go. He dismisses the thought, reminding himself that the man is now merely a hunter, unworthy of the title of duke, and certainly not worth his continued attention. Later, seated at a table, the Night King shifts his focus, asking if what he requested is ready. His associate, Hari, responds cautiously, informing him that the association had called. With a slight smile, she then poses a bold question, asking if he intends to take the throne, noting it would simplify matters. The Night King's expression hardens, demanding to know what absurdity she speaks of. His gaze sharpens as he clarifies, asking if she truly expects him to seize the king's throne. Hari's face contorts in shock, her eyes wide with surprise at his intense reaction. Hari, still processing the Night King's earlier intensity, hears him ask why she wants to go. She explains her intention to find new soldiers, only for him to declare that he will personally test them. She hesitates, finding his decision rather difficult to accept. A small, pained smile crosses her face, tears welling in her eyes. The scene shifts to a towering modern skyscraper, its glass facade reflecting the bright sky. Outside the building, Kim Jin-soo looks up, surprised to see someone else present. He greets the Night King, addressing him as team manager Kim Doyen. A man with a confident smile, identified as the B-rank unaffiliated hunter Gu Daesung, approaches. Kim Jin-soo and Gu Daesung stand together, their attention now fixed on the Night King. He surveys the grand, modern interior of the building, a quiet HM escaping his lips. Turning to his companion, Kim Jin-soo remarks, "You sure work hard." He then glances towards the distant structure, asking, "How is it looking this year? Are you guys going to be able to get one?" Gu Daesung meets his gaze as Kim Jin-soo extends an offer. "Why don't you join my team?" A small, self-deprecating laugh escapes Daesung as he holds a cup, reflecting, "Even those who aren't talented attain a C rank, but I've been B ranked for 10 years. Kim Jin-soo smiles reassuringly. "You're dedicated and good at your job. I bet you'll become an ace real fast." "Well, people call it hard labor, but being in the mining teams isn't too bad." Standing beside him, Gu Daesung acknowledges, "That's true. I've worked for 10 years. His expression hardening with resolve, "But I want to make more money. Just a bit more." He thinks to himself, the weight of his responsibilities clear. It's hard to even pay off interest if it weren't for the pay I receive from dungeon raids. Considering my family, I can't give up. He knew he needed to rise to at least a C rank to stop being a burden, a thought that echoed his deep resolve, when suddenly, a voice cut through the quiet, observing, there's a foreigner." The speaker, a man with sharp features, exchanged a glance with his gray-haired companion, who simply offered a questioning sound. "Do you think he's European?" The sharp-faced man wondered aloud, his companion suggesting, "Some foreigner laborer, perhaps." "But he's white," the first man countered, then added, "I assume overseas countries in the West." As the subject of their discussion, Leon, continued to walk, a faint, almost regal glow seemed to emanate from him, prompting the sharp-faced man to conclude, "He looks like a royal though." Unaware of the scrutiny, Leon maintained his steady pace, until the sharp-faced man decided to directly address him, calling out, "Hey, young man." Having caught up, the man continued, "How are you?" Leon paused, turning slightly, his presence intensifying with a subtle, powerful aura, and asked, "Who do you think you're talking to, peasant?" A sudden, inexplicable pressure washes over the critic, leaving him utterly bewildered by the young man's strange mannerisms. As the Night King turns to leave, the group of observers watches him go, but the critic finds himself increasingly distressed by an unseen force. The Night King merely glances back, a silent question in his eyes. One of the other men attempts to interject, asking what is happening. But the critic is already consumed by the overwhelming aura, his eyes glowing with terror as he struggles to comprehend the situation. He collapses to the ground, gasping for air, feeling an immense weight pressing him down. The Night King's power radiates outward, a magnificent and terrifying force that leaves the critic utterly awestruck. A female assistant, her voice crisp and professional, announces the arrival of Gu Daesung. She then directs them to interview room number 2, receiving a quick, affirmative response. Handing a document to Jang Jonchan, the assistant stands before him and Gu Daesung, who listens intently. Jonchan simply hums in acknowledgement, his expression unreadable. He then dismisses the assistant, muttering about the burden of having to shoulder everything. In the hallway, Jang Jonchan, Gu Daesung, and the red-haired critic stand before a door, Jonchan's thoughts turning to the inherent unfairness of the system. He reflects on how the only people who come for these tests are low-rank hunters or those newly awakened, a truly abject situation. Still, he acknowledges that some things simply cannot be helped from the beginning. The group stands before a door, prominently marked with the number 9. Within a grand chamber, a blonde-haired man stands before a painting, while a golden, intricate device rests nearby. As others gather, Jang Jonchan addresses him, hesitantly confirming his identity. "Number 77 Leon Dragonia Lionheartshi?" The blonde man responds with an imperious command, demanding to be addressed as Your Majesty, a declaration that visibly startles his interlocutor. Zhang Zhongshan's face contorts in a mix of surprise and deference, acknowledging the title. Regaining his composure, Zhang Zhongshan then instructs him to place his hand on the measuring device for the upcoming test. The golden sphere gleams as Leon approaches it. His gaze remains steady, a hint of quiet confidence in his eyes. After a moment, he glances at a nearby tablet, a simple HM escaping his lips as he processes the results. Zhang Zhongshan glares, his expression tightening with disdain as he dismisses the very idea of Leon's participation. He demands to know how a mere commoner dares to challenge the honor of a knight. The red-haired critic, equally incensed, agrees that the test should be halted, asserting that no mere human could measure a knight's true greatness, especially not the pride of a lion knight. Zhongshan, still agitated, insists that only honorable knights of the lion possess the right to gauge such power. Then, catching himself, he asks Leon why he is even present. Leon, unfazed by their outrage, calmly explains that he came seeking useful soldiers, but finds even the judges here to be abysmal. Both Zhongshan and the red-haired critic recoil in shock, stunned by Leon's blatant declaration of headhunting. As the vast testing hall stands empty, Zhongshan laments that there's no one left to test, while Leon inquires about the next stage, prompting a nervous official to mention a test at the gate. Zhongshan, now with a forced smile, suggests that Leon use a convenient mode of transport to reach the gate, eager to see him gone. Leon, however, clarifies his intention, asking if they mean for him to participate in the test himself. Not everyone feels they can do anything, and there are some who suffer permanent disabilities when they pass through the gates. This is the infamous Soul Gate. Gates that have already been cleared are usually closed, but a few are left open for situations like this. As Leon and Gu Daesung approach, Leon considers that this Soul Gate is an example of such a situation, and to get a better result, he needs to do better here. Stepping inside, Gu Daesung remarks on the interior, noting how it looks from within. As they walk deeper, Leon casually tells someone to turn off their phone, as two other hunters follow behind them. Gu Daesung glances back at the two new hunters, observing them with a critical eye. Meanwhile, Leon takes a deep breath, commenting on how nice the air feels inside the gate. He leads the small group deeper into the gate, while behind him, one of the new companions observes the others, noting an old man over 60. And another figure, the foreign laborer he'd seen earlier at the gate. Considering this man is here for training, he must be a newbie too. Gu Daesung muses, realizing that besides the old man, everyone else is new to this. Leon, meanwhile, wonders if this will all be over soon. In a vast, open field, a small group of individuals gathers, preparing to introduce themselves and assess their positions. A man with spiky black hair steps forward, identifying himself as Gu Daesung, a hunter and warrior with 10 years of experience, specializing as a healer. Next, a man with neat, light brown hair introduces himself as Shun Taehun, a mage and spearman, while gesturing to the woman beside him, his younger sister, Shin Nayun. Zhang Zhongshan, observing the introductions, recognizes Shun Taehun, recalling his recent appearance in the news, and inquires about his guild affiliations. His eyes widen in disbelief, his expression shifting to utter shock as he processes the information. He looks down at the group, a dismissive thought forming in his mind as he labels them absolute newbies. Turning to an elderly man, he simply acknowledges his presence with a quiet ah. He had awakened, and now he was responding. Gu Daesung, however, had a different philosophy, stating that one cannot use a sword made for slaying dragons to kill chickens. He then offered a weapon, telling him to be careful, while Zhang Zhongshan, observing the blonde man, questioned if the foreign laborer could even speak Korean. The blonde man remained silent, contemplating the situation. Finally, he responded, stating that he did not fight, and offered a simple apology. Indeed, one cannot use a sword made for slaying dragons to kill chickens. Gu Daesung's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected response. A voice from the group wondered where he had learned to speak Korean. The group finds themselves amidst a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the canopy. A voice announces the terms of their challenge, informing them that for this test, they simply need to hunt 50 kobolds. Zhang Zhongshan, ever the strategist, observes a holographic map, muttering about dangerous racks that sometimes appear and the regret of ignoring them. Gu Daesung, still concerned about the Night King's lack of equipment, tries to offer him a weapon, urging him not to be so kind and to focus on showing off his skills. Zhang Zhongshan, however, eyes the Night King with a skeptical gaze, questioning the nature of this test and whether such creatures truly exist. He then turns to the Night King directly, exclaiming in surprise that he didn't bring a weapon at all. The Night King, holding a bow, calmly offers it to Shin Nayun, stating that he doesn't need it anyway. His nonchalant attitude makes him remark that her concern makes him feel like the bad guy. As the Night King casually offers his bow, a voice protests, warning him that he cannot go back on his decision once he has given it away. Another voice, likely Zhang Zhongshan, adds that a knight without a long-range weapon is seen as cowardly. Suddenly, the Night King cries out in surprise as his bow is snatched away, demanding to know what is happening. He stares, bewildered, as a concerned voice states that at this rate, the test will surely end in failure. The Night King's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on something unseen. As the group gathers, one of them suggests they should all go to the location together. The Night King smiles, acknowledging their greater experience, and assures them that he is fine either way. Zhang Zhongshan, looking troubled, recalls a disgusting settlement at the end of the terrain and speculates there will be many more such dangers. Shen Taehun reacts with a soft exclamation as the implications of the situation become clear. Zhang Zhongshan explains that the test isn't just about clearing a few monster wrecks, it's about navigating a settlement, which is far more challenging. He continues, detailing how they'll have to live in caves, and Shen Taehun looks on, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Zhongshan then adds that from those caves, they can easily eliminate the cave goblins. A sigh escapes Shen Taehun, acknowledging the grim reality, as he recognizes the words of an experienced veteran. Zhongshan, however, dismisses his own experience, stating it's nothing to be proud of. Shen Taehun's expression darkened slightly, his thoughts turning to the implications of such a test. He voices his concern, admitting he needs to be careful, as the test is proving to be far more dangerous than anticipated. Suddenly, his eyes widen, and he shouts a warning about something directly in front of them. He identifies the threat with a desperate cry of Kabolda, before calling out to someone named Shen Taehun. A massive, dark claw descends from above, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. The monstrous figure, a blur of dark energy, continues its aggressive, sweeping assault. Its powerful blow connects with a jarring impact, sending shockwaves through the immediate vicinity. Shen Taehun is violently thrown backward by the sheer force, his body tumbling amidst the debris. Before the monster can follow up, Night King swiftly intervenes, blocking an incoming attack with his sword and shouting for Taehun to use his shield. The reverberating force of the monster's attack echoes through the space, a testament to its raw power. From the shadows, a new threat emerges, a ferocious, dog-like monster with glowing red eyes, letting out a guttural roar. It unleashes a powerful, energy-infused roar, a wave of blue energy erupting from its maw. Night King charges forward, a dark aura swirling around him, striking the beast with his sword and dismissing its ferocity as mere stupidity. From behind, Shen Taehun's voice cuts through the chaos, reminding them that a straight-line attack is easy to block. He then shouts a more urgent warning, pointing out the projectile directly in front of them. Night King reacts instantly, twisting his body mid-air with a surprised grunt as he narrowly avoids the unseen strike. He lands hard, the impact of the monster's missed attack tearing a crater into the ground behind him, revealing the ferocious dog-like creature. Night King stares in shock at the beast, which lets out a guttural shriek. Ignoring the shock, he raises his staff to meet the threat, while Taehun's voice echoes, warning him not to drop his guard, for these creatures, though seemingly weak, are incredibly fast. But the monster is quicker, its fangs sinking into his arm with a savage snarl. The force of the bite sends him sprawling to the ground, the creature relentlessly pressing its attack. Its glowing red eyes fixate on him, a predatory snarl twisting its muzzle. The ferocious dog-like monster, its form dissolving into shimmering particles, finally collapses, defeated. Surveying the aftermath, Shen Taehun calls out, "There are only a few left. Let's keep going." Later, amidst the quiet of the forest, a voice echoes, "Good work, everyone." The group of hunters gathers, their faces reflecting the weariness of battle, but also the satisfaction of a successful hunt. Night King approaches Shen Taehun, admitting, "But Chief, I made a mistake." Shen Taehun simply replies, "It's okay. It's not your first time." Nearby, other hunters discuss their own kills, one noting, "Nei Sunnim killed 2-2, while another adds, "And no one can compare to you, Gramps." Shen Taehun offers a general commendation, "Good job, everyone." Night King, still reflecting, affirms, "I can do it." Shen Taehun observes the young man, a slight smile playing on his lips, thinking, "I was anxious at first, but this isn't a bad thing." The forest stands silent once more, except for one person. A low growl escapes him, a sound of deep contemplation. As the group gathers, Night King turns to Shen Taehun, questioning why he remained inactive during their recent battle, to which Shen Taehun simply responds, "Right?" Night King presses further, a slight smile playing on his lips, asking if it's acceptable to hide from monsters, then adds, "I'll take it into account when we're dividing, so don't worry." Shen Taehun chuckles in response. The rest of the hunting party stands by, observing the exchange. With their brief discussion concluded, the group prepares to venture deeper, moving further inside the mysterious dungeon. They continue their trek through the dense foliage, knowing they will reach the cave entrance soon. Finally, Shen Taehun spots their destination, exclaiming, "Humph, it's there." The entrance looms before them, a true cave indeed. As they stand at the threshold, Shen Taehun suggests, "Then let's set a fire as I said earlier." The cave floor is covered in a thick layer of dry straw and hay, hinting at a den or a nesting place. Further within the cavern, Shen Taehun kneels, examining the ground, while Night King stands over him, a quiet tension settling between them. A soft scoff escapes Night King's lips, his expression unreadable. He then challenges Shen Taehun, asking if that was truly the best he could do against the monsters they just faced, leaving the other man to question his meaning. Night King's gaze intensifies as he reiterates his question, demanding a clear answer. In his mind, Night King considers Shun Taehyun's capabilities, recalling his presence alongside Hari, his own form now appearing in a sharp suit. He mentally lists Shun Taehyun's positive traits, acknowledging the proof based on his inferences, a subtle nod of approval passing through his thoughts as Kim Jinsu also appears in this mental landscape. Back in the cave, Night King's eye glows with a faint, golden light, a clear sign of his unique ability at work. Shun Taehyun, now standing, looks down with a frustrated expression, muttering his annoyance at Night King's inference about his age. Deep within the cavern, a small fire crackles, its warmth a stark contrast to the chilling air. As the flames dance, a voice cuts through the silence, commanding everyone to maintain their formation, a directive met with a swift affirmation. Without hesitation, he steps forward, declaring his intent to take the front, his companions Shun Taehyun, Kim Jinsu, and Night King falling into position behind him. A grimace tightens his features, his expression hardening with resolve as the sounds of approaching danger grow louder. Then, from the shadows, a horde of armored monsters bursts forth, charging with terrifying speed. One massive beast lunges ahead, its guttural cry echoing through the cavern as it closes the distance. But Shun Taehyun's eyes flash with a fierce glow, and he barks a single, decisive command, now. His hand moves like lightning, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to meet the onslaught. A sharp impact follows, and one of the charging monsters recoils with a surprised cry, its momentum broken. He plunges his glowing blade into the monstrous foe, a powerful impact echoing through the cavern. As the entire group charges forward, a unified front against the encroaching horde. Amidst the chaos, Night King confirms his suspicions, declaring, I knew it. My method isn't wrong. Meanwhile, Shun Taehyun leaps into the fray, his glowing sword a blur, thinking, great. Let's say Big Brother isn't just like this. Delivering another devastating blow that sends a monster reeling back with a shriek. Night King, eyes faintly glowing, resolves to exploit any weakness. If he's got a weak spot, I'll find it, and pull a few teeth out in the process. Suddenly, a deep, guttural rumble emanates from the ground, as dark, swirling energy begins to erupt. Night King's eyes widen in shock, the blue glow intensifying as he registers the new threat. The ominous growl from the emerging darkness fills the cavern, a chilling sound that promises further danger. The ominous energy coalesces, revealing a monstrous form, prompting a voice to exclaim. A Null Captain, a massive, dark-armored beast, wreathed in crackling purple and pink energy, fully manifests from the ground. Its menacing head, with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, confirms the terrifying truth. No, the Null Captain is the boss of this Seoul Station Gate. The sheer scale of its armored body radiates immense power, and the realization dawns that its rank is above C. The monster stands tall, its form still crackling with the vibrant, dark energy. As Night King stares in disbelief, his face etched with concern, wondering, why did it have to appear now? A monstrous, dog-like creature snarls, its eyes glowing with malevolent purple energy. From the darkness, a heavily scaled, clawed arm emerges, a clear sign of the formidable foe they now face. Gu Daesung cries out in alarm, his face contorted in shock as Shin Naeun watches with grave concern. Shin Taehyun, however, stands firm, shielding an injured comrade from the monstrous assault, another ally fighting by his side. He calls out, his voice resolute, assuring them that Naeun and Grandpa are handling the kobolds elsewhere in the cave. Taehyun unleashes a powerful blue energy attack, striking the monster as Naeun prepares her own offensive from the rear. Daesung and Taehyun surge forward, the latter still radiating a potent blue aura as they press their assault. Daesung knows that an inexperienced D-rank fighting a Gaul captain is nothing short of suicide. He stands firm against the monstrous foe, declaring that he is not so weak as to fall to a mere Gaul. Yet, a pained gasp escapes Shun Taehyun, blue energy flaring around him as he recoils from an unseen impact. The monster, a Gaul captain, moves with surprising grace, its movements as precise and skilled as a true knight. It lets out a guttural roar, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. Sir Gildas is then violently thrown backward, impacting the cavern wall with a shower of debris. Shun Taehyun cries out in agony, the blue energy around him intensifying as he struggles. From a distance, Gu Daesung calls out to him, urging him to regain his composure. He worries that Shun Taehyun is too intimidated to fight effectively against such a formidable foe. But despite his pain, Shun Taehyun launches himself forward, attacking the Gaul captain to protect his fallen comrade. He clenches his jaw, his purple glowing blade held ready. But the monstrous Gaul captain is too fast, slamming him to the ground with a brutal strike. Taehyun, Gu Daesung cries out, his voice laced with panic. Lying defeated, he curses under his breath. Sir Gildas, watching the unfolding disaster, berates himself, wondering why the young man can't handle the situation, then immediately correcting himself, knowing he's the one who put him in this mess. The Gaul captain looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent energy, and it becomes clear the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Still on the ground, he grits his teeth, a fierce "damn it" tearing from his throat. As his eyes flare with a vibrant purple light, a surge of power igniting within him. The monstrous Gaul captain lunges forward, a blur of dark, shadowy energy. Its attack connects with devastating force, shattering the shield into countless fragments. The impact sends Shun Taehoon reeling backward, his body recoiling violently. From a distance, Gu Daesung cries out, "Taehoon, get back!" But the Gall captain shows no mercy, following up with another brutal claw strike, wreathed in crackling pinkish-purple energy. Its monstrous face contorts into a snarl, red eyes burning with malice. The second attack lands squarely, engulfing Shun Taehoon in a blinding explosion of force. The Gall captain stands triumphant, its armored form looming over the devastation. But even as he lies defeated on the ground, Shun Taehoon's eyes begin to glow with a fierce, purple light. As a faint purple glow still clung to him, Shun Taehoon braced for the next assault, a low grunt escaping his lips while Gu Daesung stood ready behind him. His face contorted in a grimace, he pushed through the pain. The monstrous Gall captain, however, showed no mercy, lunging forward with razor-sharp claws. A deafening impact echoed through the space, the force of the blow shaking the very ground. The creature's face, a mask of dark armor and glowing red eyes, loomed closer. It continued its brutal assault, pushing him back with overwhelming power. In a desperate move, Shun Taehoon raised a golden, glowing shield, hoping to deflect the relentless blows. He wondered if it would be enough to block the attack. His eyes widened, a mixture of fear and resolve etched across his face, as he faced the overwhelming threat. A wave of despair washes over the group, the thought echoing that they might have stood a chance if only they had pulled themselves together. The grim reality setting in that at this rate, they would all surely perish. Yet, a voice cuts through the panic, dismissively remarking that it wasn't too bad. Gu Daesung's finger points sharply forward. His command clear. Try again, as the formidable Gall captain stands ready, its glowing sword poised. Shun Taehoon, his form now radiating with a powerful aura, stands his ground. He turns, a look of disbelief on his face, questioning the instruction. The voice reminds him of his previous success, asking if he hadn't just stopped the Gall captain's attack with a single shield, then urges him to raise his shield and face the monster again. Gu Daesung's gaze is unwavering as he challenges Shun Taehoon. You did it once. Why can't you do it twice? He stirs, a confused murmur escaping his lips. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the haze, demanding he block the attack and counter. Still on the ground, Shun Taehoon can only stare in disbelief at the monstrous Gall captain looming nearby, while Gu Daesung stands over him, radiating an intense aura. Gu Daesung's eyes glow with fierce determination, his voice sharp with urgency, reminding him they are all in danger, calling him an impertinent peasant. The words hit Shun Taehoon like a physical blow, his face contorting in shock as Gu Daesung challenges his defiance after witnessing the might of the Lionheart's shield. He protests, barely having survived the last encounter, questioning how he could possibly go up against such a thing, feeling utterly worthless in the face of the challenge. Yet, the command rings out again, insistent, as Shun Taehoon, now clutching a shield, begins to rise, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He wonders what he did wrong, but the desperate need to survive pushes him forward. He stands firm, shield raised. As the monstrous Gall captain lets out a guttural roar, the sheer force of the beast's cry sends him reeling backward, purple energy crackling around him. He stares down at his trembling hands. A silent question hanging in the air. Does this truly mean a death match? But then, a faint blue glow emanates from his palm. And the captain, now whimpering, recoils from an unseen force. Shun Taehoon looks up, his shield held steady. His eyes burning with a fierce, renewed resolve. He lunges forward, his blade a streak of glowing energy, striking the monstrous Gall captain with a resounding impact. Yet, the creature's defense holds firm, and he grits his teeth, acknowledging its formidable strength. The sheer force nearly disarms him, making him curse his own foolishness for underestimating it. He questions the captain's tactics, wondering how a creature so focused on defense can still possess such offensive power. Composing himself, he resolves to adapt, planning to reflect the next attack and exploit any opening. But a defensive stance alone won't secure victory, he realizes, questioning the very foundation of his current approach. With a sudden, unexpected burst of power, he launches himself into a dynamic assault, glowing energy trailing behind him as he declares his opponent a foolish, yet valuable, lesson. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, realizing he wasn't supposed to attack so impulsively. But the damage is done, and the Gall captain recoils, its shield clattering to the ground as the unexpected blow sends it reeling. He recoils from the impact, his gaze momentarily averted from the monstrous opponent before him, a voice echoing in his mind to never look away. The sheer force of the blow makes him wonder, if he had taken that attack head-on, what would have happened? Yet, an insistent whisper urges him on, reminding him not to let his potential wither, but to use it. He can do better. Shun Taehoon stands tall once more, a new resolve hardening his features. Though a flicker of doubt crosses his mind as he questions, if he truly possesses such potential. How could he, a mere D-rank, without a single offensive skill, possibly hold such power? Meanwhile, the Gall captain, its glowing red eyes wide with shock, can only utter a single word: impossible. Despite the unexpected blow, the monstrous creature's resolve remains unbroken, vowing never to surrender, for a monster with no way out fights to the bitter end. Deep within the misty cavern, a thought echoes, but I feel like he can truly succeed this time, bracing himself with a shield as dark energy swirls around him. From the shadows, the Gaul captain's arm, wreathed in crackling pink energy, lunges forward with devastating force. As the monstrous limb closes the distance, Shun Taehun's resolve hardens, a silent affirmation that he can withstand the blow. His face contorts with the strain, orange and yellow energy crackling violently around him as he prepares for the impact. With every fiber of his being, he screams internally, "I can do it!" The Gaul captain's metallic fist slams into his shield, sending a shower of bright sparks across the dark cavern. The force of the blow reverberates, the shield groaning under the immense pressure as more energy crackles at the point of contact. Yet, the shield holds, a defiant barrier against the monstrous assault, as Shun Taehun's own orange energy flares outwards, absorbing the shock. He holds his shield firm, deflecting the Gaul captain's relentless assault, dark energy swirling around the impact point. A gasp of relief escapes him, a moment of triumph as he realizes he's held his ground. A confident smirk spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with a fierce blue light. But his expression quickly shifts to shock, a sudden, unseen force catching him off guard. A blinding white flash erupts, the sound of a massive impact echoing through the cavern. The Gaul captain stands triumphant, its purple aura flaring, as the young man is sent flying, a small, helpless figure against its might. He tumbles helplessly through the air, a faint purple glow clinging to him as he falls. From a distant, misty vantage point, a blond-haired man watches, his expression stern as he questions the warrior's weakness. "Oh, why are you so foolish to be pushed back?" The blonde figure's voice echoes through the ethereal space, a final, critical assessment of the fallen fighter. "You have a long way to go." After his devastating defeat, Shun Taehun lies unconscious, his face bruised, and his body seemingly discarded amidst the dark, muddy ground. Meanwhile, in a pristine office building, the quiet hum of fluorescent lights illuminates an empty, modern space. Zhang Zhanshan stands before a large window, two uniformed guards behind him, as he poses a question to an unseen interlocutor, wondering aloud, "Did you know?" The guards remain stoic, their presence a silent backdrop to the unfolding conversation. Zhangshan turns, his expression serious, dismissing the idea that a warrior of his caliber would ever stoop to being a mere mercenary. A man with spiky black hair, revealed to be Gu Daesung, chuckles, holding a white mask in his hand, admitting that the bewitching mask he used for his disguise was ultimately pointless, especially given his de-evaluation results for the year. As a faint green aura emanates around him, the man is formally introduced as Oh Kang-hyuk, a Korean Hunter Association agent. Kang-hyuk then directly addresses Zhangshan, inquiring if he achieved his desired outcome by participating in the evaluation this time. Sir Gildas listens intently as the red-haired critic admits to feeling somewhat nervous. He then adds that he has at least one soldier associate, though he believes there's no need to be overly concerned about the ongoing overseas situation. A slight smile plays on Sir Gildas's lips as he realizes the younger man knew exactly what he was thinking. The red-haired critic explains his nervousness, attributing it to the amazing power Sir Gildas had displayed. Sir Gildas reflects on his own past, recalling a similar impression he had made earlier. He muses that it might have been a C-rank dungeon monster, or perhaps even an A-rank boss. The red-haired critic's expression hardens, accusing Sir Gildas of never even seeing him as a human. His voice rises in frustration, demanding to know how long Sir Gildas intends to keep him here. He concludes with a bitter accusation that he was merely treated like a toy. As the red-haired critic continues to speak, Sir Gildas listens intently, a faint smile playing on his lips. He looks down, his voice laced with resentment, declaring that being treated like a mere toy isn't even worth his time. Seated at a table, he continues, his frustration evident, apologizing for the interruption but insisting he has important matters to attend to, which Sir Gildas must surely be aware of. His gaze still fixed downwards, he muses that there's nothing better than being an object of envy, or achieving fame in the shortest possible time. Sir Gildas's expression turns serious as he interjects, explaining that a gate appeared in Chronolu, caused by an A-rank boss. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined cityscape, a testament to the gate's destructive power, a grim reality that has persisted for an entire year. Explosions continue to tear through the urban decay, as no one has yet been able to clear the threat. Fiery debris and glowing particles erupt from the ongoing conflict. Under a sky still heavy with the aftermath of destruction, the clouds reflecting the lingering chaos. The A-rank gate's boss has a singular, devastating purpose, to either destroy everything in its path, or to obtain the mysterious jewel of wisdom. This formidable entity, with its glowing red eye, is known as the Jagged Spinner, the boss guarding the Red Gate. A low hum reverberates from the Chongju Sports Complex Gate, where the KPP Guild's first team has initiated a raid. The swirling red energy of the portal pulses with an otherworldly light, drawing them into its depths. Stepping through, Shun Taehun finds himself amidst towering structures of metal and light. a stark contrast to anything he's ever known. Beside him, Gu Daesung stares in disbelief, muttering about the impossible sight before them. Taehoon, however, already understands the implications, recognizing the signs of a highly advanced society. The city stretches out, a breathtaking panorama of futuristic architecture, suggesting a civilization far more developed than their own Earth. Taehoon takes in the sights, a hint of wonder in his voice, likening the experience to something out of a science fiction film. Yet, a moment later, his expression shifts to one of slight exasperation as he notes the distinct cyberpunk aesthetic of their surroundings. He stands amidst the towering, futuristic cityscape, a voice echoing through the vast, alien space, calling for the KPP guild members' attention. As the two men take in the incredible scale of their surroundings, a woman confirms their arrival, noting that they have indeed entered the gate, though crucial information about the Sato spinner remains elusive. A knight in golden armor stands ready, his gaze fixed on the unknown ahead. Suddenly, a sharp, cracking sound echoes through the air, signaling a breach in the area. Before they can react, a monstrous figure unleashes a devastating blue energy blast, sending a shockwave directly towards the assembled KPP guild members. From a hidden vantage point, a young man watches the unfolding chaos, his face contorted in terror as he calls out a name, Hyuhyung. A guttural scream escapes him, his eyes wide with horror. The terror intensifies, his face drenched in sweat as he lets out another desperate cry. As the KPP guild members explored the new, futuristic city, a sudden, violent barrage of explosions erupted around them, shattering the momentary peace and plunging the environment into chaos. From the depths of the destruction, the monstrous Gaul captain unleashed a relentless volley of projectiles, its mechanical form a harbinger of overwhelming force. Each projectile found its mark, erupting in a blinding flash and sending debris flying. The futuristic cityscape, once pristine, began to crumble under the sustained assault. More projectiles rained down from above, a relentless storm of destruction. Then, a colossal explosion ripped through the air, engulfing a vast section of the city in a fiery inferno. The force of the blast sent several figures, including the KPP guild members, reeling backward through the air. Shun Taehoon, directly in the path of the shockwave, was thrown violently backward, his body impacting the ground as the towering Gaul captain loomed over the devastation. A pained gasp escaped him as he struggled to comprehend the sheer power of their attacker, wondering how such a monster could exist, even with his own formidable abilities. He struggles to rise, the impact of the blast still ringing in his ears, as the voice of the Gaul captain echoes, mocking their futile resistance. Gu Daesung, his face grim, urges him to hold on, knowing they can't stay here any longer. Sir Gildas, ever the leader, shouts commands for everyone to fall back in order. As the entire building begins to buckle and collapse around them, the sheer destructive force of the attack undeniable. Daesung hoists the injured Taehoon onto his shoulder, declaring they'll return for the captain after recuperating. While Nayun sprints ahead, glancing back with concern. Gildas confirms their escape route, and Taehoon, now on his own 2 feet, pushes forward, questioning the safety of the exit, before leaping through the crumbling opening, leaving the collapsing structure behind. Hari turns, a surprised sound escaping her lips. While nearby, a pained groan grinds from Shun Taehoon's throat, his jaw clenched tight. As if in response to their distress, a network of glowing red wires suddenly appears, pulsing with an eerie energy around Hari. The strange constructs crackle and snap, some already broken and sparking. Sir Gildas and Gu Daesung move through the crumbling debris, the same glowing red lines now snaking around them. His eyes wide with alarm, Sir Gildas looks up, his face grim. The question hangs in the air. Wires? Beyond the immediate destruction, the entire city is now ensnared, a vast network of glowing red lines stretching into the sky. The sudden, inexplicable appearance of these constructs prompts another question. Since when? He curses the situation, his gaze fixed on the ominous presence above, demanding that they sever all of them. With a grim determination, Sir Gildas commands his team to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, the red-haired critic questions the severity of the situation, wondering if his eyes have gone bad, as the wires appear normal to him, before a chilling thought crosses his mind. Who is it? If there's a rancor, only one thought. As the gravity of the threat settles, Sir Gildas ponders how long this unknown entity has been observing them. He executes a powerful leap, a streak of blue energy trailing behind him, as a system interface flashes a critical alert, displaying a countdown of 25 foot. The holographic display flickers with complex data, indicating a rapid analysis of the unfolding situation. Above the city, the glowing red wires pulsate with an eerie light, bathed in a golden, ethereal glow that casts long shadows. From the depths of the urban decay, the Gaul captain emerges, its mechanical legs propelling it forward, a menacing aura of purple energy radiating from its form. Its single, glowing red eye narrows, locking onto its target with predatory precision. Sir Gildas unleashes a powerful, sweeping blue energy slash. The attack connecting with a deafening impact. The brilliant blue energy continues its destructive path. As he watches, his expression grim, the attack landing. But before he can react, a devastating counterattack erupts, sending him reeling with a pained cry. The explosion throws him violently backward, crashing into the ground with immense force, cracking the very earth beneath him. A choked gasp escapes him as he struggles to breathe amidst the dust and debris, his body convulsing, overwhelmed by the sudden, brutal force. A sudden, explosive impact rips through the air, sending debris scattering. Amidst the chaos, a man screams in utter terror, his face contorted in despair as he cries out for death. But a new force emerges, a blur of motion wreathed in brilliant blue energy, striking with impossible speed. The blue-tinged impact continues, a powerful kick or stomp delivering another devastating blow. The hunter stands triumphant on the desolate, rocky ground, a confident exclamation escaping them. With another surge of blue energy, the silhouette of the hunter sweeps through the air, delivering a rapid, decisive strike. A spray of crimson erupts from the impact, as the hunter's resolve hardens with the thought to protect this city. More crimson splatters across the dark, confirming the devastating power of the attack. A critical status report flashes across the screen, indicating that the gate boss Yago Spinner has been promoted to red difficulty, forcing the Changju Gate raid into an indefinite pause. Amidst the uncertainty, the legend of the Night King who returned with a god begins to unfold. A soft sigh of relief escapes someone, a quiet moment before the storm. Elsewhere, a powerful impact echoes as a silhouetted figure sits regally upon a throne, seemingly unfazed by the distant turmoil. Meanwhile, the white-haired hunter observes his surroundings, noting that the weather here isn't as bad as he saw in video. His large, muscular companion advises against entering the city, explaining that there's a higher likelihood of the Yago Spinner appearing the deeper they are into the gate. Addressing a gathered crowd, the white-haired hunter declares that, as agreed, they will be the ones to take the Jewel of Wisdom. A hand in a crisp suit holds a document, confirming the terms. The rest of the rewards, and 60 billion, will be their guild's share. With a powerful surge, the white-haired hunter ascends, his sleek armor glowing with purple energy, a silent testament to his formidable power. He hovers above a gathering of armored figures, his presence commanding. As a faint blue glow emanates from him, a silent testament to his power. Meanwhile, the discussion turns to the formidable Gil Taesong, a near S-rank hunter and master strategist. He is the eldest son, top of the line, and affiliated with the Magic Tower, a master of the sword and a strategist. And so, the stage is set. Hari kneels before him, offering a cup with a deferential plea. The A-rank hunter from the Korea Hunter Association. He takes a sip, finding the tea acceptable, and inquires about its name. As they stand together in a desolate, rocky expanse. At the Changju Sports Complex gate, an additional individual is noted. An ominous, cloudy sky hangs heavy over a desolate landscape, revealing a ruined city stretching into the distance. This is the Changju Gate's 4th raid team base camp, where the hunter stands, his back to the viewer, observing the desolate surroundings. He stands beside a man in a dark suit, both looking towards the distant ruins and the activity of the base camp, as the suited man begins to speak, wondering aloud what is happening. Meanwhile, Hari looks down, a worried expression clouding her features. The man in the suit continues, expressing his concern that things are not progressing as smoothly as they should. And Hari, her brow furrowed with anxiety, admits that to be honest, she feels the same. Meanwhile, Jang Jonchan, looking directly ahead, explains that he came because His Majesty would not let him go. Hari, her expression a mix of concern and frustration, insists that such an outcome is the only logical possibility, prompting Jang Jonchan to question her reasoning. He calmly explains that if the King of the Lion Heart doesn't need to intervene personally, it simply means the situation isn't dire. Hari, still processing his words, asks what he believes the King of the Lion Heart was doing in her kingdom, suggesting his role was simply to rule. Jang Jonchan dismisses her thought, stating that such a role is a given, but anyone with sufficient hubris could take it on. He continues, his thoughts drifting to a cloaked figure seated on a grand throne, assuming that unless the individual possesses immense arrogance, others would likely follow the same path. Hari's eyes widen slightly as she considers his words, then questions the role of the King of the Knights in this context. A sudden realization dawns on her, her mouth parting in a gasp of understanding. Jang Jonchan's internal monologue continues, picturing a skeletal knight with glowing blue eyes, recalling that the King of the Knights only intervened when absolutely necessary. He concludes, visualizing a chaotic battle where an armored figure struggles against a monstrous foe, that intervention only occurred when an attack could no longer be blocked. He continues, explaining that the duty of the King of Lionheart is to be the last fortress, a final line of defense. He asks if she understands, emphasizing that the very fact the King of Knights had to step in was a shame to the knights themselves. The image of a formidable, armored figure with glowing red eyes flashes in her mind, a stark reminder of the power he speaks of. His hand gestures, mirroring the armored hand of the King of Knights. As he concludes that such an intervention only serves to highlight the extreme seriousness of the situation, a true measure of its gravity. Hari listens intently, her expression shifting from surprise to a dawning understanding, as he adds, coincidentally enough. Her eyes widen in shock as he continues. Even in a place full of powerful weaklings, there are exceptions. He reveals a holographic display of two B-rank hunters, Huang Jianchul and Kim Suk, suggesting that with this raid team, things might just be alright. He admits that while they call it hunting, these individuals are far too powerful for ordinary humans. Hari's eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing her face. As he continues, a blue overlay of text emphasizing his point. They don't know yet. A detached, synthesized voice then reports, the outskirts of the city are safe. Zhang Zhongshan's gaze remains fixed on the holographic display, his voice carrying a hint of disdain as he remarks, you all seem sure that the lack of information defeats having only one raid team to fight the enemy 3 times. He gestures towards the images of Huang Jianchul and Kim Suk, continuing, you call yourselves raid teams? Analyze the pattern of the situation and respond accordingly. Hari's expression shifts, a wry thought forming in her mind. How comical is that? Zhang Zhongshan presses on. A general knows how to respond accordingly to the given situation, while Hari internally questions, does he mean? The robotic voice interjects, in that. Hari's thoughts drift, connecting the dots. From what I've heard, a powerful artifact, the Jag Spinner, is revealed, its intricate design hinting at immense capabilities. As it spins with blinding speed, a golden aura erupts, radiating raw energy. The surge culminates in a violent explosion, leaving an unseen observer to question what just transpired. Such power could only belong to a truly talented warlord. Meanwhile, in a desolate, metallic chamber, the Gaul captain utters a final, desperate apology. His red eyes glowing with a grim acceptance, he acknowledges that this is his end. Yet, even in defeat, he manages to ask for one last favor. The Jag Spinner system, now entering Phase 2, hums with ominous energy. As a chilling voice declares that all unidentified beings will be eliminated, the blue-ored hunter strikes with explosive force, sending debris flying and tearing through the surrounding structures. The sheer power of his assault continues to devastate the area. Even as Zhang Zhongshan, enveloped in a golden aura, urgently shouts for everyone to take cover. Meanwhile, the Jag Spinner itself clicks, its red core intensifying. A holographic display of the city flickers to life, outlining its operational parameters. With a violent crackle, the device begins to tear itself apart, discharging raw electricity. Its glowing red eyes fixated on its targets as the transformation reaches a fever pitch. The Jag Spinner's transformation culminates in a massive blue energy explosion, which then coalesces into a powerful beam, tearing upwards through the environment. Sir Gildas is caught in the destructive wave, his own purple energy flaring as he braces against the impact. The blast continues its rampage, throwing another figure to the ground, leaving them unconscious amidst the chaos. A third individual is violently propelled backward, their scream lost in the roar of the expanding energy. The blue energy doesn't dissipate. Instead, it spreads like a virulent electrical storm, engulfing the surrounding city in its destructive embrace. The ground itself buckles and cracks under the immense pressure as the devastating blue wave continues to reshape the landscape. Witnessing the sheer scale of the catastrophe, Zhang Zhongshan lets out a frustrated curse. He stands alongside Hari, both of them grimly observing the widespread destruction, the full implications of the Jag Spinner's power now terrifyingly clear. A monstrous, metallic arm erupts from the debris, its sheer scale prompting a terrified question about its nature. Without hesitation, the protagonist launches a swift, aerial assault, striking the mechanical beast even as a system message indicates significant nerve damage to the target, and the monster itself begins charging for effect. Its internal systems display a rapid energy charge, quickly reaching nearly 50%. Undaunted, the hunter closes the distance once more, preparing for another devastating strike. A chilling, guttural command echoes from the beast, die. The Jag Spinner responds by raising a massive, hammer-like limb, ready to crush its opponent. But he is too fast, striking the beast with a powerful, glowing impact that sends shockwaves through its metallic frame. The machine groans under the assault, its multiple red eyes glowing ominously as cracks spiderweb across its damaged chassis. Forced to adapt, the Jag Spinner diverts its energy, initiating a critical recharge sequence. The unidentified being strikes, its metallic form a blur as it lunges. It's too late. It's a metal can. Huang Jianchul shouts, warning the protagonist, Jumsun. The protagonist, however, is already moving, a sharp glint in his eye. I told you. He begins, his weapon connecting with explosive force. He stands over the damaged mechanical monster, its form momentarily subdued. Not to call me Jumsun, he finishes, his voice laced with irritation. With renewed fury, he surges forward again, a fiery aura trailing behind him. From within the Jag Spinner's core, a voice calmly assesses, you did well. Then, a torrent of crackling blue and purple energy erupts, signaling a powerful counterattack. As the Jag Spinner unleashes its charged attack, the unnamed protagonist responds with an overwhelming surge of his own power, his body enveloped in crackling blue lightning and a vibrant aura that illuminates the chaotic scene. With a steely gaze, he issues a command, declaring, I will take it from here. The blue energy coalesces around his outstretched hand, glowing with concentrated power. Immediately, the radar system monitoring the area goes dark, displaying a critical failure. A holographic display flickers to life, showing a permit for the use of restricted resources, along with the silhouettes of several figures. The display updates, indicating the activation of AWR equipment inside the city and the designation of a substitute target. The system then flashes a dire warning. Risk, Level 3. Prioritize removal. Zhang Zhongshan watches the unfolding events, his expression a mix of surprise and deep concern. Huang Jianchul, equally stunned, can only utter, Look at it. The mechanical jagged spinner whirs to life, its internal mechanisms glowing as an urgent voice cries out, "It's running. Chase it." The device streaks away, a blur of motion across the urban landscape. He appears, eyes blazing with blue light, a desperate command tearing from his lips, "Stop it." A grunt of exertion escapes him as he strains, attempting to activate a distortion force field. Elsewhere, Kim Suk, surrounded by a golden aura, issues a sharp order, "Gather around." The jagged spinner, caught in an unseen force, plunges downward, tearing a gaping hole in the ground beneath it. A massive golden explosion erupts from the impact point, engulfing the area in brilliant light. Then, a golden, blade-like projectile slices through the air, leaving a shimmering trail. Almost simultaneously, a second, blue-hued projectile follows, cutting a path of pure energy. He watches as the bullets, fired by an unseen enemy, begin to curve unnaturally through the air, prompting Gil Taesung to exclaim, "The bullets' trajectories are being curved." Nearby, Kim Suk remarks on the situation, acknowledging the difficulty of fighting the jagged spinner, even if it seems easy at first. Simultaneously, a system interface flashes a warning, detecting an abnormal phenomenon and initiating a maintenance operation. The analysis quickly completes, displaying a series of cryptic data points. With a sudden command of fire from the system, a surge of vibrant blue energy erupts from his hand, accompanied by a guttural sound. Kim Suk watches, his eyes widening in surprise, a silent exclamation escaping him. Gil Taesung, equally stunned, can only utter a disbelieving, "I am possible." He struggles to comprehend the sight, questioning how the angles of deflection could have been calculated so precisely, wondering aloud, "What the hell is that thing?" Indeed, the bullets veer sharply, their paths dramatically altered by an unseen force. His blue energy shield expands with a powerful roar, deflecting the barrage of incoming projectiles. Meanwhile, Gil Taesung shouts, "Mage Gil Taesung, please turn off the distortion force field." He grimaces, realizing the futility of his efforts. It's too difficult to freeze the direction of the bullets. "Damn it, I'll turn it off." As the field begins to waver, Kim Suk urges the hunter forward. "Charge it as soon as the force field is off." The unnamed protagonist, focused amidst the bullet impacts, begins a silent countdown. 3, 2. His eye glows with an intense, electric blue as he reaches 1. Both Gil Taesung and Kim Suk stare in utter disbelief at the sudden turn of events, a shared expression of shock on their faces. Across the cityscape, a network of glowing white lines, like ethereal wires, rapidly spreads and connects, illuminating the night. Kim Suk, utterly bewildered, questions the phenomenon. "Wires? I haven't just gone crazy, have I?" A voice questions the sudden appearance of the intricate mechanical structures now dominating the cityscape, wondering when they could have been installed. Indeed, a vast network of glowing white wires now crisscrosses the entire urban sprawl, a colossal mechanical monster looming in the distance. As purple energy crackles around a metallic arm, a powerful impact reverberates through the air. The mechanical monster is engulfed in brilliant blue lightning, the ground beneath it cracking as the unnamed protagonist's power charges and strikes. Kim Suk stares in disbelief, a desperate "no" escaping his lips, unable to comprehend how this could be happening as Gil Taesung watches, equally stunned. Surrounded by the glowing network, the group realizes the grim truth. They were all unconscious because of the force field's failure. With a resolute expression, the unnamed protagonist acknowledges the dire situation, knowing they can no longer dodge the incoming threats. A surge of blue energy crackles, intensifying the assault. The mechanical monster continues to be battered by the relentless blue lightning, its form obscured by the dazzling, destructive power. A system message flashes, confirming the charging process is complete, then immediately issues the command to fire. The mechanical monster, Jag Spinner, seems to register the command, its single red eye narrowing slightly. As the unnamed protagonist continues to sprint through the devastated urban landscape, while Gil Taesung and Kim Suk, still reeling from the chaos, hear a new, unsettling sound. The glowing white wires that crisscross the city pulse with an eerie light. As the protagonist races across the ground, the strange energy lines stretching beneath him. Suddenly, a massive, armored horse-like creature with glowing red eyes appears, startling him. He reaches out, his hand extending towards something unseen. And with a familiar touch, he grasps his old sword, a silent greeting to a trusted companion. Sir Gildas strides purposefully through the desolate streets, his blonde hair catching the faint light as he leads the imposing armored horse forward. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoes. As he mounts the powerful beast, its glowing red eyes fixed ahead. Together, They ride through the gathered onlookers, a path opening before them. Suddenly, a commanding voice rings out. "Warriors, listen up." The speaker continues, his tone filled with awe, the courage to charge into a sea of enemies alone with just a horse. Identifying himself with regal authority, the king of the Lion Heart declares, "I, the king of the Lion Heart, praise thee." A ripple of surprise passes through the crowd. He then bestows a weighty honor. "I bestow upon thee the honor of my presence and the honor of a name." His voice rings with a final, challenging decree. "I grant thee royal permission to fight me, warrior." Amidst the desolate ruins of a forgotten city, a lone figure on an armored steed surveys the grim landscape, his gaze unreadable as silence hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair, his face etched with disbelief, can only stammer, "I is he?" His mind struggling to process the sight before him, he finishes his thought with a bewildered question, "On some crack?" The young hunter stands before the imposing figure, a slight scoff escaping him as he considers the challenge, thinking that the king of the Lion Heart must be truly desperate to send a mere horse. The Gaul captain, however, remains unfazed, declaring, "I bestow upon you the glory of being received in my presence and the honor of a duel." With a final, regal pronouncement, the captain adds, "I grant thee royal permission to fight my warrior." Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembles, and a monstrous, mechanical spider-like creature bursts forth, its segmented body and multiple legs unfolding with a metallic groan. Blue electrical energy crackles around the jagged spinner as a system message flashes, identifying it as a threat level 0 simple organism and an unidentified being, a stark contrast to its menacing appearance. The mechanical monster wastes no time, launching a powerful, glowing attack, its red energy trails leaving streaks across the air. Reacting instantly, the hunter urges his armored horse forward, shouting, "Let us run," as they gallop away from the immediate danger. He stands firm, a golden aura radiating from his form, addressing his old sworn friend. But the mechanical jagged spinner doesn't hesitate, its red eyes glowing as it unleashes a devastating blue energy attack. A torrent of azure energy streaks through the air, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Sir Gildas watches the incoming projectile, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the monster's power. His eyes blaze with golden light as he prepares for the impact, knowing that low-rank long-range weapons are useless against this foe. The blue energy slams into him, erupting in a blinding explosion of light and force. The blast expands outward, shattering the ground and sending debris flying, leaving a deep, glowing crater in its wake. Still reeling from the previous blow, Sir Gildas launches himself into the air, his sword arcing downward with fierce resolve. The blade connects with a blinding flash, eliciting a sharp cry from the jagged spinner. But before he can complete his spin for a follow-up strike, an unseen force slams into him, forcing a pained grunt from his lips. A massive explosion erupts around him, intensifying with another pained yell as the force of the blast sends him reeling. Debris scatters violently from the impact zone, revealing Sir Gildas, his armor cracked and his expression one of shock. He plummets rapidly through the air, defeated for now. During that moment, the jagged spinner's head plating shattered from the impact, causing its high-performance AI calculation to stop working. Unable to logically comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before him, the white-haired hunter could only stare in stunned confusion. Meanwhile, the machine evaluated its own situation, noting the attack from the Night King who returned was quite sturdy, despite the weapon being an outdated joist. It was fast, the jagged spinner concluded, but there was a limit to the impact it could inflict depending on its mass. The machine's evaluation was clear, threat level 0, a threat not even noted in any database, and it would be instantly killed by the maelstrom. 3 seconds prior, the organism had created a thin barrier, a pattern different from any recorded dimensional phenomenon, its blue eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. 1 second prior, the bullet struck its intended target, a barrier, as Sir Gildas stood ready, a golden aura flaring around him. The impact caused the projectile to deform, as if encountering an invisible force just moments before. It then shattered into countless fragments. As Sir Gildas, enveloped in his golden aura, executed a precise deflection. The bullet was not blocked, but simply redirected, its trajectory altered without direct impact. There was no clash, no physical obstruction. It was merely deflected, its momentum effortlessly altered. This was a skill wielded by the Knights Templar, as if it were an innate, effortless ability. A fundamental way to enforce the very rules of the world, as a surge of orange energy emanated. From within its core, the jagged spinner's optical sensor glowed red, its internal voice declaring, "Dawn I am." Blessing of the arrow shield. As the mechanical monster unleashed its attack, Sir Gildas activated his unique defense, a brilliant yellow energy flaring around him. This was his innate ability, a skill capable of deflecting any long-range assault, just once. Its power was absolute, guaranteeing protection no matter the force behind the strike. The golden light intensified, forming an impenetrable barrier. The jagged spinner's concentrated beam slammed into it, exploding harmlessly against the shimmering defense. With his defense holding, Sir Gildas turned his armored horse and began his swift retreat. Meanwhile, the Jag spinner's internal systems glitched, repeatedly failing to analyze the impossible deflection. The backlash of its own attack, reflected by the skill, caused visible cracks and energy discharges across its metallic form. As Sir Gildas rode further into the ruined city, the damaged Jag spinner registered him as a threat level 5. As the dust settled from the previous confrontation, a system message flashed, urging him to leave the battlefield. With a burst of blinding light, he vanished from the area. While elsewhere, the King of Lionheart watched the unfolding events, a quiet sound escaping him as he processed the escape. His voice, calm and measured, confirmed the obvious: it ran away. Sir Gildas, having successfully teleported, landed heavily amidst a shower of debris, his armored horse appearing right beside him. A glowing purple object pulsed nearby, accompanied by an internal query: "Where do you want to protect me?" Back in his command center, the King of Lionheart pointed towards a red glowing anomaly on his screen, issuing a stern order: "Don't let anyone approach it." Meanwhile, a system notification confirmed a reward for the recent actions, blue energy particles swirling as the message appeared. "System, you have gained 1,000 gold." A system notification confirms the availability of a sidearm 60mm heavy machine gun, though the lack of handmade ammunition means more must be crafted. Meanwhile, a large, complex mechanical device crackles with blue energy, as another system message warns that the balance of resources is severely unbalanced. A sleek, black weapon, glowing with an ominous red light, is identified as a new model from the enemies, and its modulation commences. The large mechanical device from before now glows intensely with blue energy, fully activated. From an aerial perspective, a city skyline stretches out, with a message of gratitude appearing. "Thanks for protecting the city." A shimmering blue energy field confirms that strategic modulation is complete. A glowing red core, surrounded by dark, broken debris, pulses with raw power, emitting a low hum. A futuristic, metallic gate, marked with a red O symbol, stands ready, as a new message declares that mission resumption is now possible. The target location is pinpointed on an aerial map, the Changju Sports Complex gate, west of City Block 9. Under the cloak of night, a tactical team moves through the urban sprawl, their objective clear. A heavy machine gun is visible, and its wielder is their target. From an elevated position, the leader and his operatives scan the area, their gazes fixed on the distant building. The target is precisely located 250 meters ahead, just across the street at the building's corner. The leader's expression remains grim as he observes the long-range dealers carefully maneuvering across the opposite building, their movements precise and calculated. He issues a quiet command to his subordinate, telling the rest to wait while considering the need for a distraction if they are noticed. Before they can execute their plan, a blinding red energy erupts from the target's position, shattering the night with a deafening explosion. The leader recoils, his eyes widening in utter shock and disbelief at the sudden, overwhelming force. A guttural cry escapes him, his face contorted in a mask of horror and distress as the red glow reflects in his terrified eyes. He stares, stunned into silence, the unexpected counterattack leaving him speechless. He snaps back to reality, his eyes widening in fury as he spots the source of the devastation, a blue aura flaring around his hand. Without hesitation, he launches himself forward, a battle cry escaping his lips, charging directly at the monstrous spider. But his momentum is abruptly halted, a frustrated grunt escaping him as he realizes the futility of his direct assault. A tiny red dot appears on his forehead, a silent warning of the precision targeting now locked onto him, forcing him to weave and duck through a deadly lattice of crimson energy beams that erupt from the mechanical beast. The lasers tear through the surrounding structures with terrifying ease, shattering concrete and twisting metal into grotesque forms. Amidst the ruins, the Jag spinner stands, its metallic form glowing ominously red, a system message confirming its objective: the removal of all interfering targets complete. Its single red eye glows with cold, mechanical satisfaction. Overwhelmed by the mechanical monster, the hunter cries out in sheer terror, desperately wishing to escape the clutches of death. Meanwhile, a cold, detached system message flashes, confirming the detection of remaining interfering targets and assigning them a threat level 0. The Jag spinner's red optical sensor glows with an ominous light, locking onto its next victim. The hunter plummets through the air, his desperate scream echoing through the ruined landscape. He lands hard on the shattered earth, his body broken, his gaze fixed upwards in utter despair. A final, pathetic plea escapes his lips, begging for mercy from the unfeeling machine. The Jag spinner's metallic leg descends, its sharp appendage poised to deliver the killing blow. A blinding pink energy blast erupts, engulfing the fallen hunter. The Jag spinner's red sensor reflects the final, fleeting image of its vanquished foe, its objective now complete. The Jag spinner stands amidst the ruins, its mechanical form humming with latent power. With a crackling sound, it swings its massive scythe, a blur of motion cutting through the air. Meanwhile, a familiar voice echoes, almost a memory, asking, "Yappy, did you know? Like everyone else, I'll be killed here soon." The knight's words continue. "I will forever be a part of this city. Will you protect the city? Yappy." Back in the present, a system message flashes across the JAG spinner's view. System error. Target elimination failed. RE evaluating threat level. RE engaging. A young man with a bowl cut looks on, his expression a mix of confusion and dread, uttering a soft, questioning sound. The JAG spinner's scythe glows with a menacing hum, its blade poised to strike. The young man, seeing the mechanical monster's renewed focus, desperately wonders if it will spare his life. But the JAG spinner shows no mercy, its scythe slamming down with a thunderous impact, engulfing the young man in an explosive burst of energy. Still reeling from the brutal impact, a pained gasp escapes the young man's lips. Meanwhile, a distinguished figure with flowing white hair, addressed as Taesung, observes the scene, questioning his subordinate about the mechanical monster's sudden change in behavior. The subordinate confirms the JAG spinner's retreat, its metallic leg blurring as it flees the area. From a high vantage point overlooking the ruined city, Taesung muses that the creature must have reached its operational limits. He expresses a detached disappointment that the JAG spinner is still causing destruction elsewhere, yet finds it a bit of a shame to see it withdraw. High above the devastated cityscape, the JAG spinner rapidly retreats, a dark speck against the urban decay. Its internal systems confirm the decision, displaying a clear final decision. Retreat message. Finding the location unpleasant, Taesung gives the order to depart. With his subordinates in tow, he stands overlooking the desolate city one last time before turning to leave. The system's final decision is clear. Utmost priority is to protect the citizens, even if they are already dead. Blue energy crackles, sparking around the JAG spinner's core. Its internal systems register an estimated 49 remaining enemies, detecting a level 1 threat and initiating battle protocols. Meanwhile, a figure watches the data unfold on a screen. A voice musing, so you were there. His expression thoughtful, he simply utters, so. The king of the Lionheart's voice cuts through the silence, a hint of disdain in his tone as he asks. Did you have fun with the commoners? He inquires, his blonde hair neatly swept back as he stands with an imposing presence. The king of the Lionheart, a figure of immense power, embodies the very essence of chivalry, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He doesn't command his subordinates for anything else, but as the white-haired hunter prepares himself, a quiet challenge hangs in the air. Are you ready? With a distinct whirring sound, a red device activates, emitting vibrant blue energy. The device then unleashes a powerful, crimson energy burst. A massive, fiery orange explosion erupts, forming a magical symbol and sending debris flying. Yet the opponent doesn't always play fair. Amidst the chaos and dust, the white-haired hunter stands firm, a resolute silhouette. The incarnation of chivalry may not let anything break his will, but with a sharp bang, the hunter retaliates, his weapon discharging a focused beam of blue energy. The king of the Lionheart, an embodiment of strength and the chosen one, moves with a golden aura, his blade glowing with immense power. Observing a damaged mechanical drone, he muses, I guess I shouldn't expect honor from a machine. He activates a control device, an equipment check confirming 5,000 energy modules remain from 9,000 cutters. With a decisive command, he orders, fire. Multiple projectiles impact their target, erupting in a blinding series of explosions. The king's eyes glow with golden light as he activates the drone link and the blessing of the arrow shield. His drones, now enhanced, swiftly analyze the target's identical, previously observed patterns and curvature. From a distance, the king watches the unfolding assault, his expression composed and calculating. The white-haired hunter stands exposed as the drones converge, targeting him precisely at point F12 and N23 with a relentless barrage. The command rings out, and a barrage of projectiles ignites the air, each one a sleek, dark spear of energy hurtling towards its target. From a distance, the king of the Lionheart watches, a confident smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glowing faintly with satisfaction. The white-haired hunter finds himself engulfed in a storm of these glowing attacks, a shimmering barrier barely holding them at bay as impacts flash around him. Meanwhile, a mechanical drone, its single red eye glowing ominously, hovers amidst the debris, red energy lines tracing patterns of analysis across the battlefield. Its internal mechanisms were with precise calculation, a soft, metallic click echoing as it locks onto its prey. With a surge of blue energy, the hunter manifests a blade of pure force, cutting through the incoming projectiles with swift, decisive movements. Yet, another drone closes in, its red targeting lines painting the ground around him, relentless in its pursuit. The assault intensifies, a swirling vortex of red energy and debris engulfing the hunter as the ground beneath him cracks under the sheer force of the sustained attack. The relentless assault continues, as the drones unleash another volley of attacks. But the hunter moves with impossible speed, a whirlwind of motion amidst the exploding debris. One of the mechanical adversaries adjusts its aim, its red sensor locking onto its target. Still, the hunter presses on, his form a streak against the chaotic backdrop. The drones respond with a concentrated burst, unleashing a torrent of blue and red energy blasts. The barrage intensifies, a relentless storm of projectiles closing in. Yet, with a blinding flash of power, the hunter unleashes a counterattack so unexpected, the drone's systems register it as incomprehensible. Watching the feed, the king of the lion heart's expression shifts, a bead of sweat forming as he witnesses the impossible. The enemy wants to play hide and seek with us, the king of the lion heart observes, his gaze fixed on the distant battle. His expression remains grim, a silent acknowledgement of the unexpected challenge. Meanwhile, the white-haired hunter continues his relentless assault, a blur of blue energy amidst the golden explosions, his sheer speed and power almost incomprehensible. Golden energy blasts erupt from the mechanical drones, converging on the lone figure, but he weaves through the barrage with impossible agility. One drone fires a concentrated beam, a bright golden spear of light. Yet, the hunter is already moving, a blue aura flaring around him as he evades the attack, surrounded by the relentless machines. He closes the distance in an instant, a streak of blue light tearing through the golden chaos. His hand glows with raw power, gathering a potent blue energy. Then, he unleashes a devastating strike, obliterating the surrounding machines in a blinding explosion of blue and golden light. He unleashes a powerful blue energy attack, impacting a jagged spinner drone with an incomprehensible force that rips through its metallic shell, leaving a brilliant, arcing trail of light in its wake. The drone's systems struggle to process the assault, its internal monologue echoing the sheer disbelief. How could an organism have such speed? The battle intensifies, the city itself a silent witness to the escalating conflict. The jagged spinner drone is violently torn apart, its shattered components raining down as mere debris. But as one falls, a new, overwhelming wave of jagged spinners descends from the sky, their collective intelligence announcing, commencing mass attack. The hunter's eyes narrow, his resolve hardening as he prepares for the onslaught, a single word escaping his lips, stallion. Immediately, a surge of raw power erupts from him, promising a devastating counterattack. He unleashes a blinding burst of energy, the force of his attack echoing with a deafening shriek and a sharp, mechanical cry. His blue energy attack decisively finishes the foe. With a whoosh, he races through the desolate, ruined city. When suddenly, a swift counterattack lands, a flurry of blows striking him. His assailant, Gil Taesung, calmly remarks on his resilience. Taesung stands beside a magnificent white horse, accompanied by a blonde-haired man in glasses, as a mysterious mechanical device glows ominously nearby. Undeterred, the protagonist prepares another powerful blue energy strike. He launches himself into the air, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he closes the distance, striking the mechanical monster with devastating force, the impact erupting in a blinding flash of golden light. Debris scatters as the explosion continues to tear through its form, but before the dust can settle, a spent bullet casing tumbles through the air, a clear sign of a rapid counterattack. A crimson flash erupts, indicating a direct hit. He is thrown backward, tumbling through the air, the force of the impact sending him spiraling. The jagged spinner, seemingly unfazed, unleashes a barrage of glowing red projectiles, its weapons blazing. More casings fall, a testament to the relentless assault. Overwhelmed by the continuous fire, he continues to fall, impacts flashing around him. The powerful blue energy attack from the hunter rips through the mechanical monster, sending massive chunks of its armored body exploding into the air. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, he lets out a frustrated roar, "Stallion!" But the jagged spinner is far from defeated, retaliating instantly with a volley of dark projectiles, which slam into the hunter, sending him spiraling downwards amidst a flurry of explosions. The relentless barrage continues, each impact driving him further into the plummet. He falls through the debris-filled air, explosions blooming around him. The city lights below grow closer with alarming speed as he descends. Meanwhile, the jagged spinner's internal systems confirm its remaining ammunition, preparing to unleash a full-scale assault. He plummets through the air, the jagged spinner's relentless barrage of energy projectiles exploding all around him, each blast tearing through the metallic structures of the city below, sending debris scattering as he hurtles downward. The attacks continue to rain down, his body a streak of blue energy against the chaotic backdrop of destruction. A final, powerful impact rocks him, sending shockwaves through the air. Meanwhile, the jagged spinner's crimson eye glows with predatory focus, locking onto its target. From a distant vantage, the king of the lion heart's eyes blaze with a fierce yellow light as he declares, "Glory!" His voice echoing with conviction, to the lion hearts. The relentless barrage continues, a searing purple energy blast tearing through the air, striking the white-haired hunter with explosive force, sending him spiraling amidst a shower of debris and crackling yellow energy. He plummets through the sky, a faint trail of residual energy marking his rapid descent. Another blue energy attack slams into him, driving him further down with brutal impact. A colossal explosion of yellow energy erupts, engulfing the hunter completely. Still, he falls, battered and surrounded by the lingering purple haze of the assault. Yet, a sudden system alert flashes, lethal damage received, as the jagged spinner itself crackles with unstable energy, its red eyes glowing ominously. Another message appears, declaring operation limit suppressed. From the depths, a voice echoes, Yappy, as a mysterious, sealed structure with a glowing purple core is revealed, questioning, what's sealed? From the depths of its confinement, a surge of destructive red energy erupts, a voice echoing a chilling command. This should never be released. Proceed with self-detonation. The energy intensifies, building to a cataclysmic peak. As the system confirms the detonation of all explosives for landfill facilities, a massive explosion ripping through the very fabric of the earth. The ground shatters under the force of the blast, a full-scale detonation obliterating everything in its path. Witnessing the sheer, destructive power, the hunter can only stare in stunned disbelief, a faint yellow aura flickering around him as he processes the catastrophe. In the immediate aftermath, a desolate, smoky wasteland stretches out, the air thick with dust and the stench of destruction. The detonation culminates in a colossal mushroom cloud, a terrifying monument to the unleashed power, visible for miles. Even from a distance, the city skyline is dwarfed by the towering, glowing structure left by the explosion, a new, ominous landmark dominating the horizon. As JS-10253's optical sensors activated, it found itself within a storage container, the air thick with the smell of oil. A voice cried out, recognizing the threat, Jagged Spinner. A desperate plea echoed through the facility, God protect the city, as the mechanical menace stood poised. With a chilling command, carry out your duty, the Jagged Spinner lunged, its metallic claws tearing through a hapless guard. The impact sent the figure sprawling, a sickening crunch accompanying the blow. Flames erupted around the victim, consumed by the monster's destructive power. But then, the Jagged Spinner itself began to crackle and shriek, its internal mechanisms failing. Peak. With a final, violent burst, the mechanical entity detonated, its singular, destructive goal fulfilled. From the rumbling aftermath of the explosion, a new narrative emerges, detailing the history of the mechanical entities. Their core directive, etched into their very being, was always to support their allies. With glowing red eyes, each Jagged Spinner was programmed to protect the city. This singular mission, the protection of the city, defined their existence. In times past, the Jagged Spinners would immediately head to the city, defeating any enemies and earning the title of the City Guardians. Through their unwavering efforts, they became heroes, a story of steadfast faith that rescued the city from a hopeless state. For the citizens who had lost all hope, it was a sweet story, a beacon in the darkness. Thus, the Jagged Spinners became a powerful symbol of hope. They were known as the City Guardians and Knights of Steel. The Jagged Spinners, once revered as City Guardians, were humanoid machines designed to protect, their forms glowing with fierce energy as they defended against unseen threats. These mechanical beings, designated JS-10-253, were more than mere automatons, they were humanoids. Serving diligently under a commander, their programming driving them to safeguard the city and its people. This unwavering protection continued, and continued, until the very city they swore to defend lay in ruins, leaving nothing left to protect. Amidst the devastation, a Jagged Spinner declared its final mission, stating, Yappy, this is my final mission. Its core directive to protect this city echoed, as a grim voice from the shadows insisted, that thing cannot ever leave. The Jagged Spinner's history was one of constant vigilance, a reasoning battle waged between its core programming and the encroaching threats, also that its designated charge might endure. No one could approach the dark, swirling anomaly it guarded, a void of power that threatened to consume everything. It prepared for every eventuality, even as the city around it crumbled into ruin. It protected with a monstrous resolve, its form shifting to meet the escalating threats. It prepared, its mechanical frame enduring unimaginable strain. It protected, a lone sentinel amidst the devastation. And protected, even as dark energies tore at its very being. Prepared, protected, the anguish of its struggle etched onto its very core. Prepared, protected, an endless, unwavering cycle of duty. The Jagged Spinner's unwavering directive echoed through the devastation, a relentless commitment to being prepared and protected, even as the city crumbled around it. Amidst the ruins, a voice confirmed the success of a desperate measure. Good. The impact had been catastrophic, a massive explosion tearing through the landscape, yet a voice mused, well, it did fall down here. Surveying the devastation, the King of the Lionheart noted that despite the chaos, the blessing of the arrow shield had worked. His gaze sharpened, realizing the implications of the shield's success. Before him, a pulsating, dark orb of energy glowed ominously, the very object of the Jagged Spinner's desperate defense. He turned, his expression unreadable as he prepared to engage with the anomaly. A sphere of crackling blue energy forming in his outstretched hand, ready to unleash his power. Meanwhile, the unnamed protagonist, observing the same scene, recognized the shielded object as something vital, something that had shielded them. He surveys the scene, his gaze fixed on the damaged mechanical form before him, wondering if it is still capable of resistance. Are you still trying to fight? He muses, a hint of something unreadable in his tone. His thoughts drift to the duration of its solitary vigil, asking, how long have you been protecting this place? The question hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the machine's unwavering resolve. How long have you fought alone? A moment of quiet respect passes, as he acknowledges that all living beings across dimensions are indebted to you thanks to your service. He then addresses the entity directly, by its designation, Sir Jagged Spinner. Turning his back to the devastation, bathed in a brilliant, golden light, the king of the lion heart begins a solemn declaration. I solemnly declare that your quest is complete. The golden light intensifies around him, signaling a profound shift in the unfolding events. A brilliant golden light begins to radiate from the sky, concentrating into a powerful beam that descends rapidly towards the ground. The energy expands, forming intricate concentric rings as it impacts, creating a complex, expanding pattern of pure golden force. Then, a colossal explosion of golden energy erupts, devastating the landscape below. The king of the lion heart looks down, his expression somber and reflective, as he surveys the vast chasm that now splits the city, a testament to the power unleashed. Turning, he walks away from the devastation, shimmering golden particles still clinging to his form. Uttering a final, solemn farewell. I hope you rest in peace. The metallic remains of Jagged Spinner crackle with residual blue energy, a testament to the immense power that had just been unleashed. Its broken body lies sprawled across a high platform, the city stretching out beneath it, now scarred by the devastating impact. Footsteps echo softly through a quiet hallway as the king of the lion heart and Sir Gildas walk side by side. When the king breaks the silence, asking if Gildas is complaining about having destroyed the jewel, Gildas offers a slight smile, assuring his majesty that he simply obeyed the order, just as he obeyed the command to keep the jewel's destination a secret. The king then reveals the true nature of the item, telling Gildas not to be disappointed, as it was poison. A single word escapes Gildas's lips, a question hanging in the air. The king continues, a shadowy, demonic form appearing behind him as he speaks, explaining that the item was created by the evil god of destruction and has the power to transform humans. He summarizes the grim truth, declaring it an item of a demon. Gildas's eyes widen in shock, the realization hitting him with full force. The king of the lion heart explains that at first, the jewel grants the user's wishes, but then it begins to demand payment, like feeding a beast to tame it. In exchange for eternal life, it slowly consumes their humanity. He warns that it doesn't take long for someone to completely lose themselves. Ultimately, the user is transformed, becoming a demon. As they walk through a sterile, metallic corridor, Gildas gasps in realization, muttering that he must inform the U.S. branch as soon as possible. The king simply replies that he should. They continue their walk, approaching a massive, sealed door. Gildas's concern deepens as he considers the possibility that others might have already succumbed to the demon's seductive influence. He stares into a brightly lit chamber, a sudden exclamation escaping him. As he steps into the newly revealed chamber, Sir Gildas surveys the advanced, sterile environment, wondering if this is where the king's subject is being kept. The king of the lion heart confirms, assuring him that the individual is indeed safe and sound within these walls. The chamber itself is a sprawling laboratory, filled with various scientific equipment and other figures in white coats, hinting at ongoing research. At its center, a damaged mechanical spider-like entity rests on a pedestal, its intricate design marred by visible cracks and scorch marks. Gildas hums thoughtfully at the sight, prompting the king to inquire about his next move. Considering the implications, Gildas declares that since the individual was an honorable knight, he will personally ensure a discreet burial, leaving no room for suspicion. However, he adds, a crucial step must precede the burial. The knight needs to be purified. His gaze then shifts to a screen, where Hari's image is displayed, eliciting a soft gasp from him. His expression remains grim, as he takes a sip from his glass, the weight of his decisions heavy upon him. With a pen in hand, poised over a document, he murmurs, acknowledging the fallen loyal knight one last time. A powerful hunter, his blonde hair swept back, gazes down with an intense focus, a silent command echoing in the air, that you rest. Suddenly, a brilliant golden energy erupts from his form, blinding particles swirling around him and another figure standing nearby. The golden light intensifies, casting long, dynamic shadows across the metallic surroundings. Meanwhile, a damaged mechanical leg, sparking with residual energy, begins to twitch and move. A sudden realization dawns as a voice exclaims in surprise, the Jagged Spinner is activating. The hunter's expression shifts to one of grave concern, a soft murmur escaping his lips. He stares intently at the mechanical eye of the Jagged Spinner, which clicks and whirs to life, acknowledging his presence. With a heavy, metallic clank, the damaged Jagged Spinner begins to pull itself forward, its form still broken but undeniably active. As the golden energy continues to radiate from him, the hunter contemplates the nature of this power, both his own and the newly awakened threat. A profound sense of divine power permeates the air, leaving the king of the lion heart to conclude that there is no other explanation for the unfolding events. A divine blessing must have created this miracle. Meanwhile, the Jagged Spinner begins to stir, its mechanical parts whirring to life with a distinct, metallic sound. Its form now fully activated and bathed in an ethereal glow. as the mechanical entity questions its own awakening, a query echoing through its circuits. The king of the lion heart, observing the unfolding spectacle, acknowledges the protagonist's unique potential, realizing that if anyone were to be chosen by a goddess, it would be him. He stands tall, a brilliant golden aura erupting around him, radiating immense power that causes the very ground to crack, as Gil Taesung and Hari watch in awe. The jagged spinner's red eye flares, its previous query turning into an exclamation of surprise and recognition, a sharp, mechanical cry of Kirik, escaping its core. The golden energy intensifies, causing the ground to fracture further, a testament to the sheer force now unleashed. The golden energy erupts from him, leaving Gil Taesung and the king of the lion heart stunned by the surging power. Even the jagged spinner recoils, its mechanical form registering surprise at the sheer force. His eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light. As the golden aura expands, pushing back the massive machine, the jagged spinner is forced to brace itself against the overwhelming force, while the very ground beneath them begins to crack and shatter. Fissures spread rapidly, radiating outward from the epicenter of his power, where the immense golden energy coalesces, taking on a majestic, ethereal form. As the immense golden energy coalesces, it takes on the form of a woman with flowing, luminous hair and eyes that glow with an otherworldly light. Standing before this majestic apparition, the white-haired hunter remains still. While Gil Taesung stares, his face a mask of utter shock. The king of the lion heart collapses to his knees, Hari kneeling behind him, both overwhelmed by the sheer, non-human presence emanating from the figure. His eyes wide with terror, the king can only gaze up at the radiant being. The ethereal woman floats gracefully, her form shimmering with golden particles, a divine aura surrounding her. Below, Gil Taesung, Hari, and the hunter remain on their knees, the defeated jagged spinner lying motionless nearby, as the golden light continues to bathe the scene. Then, a voice echoes, clear and resonant, addressing the kneeling monarch directly. Lionheart, my first knight. The ethereal manifestation, still glowing with golden energy, calmly asks the king of the lion heart what he desires. Hesitantly, the king begins to speak, suggesting that Sir Jagged Spinner is an honorable knight and a role model, worthy of her grace. He insists that the knight deserves her grace. But the manifestation dismisses his words, stating that Sir Gildas has not yet fulfilled her request. She continues, explaining that he has neither proved his honor nor offered his fealty to her. Despite this, she declares, with absolute certainty, that she guarantees him as her first knight, adding that if it weren't for her existence, he would be beneath the king of the lion heart's glory. She acknowledges him as a great knight. A faint smile plays on her lips as she concludes, musing that if he is described as such, then his true potential must be immense. She continues, her voice resonating with ancient authority, reminding him that there is no need to further look into it. But she needs to be certain on one thing, that he would stay by her side and remain the last and only knight. She then asks if he would join her knight's military, a question that makes the armored knight pause, a single word escaping his lips. Kirik? The ethereal being continues, acknowledging his wisdom and knowledge, but noting that his heart is still that of a child. She declares that he needs to get rid of all evil in the world, and only then will he truly be a knight. His hand clenches, a silent testament to the weight of her words. As he looks down, still pondering the unfamiliar name, Kirik, a mechanical hand twitches, its internal systems struggling to process a newly encountered concept. As the armored figure lies prone, its metallic body emitting a low hum while the name Kirik echoes through its circuits, a foreign data point it cannot yet fully integrate. Above the kneeling Sir Gildas, the ethereal manifestation hovers, observing the three smaller mechanical units now arrayed before her. A digital interface flashes, displaying a complex process, hacking signal pattern of language, with a progress bar stuck at 7%. The screen shifts, indicating a critical update, language module installing, as the system works to integrate new linguistic data. The manifestation's golden eyes narrow slightly, her expression unreadable, as she issues a concise command, prompting the mechanical entity, now fully upright, to respond with a chilling directive. Demon, attack. It adds, good plan. A faint, almost imperceptible smile plays on the manifestation's lips, her voice resonating with quiet authority as she addresses the newly activated unit. All right, Sir Jagged Spinner. The mechanical entity, Jagged Spinner, begins to glow with an intense golden light. As the ethereal manifestation declares, as long as you are loyal and supportive of my first knight, I will be with you in glory. A powerful beam of light descends from above, engulfing the newly activated machine, while Sir Gildas watches the spectacle unfold. He observes the transformation, acknowledging, this Grail Knight is being granted light and justice. The golden energy surges, swirling around the mechanical form, which now radiates with an overwhelming, divine luminescence. This is the Grail Knight, Jagged Spinner 10,253. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to a different location. High above the city, a Gothic structure pierces the night sky, revealing itself as USA's Magic Tower. Inside, a voice echoes with desperate contrition, pleading, I'm sorry, great being. The scene unfolds within the private chambers of the Magic Tower Master, Reynold Sherman. The voice continues, heavy with failure. I was unable to fulfill your command. From an unseen presence, a cold, disdainful voice responds, Fool, you can't even accomplish a simple task. The unseen entity's reprimand continues. I taught you wisdom and truth, and yet you disappoint me. On the ornate floor, a man prostrates himself before a glowing red orb, his voice trembling as he cries, I apologize. Sweat beads on Leon's brow as he desperately tries to explain. But there was nothing I could do. The survivor, Leon, was not the one we did not expect. Still prostrate, he listens as the unseen entity's voice echoes, accusing him of tainting its name with worthless excuses. The red orb pulses ominously beside him, a silent witness to his humiliation. Meanwhile, a timid voice interrupts another powerful figure, Hari peeking nervously from a doorway, apologizing profusely for disturbing Emil. Back in the chamber, the red orb emits a soft beep, its glow intensifying slightly as Leon remains motionless. A news report flashes across the screen, introducing a formidable individual who declares himself the King of Lionheart. The King of Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, stands amidst a swirling aura of crimson energy, his expression hardening. The crimson energy surges violently, a raw display of immense power. His face contorts in a furious snarl, enraged by an unseen insult, while Hari's voice barely whispers a deferential masters. Amidst the continued surge of red energy, he defiantly rejects a command, swearing he will never comply, even as the unseen entity challenges his fear. Meanwhile, in a different ethereal space, Leon clutches the dark, spherical jewel, his voice trembling as he calls out to his unseen master. His face contorts in a mixture of fear and desperation. A single, wide eye reflects the growing terror within him, as the jewel begins to crackle with erratic blue energy, distorting the very space around him. And then, as suddenly as it began, from the towering heights of the city, a new rumor spreads. Kirik, the legendary figure, is now merely a hunter apprentice. Meanwhile, in a sterile office, a voice announces, Then, we'll register Sir Jagged Spinner as your guild member. The armored figure of Jagged Spinner lies prone on the floor, as another voice cautions, it might be hard to impose it immediately. But the man with the mustache and glasses dismisses the concern, doesn't matter. He turns and walks away, leaving Jagged Spinner still on the ground, his decision final. A hand reaches down towards the fallen mechanical monster, and a voice questions softly, Kirik? As a surge of crimson energy flares around the scene, the mustachioed man, who had just walked away, turns back in utter disbelief, exclaiming, Kirik? The King of Lionheart looks down, a question escaping his lips. Are you okay, my knight? He then answers himself, a quiet reassurance. I'm okay. He reflects on the immense burden, knowing that nominating a Grail Knight in a land devoid of divinity exacts a heavy toll. A sigh escapes him as he continues, It's not your fault. I'm the one who isn't strong enough. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of self-reproach in his eyes. How could it be your fault? It's because I am lacking. He dismisses the thought of blaming higher powers. No matter the situation, we cannot blame divinity. He adds, almost to himself, Please do not say such things. A softer tone enters his voice as he thinks of his loyal subordinate, my knight. His blue eyes reflect a deep, unspoken concern. He acknowledges the unwavering devotion, feeling eternally grateful for their loyalty. The king's thoughts drift to the core issue, concluding that the land's lack of divinity is the root cause, and ultimately, it is his own fault for not intervening sooner, not the fault of other gods. Still reeling from his thoughts, the King of Lionheart lets out a soft gasp, a flicker of surprise or realization crossing his features. As a luminous, golden message materializes before him, its words echoing with divine reassurance. Rest well, have faith in your gods, and wait for them. A surge of ethereal energy pulses through the air, its brilliant light momentarily overwhelming. Then, a new thought, a name, forms in his mind, a silent question hanging in the void. Dear Ariana? Far away, in a realm of pure light, the ethereal manifestation gazes down, her long, flowing hair cascading around her as she observes the mortal world. Her golden eyes glow with an otherworldly intensity, a serene yet powerful expression on her face. Her voice, a gentle yet commanding presence, reaches out to her devoted, addressing them as brothers and sisters. In a grand, ornate chamber, three figures, a stoic man with a top knot, a dark-haired warrior, and a cloaked woman, listen intently, their faces etched with reverence. The divine message continues to manifest before them in shimmering golden script, declaring, We need to help our follower. A lone, robed figure stands with their back turned, silhouetted against an unknown space. The day the King of the Lionheart toppled was the day the world ended, and only one knight remained. Amidst shadowy monstrous figures, he expelled all the divinity in his world, directing it into his own heart. Meanwhile, the gods, embarrassingly enough, evacuated to the heart of the holy man. Whatever was left, the King of the Lionheart classified as evil monsters for 100 years, forcing him to carry the burden of the entire world. They left a single person, to bear the weight of their abandonment, his golden eyes glowing with immense power. Therefore, all gods of the pantheon owed an unpayable debt to Leon, a sigh of relief escaping the desolate chamber. As a cloaked figure anxiously inquired, how's the baby's state? The news was grim. Not good, life. My knight has hanged himself. The cloaked figure, filled with despair, wondered aloud. What should we do? A hand clenched tightly. As hero King Gilus Pedos, his face etched with anguish, demanded to know, where has the king of Lionheart gone? The one who took the glory of the gods gone too. He then revealed to the mage, I have some divinity. The mage quickly affirmed, I know that too. Elsewhere, a man with a furious expression declared, that's why I'm mad. A thought echoes, a silent accusation directed at himself. Within an ancient, circular chamber, a hooded figure sits among others, a heavy silence hanging in the air. His face, partially obscured by the hood, reveals a worried expression, his brow furrowed with concern. Across from him, a figure with long blonde hair and eyes that glow with an inner light speaks of a span of time, a staggering 180 years. The blonde figure, clad in flowing robes, continues, proclaiming that the moment has arrived to rescue their kin. The king of Lionheart, now seated on the floor before the hooded hero king, finishes his plea, insisting they should not suffer any longer. Hero King Gilus Pedos confirms their strategy, stating they will indeed show humans divine miracles. He continues, explaining that after dealing with life's followers, they will leverage this internet to their advantage, a hooded figure listening intently. The king of Lionheart, taken aback, questions the very concept of this internet, yet Gilus reiterates their firm intent to use it. The hooded figure then wonders aloud why the king of Lionheart hadn't considered this world before, prompting Gilus to explain that he was once a citizen of this very realm. He clarifies that the king had resided in this world long before the internet became a prevalent force. Still, the king of Lionheart expresses his reservations, concerned about the inevitable trial and error, and recalling Leon's valiant fight to the very end. Gilus begins to respond, a thoughtful expression on his face, preparing to unveil the crucial next step. The answer, he implies, lies with their new Grail Knight. This formidable figure, Hito, is poised to step into his destined role. Gil Taesung, holding his phone, questions the hunt manager about the setup, a look of confusion on his face. His confusion quickly turns to disbelief as he realizes the situation, exclaiming that whatever this is, it's on YouTube, and asking if it was even permitted. Standing beside an older man with glasses, both are utterly horrified, letting out a collective cry of despair. Gil Taesung's face contorts in a mix of bewilderment and dread, muttering, What is this? The source of their distress is revealed on a computer screen, displaying a YouTube video, prompting the question, YouTuber? A close-up of Gil Taesung's face shows his utter horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gasps, Teach this is? The computer screen displays the YouTube channel, featuring various video thumbnails, including one titled, Why Go to the Hospital? And another showing an office worker transformed into a farmer. The video's central message, highlighted by a glowing bowl of rice, proclaims, It's just rice, but with just one spoon, your life can change. The video begins with a provocative title card. As comments scroll by, some dismissing it as lies, others marveling at its production quality. In a high-tech control room, Gil Taesung stands beside a seated man, both intently watching the screen. He questions who could have created such a thing, wondering if it was Panther, or even Leon himself, then asks if Leon truly believes such content would appear on YouTube. Meanwhile, a chat window pops up, showing a message from Han Hari, who reports her computer is broken and asks for help. He continues to stare at the screen, his expression grim, while Leon looks on with a thoughtful frown. The true issue, he realizes, is that these videos aren't faked at all, but terrifyingly real. Leaving his face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief, his mind reeling from the implications of what he's just witnessed. Still reeling from their discovery, he turns to his companion, demanding to know what he's doing, then declares his intention to personally check on Leon. With a determined expression, Gil Taesung checks his phone, perhaps confirming Leon's location or making a call. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, the scene shifts to the penthouse where Leon is currently residing. A nondescript door stands silently within. Inside, a laptop screen glows with an intense, almost ethereal blue light. A rhythmic, metallic tapping sound echoes, accompanied by a surge of vibrant purple energy. A complex mechanical device whirs to life, its process culminating as a message flashes across the screen. Subtitle creation complete. Immediately following the completion, a violent burst of crimson energy erupts from the device, signaling the powerful conclusion of its task. Deep within a hidden facility, a complex mechanical device hums with activity, its intricate components whirring as a digital command flashes across the screen. Proceed with upload. Meanwhile, Hari cautiously peeks from a doorway, her voice a hushed whisper as she addresses the room. Sir Yappy? The king of the Lionheart, his expression stern, looks down, demanding to know, Are you done with my laptop? What did you do? Hari, now fully visible, stares intently at a laptop screen, where the name Kirik is prominently displayed alongside the mysterious device. The device itself continues its operation, revealing its purpose. Plan name. Noise marketing. Phase 1 complete. As the phase concludes, a monstrous, mechanical entity, jagged spinner, manifests with a fiery aura, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. The digital display updates once more, announcing, proceeding with Phase 2. Network hacking in progress. Hari's eyes widen in shock, a soft "oh" escaping her lips as the gravity of the situation dawns on her. Yet, a flicker of determination ignites in her gaze, her expression shifting from fear to resolute focus. The tranquil Naiju plains stretch out under a clear sky, where traditional Korean architecture blends with the natural landscape, a lone figure resting atop a tiled roof. This peaceful setting serves as the temporary branch for the Pantheon Guild in the Naiju Plains, a crucial, if provisional, outpost. Its exterior, a blend of traditional design and modern security, stands quietly under the sun, cameras discreetly watching over the premises. Inside, Gil Taesung reacts with a start, his eyes wide with concern as he exclaims, "Your Majesty, the video needs to be taken down." Meanwhile, Hari, engrossed in her phone, looks up with a puzzled expression, a silent question hanging in the air. Gil Taesung, now calmer, offers her a cup, suggesting, "Have some barley tea." Hari accepts with a quiet, "Oh, thanks." He then takes a long, thoughtful sip from his own cup, the weight of his earlier words still lingering. He dismisses the idea with a sharp no, demanding to know who could have possibly uploaded such a video. The answer comes swiftly. Sir Spin did. A gasp escapes Hari as she peeks into the room, her voice laced with apology as she repeats the name. "Sir Spin? I'm deeply sorry for interrupting you while you're eating." The thought echoes in the room. Could that killing machine truly be behind the video? A single, incredulous word escapes him. How? As the image of a mechanical leg resting on a laptop, emblazoned with the word skilled, flashes through his mind. The explanation continues, acknowledging His Majesty's prior knowledge. The video reveals the Naiju Plains, where the rice grains are unlike any other in the world. Simply consuming them grants immense mana, a truly fantastical discovery. He muses on the unbelievable nature of it, knowing that as soon as word of this rice field spreads, the entire world will descend upon it. Gil Taesung's mind races, envisioning the Naiju Plains overrun by a new breed of formidable thieves, drawn by the promise of immense power. He voices his concerns to the King of Lionheart, explaining that once the Food Administration permits sowing, the association intends to offer as much assistance as possible. The King of Lionheart raises a hand, a gesture for him to pause. Taking a sip from his mug, the King of Lionheart calmly acknowledges Gil Taesung's worries, stating that he understands the need for their own laws and systems. Gil Taesung, taken aback by the casual response, can only utter a questioning apology. The King of Lionheart continues, his gaze distant, referring to the Naiju Plains as the Goddess Plantation. His hand gestures with absolute certainty, declaring that it cannot be stolen by anyone. Gil Taesung watches him, a look of growing unease on his face, wondering how the King of Lionheart can be so incredibly confident. Night falls over the Naiju Plains, the vast expanse stretching silently beneath a blanket of stars. The plains themselves appear deceptively peaceful, a sea of green under the dim light. Yet, a small convoy of vehicles has already made its way deep into the territory, figures emerging to survey the landscape. One of them, Gil Taesung, stares at his phone, confirming the intelligence. That rice grain, it must have been real. His subordinate, looking around the seemingly unguarded fields, questions, "What is it, Gil? I thought they would have set up some sort of trap, but there's nothing." Another figure, a man with a sharp jawline and a scar, steps forward, proposing, "All we have to do is just get the seeds and set this place on fire." Gil Taesung glances at the ground, confirming their readiness. "We've already prepared the way. Now we just do our job." The scarred man, known as Viper Squid, a demonic human with a reinforced assault barrier from the retired army, affirms with a confident smirk, "Yes, sir." He moved with practiced silence, his dark cloak rustling softly as he led his team through the dense, towering crops under the cloak of night. The only sounds were the faint whispers of the wind and the soft swish of their stealthy advance, a rhythmic shack echoing through the vast, moonlit fields. Each step was calculated, each rustle of the mana rice a potential giveaway, as the team pressed on, deeper into the enemy territory. Suddenly, a dark shape loomed ahead, causing the leader to halt abruptly, a sharp gasp escaping him as he registered the unexpected presence. His subordinate, Viper Squid, quickly pointed towards the figure, whispering urgently, "Hyungnim, it's a person." The ominous silhouette stood motionless, a silent sentinel in the field, its form swaying slightly with the breeze, a faint taik sound accompanying its movement. As Gil Taesung cautiously approached, the truth dawned on him, a hint of disbelief in his voice as he muttered, "A scarecrow." Viper Squid, now realizing their mistake, turned to the other subordinate, scolding him, "It's just a scarecrow, you idiot." The subordinate quickly apologized, I'm sorry." Gil Taesung, still slightly unnerved, mused aloud, "Oh, that's strange. I thought I saw it moving." Before Viper Squid quickly dismissed it, "It was probably the wind, you idiot." A low rumble echoes through the night as the masked figure, Gil Taesung, moves with silent precision through the glowing mana rice fields. finding the oppressive silence and the strange purple light unnerving. He mutters to himself, finding the atmosphere creepy as hell. Behind him, Viper Squid, equally masked, nervously points ahead, his voice trembling as he calls out, H. Youngnim. Look at that. Gil Taesung turns, a sharp what? Escaping him. His gaze follows, and he too is taken aback by the sight, a question forming on his lips. Aren't there too many of them? The field stretches endlessly before them, not with crops, but with an army of scarecrows, their forms silhouetted against the faint purple glow, a collective groan of unease escaping the air. Each one stands like a silent sentinel, some with eyes that seem to glow with an unnatural light, their wooden frames creaking softly in the breeze. Viper Squid lets out a terrified shriek, causing Gil Taesung to snap. Idiot! How are you still scared when you've gotten scared of them countless times? Shaking his head in exasperation, Gil Taesung turns forward, declaring, Enough with the screaming and whining, let's go. We need to get as far as possible in the least amount of time. We'll get the supplies from the storage. With their objective clear, the team presses deeper into the eerie fields, the ground beneath them rumbling softly with the mana's power. Deep within the mana rice fields, a small, glowing seed falls from a stalk, landing softly on the ground. As two figures move stealthily through the dense stalks, one suggests, since it's supposed to be real good, let's keep some seeds for ourselves. The other, Viper Squid, responds, Mansu and Jin Tae-yu too. Gil Taesung's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, his focus absolute amidst the glowing particles of mana. As they continue their advance, he silently wonders, why were they right behind me this entire time? Suddenly, Viper Squid gasps, huh? Where did Doosan go? As a chilling blue aura emanates from a nearby scarecrow. Gil Taesung's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering despite the unsettling atmosphere. He observes the numerous figures looming in the field, thinking, these scarecrows. Viper Squid, meanwhile, shivers at the sight, wondering if they were always this close. The mana rice field stretches out, filled with an unsettling number of scarecrows, some of which glow with an eerie blue light. Suddenly, a faint blue trail of energy descends into the darkness below, as if pulling something down. One of the scarecrows, its eyes burning with blue light, stands ready with a menacing scythe. Gil Taesung's eyes widen in shock behind his mask, a soft gasp escaping him. Viper Squid is violently pulled downwards, disappearing into the encroaching darkness. A scarecrow's carved face seems to twist into a grotesque grin, emitting a low, guttural sound. A single bead of sweat rolls down Gil Taesung's temple as he lets out a desperate curse. The blue energy continues its relentless pull, dragging its victim further into the unknown. He turns to see another scarecrow attacking Viper Squid, who is still struggling against the unseen force, and cries out in alarm. Still processing the sudden attack, Gil Taesung's eyes widen as he realizes. These aren't just regular scarecrows, they're monsters, their forms now clearly visible, emanating an eerie blue glow. The field around them teems with these animated horrors, their green eyes burning in the dim light. One in particular stands out, its crude, stitched face glowing with an unnatural light. Viper Squid, overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes, turns to Gil Taesung in desperation, his voice trembling as he questions their grim reality, a reality where there isn't even a dungeon break to offer an escape. The horde of scarecrows continues to advance, their glowing eyes fixed on the two hunters. A gloved hand reaches down into the tall, rustling stalks of what appears to be a mana rice field, a soft thud echoing through the air. Behind him, Viper Squid, his face obscured by a mask, turns back to Gil Taesung, his voice laced with panic, questioning the monstrous scarecrows that surround them, admitting he's never seen anything like them, even within a gate. Gil Taesung's eyes glow with an eerie purple light as he confesses his own ignorance, realizing they've stumbled into a far more dangerous situation than anticipated and that they need to escape. A moment of grim reflection crosses his face, his glowing eyes now a deep, thoughtful purple, as he recalls the unusual request that led them here, vowing to make those who tricked him pay. Viper Squid, still bewildered, calls out to his leader with urgency as the horde of scarecrows presses closer. Looking up at the night sky, a massive structure looms in the distance, and Viper Squid points it out, asking if it's the silo. The vast, desolate landscape stretches out under the moonlit sky, revealing the imposing silo in the distance, a beacon in the eerie night. Gil Taesung's eyes blaze with renewed purple energy, a determined grin spreading across his face as he declares, he's found something, a new opportunity, and if the rumors about the rice are true, it could make them incredibly wealthy. With his back to the viewer, Gil Taesung issues a firm command, instructing his subordinate to transport as much of the mysterious rice as possible to their vehicles. He confidently declares that the monsters are restricted to the field, assuring his companion that their storage should remain safe. His companion, Viper Squid, listens intently, his pointed ears barely visible beneath his hood. As they continue through the tall, dry grass, a sudden, violent explosion rips through the ground directly in front of them, engulfing Gil Taesung in a blinding flash of orange light. Both men recoil instantly from the unexpected blast, a wave of shock and dust washing over them. Viper Squid cries out in alarm, calling out to his superior as the ground beneath them glows ominously. Gil Taesung, recovering from the initial shock, questions the impossible presence of mines in this area. The vast, desolate landscape stretches out before them, offering no immediate explanation for the sudden attack. His eyes narrow in disbelief and growing anger, wondering who would dare to set such a trap. As the ambush unfolds, a masked figure, eyes glowing crimson, reacts with a startled gasp, calling out, "Kirik, WH what?" Behind them, a line of similarly masked figures advances, their presence confirmed by a system message, "Unqualified human entry verified." Another masked combatant, enveloped in a faint red aura, exclaims in alarm, recognizing the terrain. That's Chungle Gates. Suddenly, a mechanical spider-like monster with a glowing red core emerges, prompting a shocked cry. Jag spin. From the masked leader, a single, chilling command rings out. Remove. Later, within the confines of a traditional building, the masked figures gather, their mission seemingly progressing. Some of their number are now bound, while a sign on the wall ominously proclaims the doctrines of life and fertility. The masked figure's ideology is laid bare, revealing the doctrines of life and fertility, a set of principles that dictate their actions. The strong must be harvested to feed the weak. Life is a resource to be cultivated, and the weak exist to serve the strong. Further tenets declare that the weak must not question the strong must always be fertile, and the strong only breed when they are ready, culminating in the most crucial decree: thieves die. Meanwhile, a critical update reverberates through the underworld, announcing the successful arrest of the Viper Squad. Following the arrest of the demonic human association, a significant shift began to occur. The value of Pantheon and the blessed rice surged dramatically, as Leon actively publicized Pantheon for positive circulation, a move seemingly orchestrated from the Blue House. Despite a minor incident where a survivor reportedly insulted a reporter, questioning how anyone dared to celebrate cultural difference at a banquet, and survivor Leon Dragon a lion allegedly stating, "How dare a pleasant try and dine with the king?" The overall narrative remained positive. Observing these rapid developments, a man reflects on the changes, noting that others seem to be adjusting to modern society better than he is. A young woman approaches the Majesty with urgent news, announcing that the price of blessed rice has skyrocketed. She explains that following the demonic human association's downfall, each pack is now worth an astonishing 230 million, a figure that elicits a thoughtful hum from him. Turning to Hari, the Majesty expresses his concern, believing the price needs to be significantly lower. Hari questions his reasoning, wondering if a high price isn't inherently good, while the underlying economic principle dictates that the market alone determines an item's value. Yet, the Majesty counters, pondering how the common people could possibly afford rice at such exorbitant rates. Hari looks on, surprised by his perspective, a quiet "Is that so?" escaping her lips. He then recalls a past conversation with the president, where he had urged measures to support farmers and their dignity, only for the president to respond that a leader must maintain religious neutrality, a sentiment he finds a bit disheartening. Reflecting on the president's words, he quietly concedes that there's truth to the statement. Despite the complexities of governance and market forces, he resolves to continue gathering more faith, a subtle determination in his gaze as Hari watches him. He considers the lion heart, power, and force, believing it should be enough to gather what is needed, but Hari's voice cuts through his thoughts, questioning if it will truly be all right. Hari stands beside him, clutching papers, her expression earnest. She continues, reporting that she successfully bid for the Yellow Gate, as he had ordered. However, the gate comes with significant public opposition, making its acquisition near impossible. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he simply replies, "Well." The vast blue sky stretches above the city. He states, "We'll see." Towering buildings pierce the clear sky. A voice calls out to him from behind, asking if he isn't Mr. Gu. The man introduces himself as Team Manager Kim. He greets the hunter, then immediately inquires about the incident concerning the Yellow Gate, wondering what's happening. The hunter simply replies that he wonders too. Team Manager Kim then dismisses the surrounding hunters, noting they are all D rank, or C rank at most. Standing beside Hari, the hunter observes the scene. Kim then asks about an A-rank mage swordsman. Hari, who had surpassed the world record during last year's draft, walks alongside him. He stands among a crowd, observing a grand introduction. As the announcement rings out, proclaiming, "Here comes the hero, Leon Dragonia Lionheart." He recognizes the name, thinking, that person is the survivor. He recalls a past encounter, standing with Leon and another man. Watching the blonde-haired man confront a monstrous entity, a thought forming in his mind. I knew he was no ordinary person. But he's from a whole different world. Back in the present, he stands before a gathered assembly, a grand lion emblem adorning the pedestal before them. Preparing to speak, he begins, stating, "The reason I invited you all here was because I'm looking for someone to join my guild, Pantheon." A blonde man in a formal suit stands before a large lion emblem, addressing a crowd. As he speaks to a gathered assembly, emphasizing the need for those who have proven themselves and endured rigorous training. The protagonist listens intently, his expression serious. When the speaker declares his intention to grant them the honor of entering his military, a statement that makes the protagonist question, "Military, not guild." The speaker, now joined by another man, continues, announcing that they will now be informed about the entrance test. The protagonist's eyes widen slightly as the speaker reveals the test, clearing the yellow gate at Guangxian Station. A man in sunglasses reacts with shock, while another shouts in disbelief, questioning how they are supposed to clear such a gate, calling it a death sentence. The protagonist, standing beside a companion, echoes the sentiment, wondering what kind of test this truly is. The speaker continues, explaining that the gates are categorized by color, with each hue representing a different rank and level of difficulty. From the lowest, the black gates, teeming with monstrous shadows. The ranks ascend. Next come the orange gates, where formidable creatures roam, followed by the perilous red gates, and below those, the even more dangerous tiers. But the true terror lies in the yellow, green, and blue gates, each representing an escalating threat. Considering that the last time a deity descended for a test was 2,000 years ago, and that was only a red gate, for a C or D rank hunter, a yellow gate means certain death. The crowd erupts in disbelief, voices rising in protest. We're supposed to clear a yellow rank gate? That's telling us to die. The speaker, unmoved by their fear, silences them with a stern command, quiet down. If you don't intend on taking the entrance test, you can leave. The speaker, having delivered his harsh challenge, watches as the crowd begins to disperse, a scoff escaping him as he dismisses those who choose to leave. He considers simply going home, but a deeper question lingers. The protagonist, however, hesitates, his mind racing with the speaker's words. Is it truly okay to just let them go? Many, unable to stomach the risk, turn their backs and walk away, their footsteps echoing the collective fear. The vast hall, once filled with hopeful recruits, now sees a significant portion heading for the exits, leaving only a determined few behind. The speaker observes the dwindling numbers, a subtle escaping him as he processes the outcome. His gaze sweeps over the remaining individuals, finally landing on one particular figure in the crowd. You there, he calls out. The man with the afro looks up, startled, confirming, huh? Yes, me. The speaker's voice cuts through the air. Yes, you. With the afro. With an unwavering stare, the speaker poses a direct question to him. Why did you stay? As the military speaker continues to address the man with the afro, he struggles to articulate his reason for staying, simply stating that there might be some deeper meaning to it. The speaker then turns his gaze to the protagonist, asking, then what about you? The man with the afro quickly interjects, I just stayed, I guess. His intense stare lingers, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The protagonist, observing the exchange, ponders the implications of the speaker's scrutiny. Shifting his focus, the speaker points directly at Gil Taesung, demanding to know his reason for remaining. Gil Taesung, his expression serious, begins to explain his ambition, noting that he seeks to join a guild created by someone who is basically an S-rank hunter. He emphasizes the rarity of such an opportunity, concluding that he simply has to seize this chance. With unwavering resolve, he asserts that he didn't think the speaker would let him die, implying a trust in the military's protection. A slight smile plays on the speaker's lips as he acknowledges, that's a good attitude to have. Having heard the recruit's ambitious declaration, the speaker simply reiterates, I said that. His words hang in the air, a clear reminder of the military's core tenets. I'm here to gather soldiers. A soldier's duty is to obey. Gil Taesung, undeterred, meets the speaker's gaze with a confident smile, declaring his unwavering faith in the institution. Trust the knight's honor and power. The speaker, his expression firm, simply concludes, that's all you have to do. Gil Taesung's confident smile widens, a clear sign of his readiness. For in the military's rigid structure, it just means to listen. With a decisive gesture from the speaker, Gil Taesung enthusiastically confirms, we'll go in right away. As the recruits, including the white-haired hunter, begin to move, they are instructed to take your share of equipments and finish preparing. The recruits arrive at Samjin Station, marked by the imposing sign for the yellow rank gate. Below, the gate itself glows with a potent, yellow energy, a clear portal to another realm. Among the throng of newly uniformed recruits, the white-haired hunter and his companion move forward, having received their new gear. He tests the weight of his new equipment, a purple aura briefly flaring around his hand as he notes, geez, it's a bit heavy. Yet, a sense of satisfaction washes over him. But the equipment sure is nice. Standing side by side, now fully outfitted in their formidable new armor, the two men present a stark contrast to their previous civilian attire. This caliber of gear, the narrator observes, would have been utterly unattainable for mere C and D rank hunters. His companion, looking thoughtful, begins to speak, but as they walk away, their new, powerful silhouettes move through the city streets, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. He simply hums, a quiet sound of acknowledgement. As Hari and the man with him exchange a quick, concerned glance, Hari then calls out to him, her voice laced with a question, to which the man beside her adds, Hunter Gu Chongnim, what is it? Hari's eyes widen in disbelief, as she realizes the Majesty isn't wearing any armor at all. A soft gasp escapes her lips, the realization dawning that his skin is harder than any protective gear. The man beside Hari lets out a soft sigh of concern, his expression a mix of worry and resignation. He glances at the protagonist, who remains unfazed, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A fleeting thought crosses his mind, a desperate hope that nothing bad will happen. But the sky above them begins to churn ominously, dark clouds gathering as streaks of crimson energy tear through the heavens. From the swirling chaos, a grotesque, bloodied face emerges, its guttural cry echoing as a new threat descends. Blood and shattered debris litter the ground, painting a grim picture of a recent, brutal confrontation. 3 armored figures stand over the scene, their helmets obscuring their expressions, one of them voicing the collective shock, wondering aloud what could have possibly transpired. Meanwhile, he struggles to comprehend the situation, his voice strained as he admits he can no longer hear anyone. A guttural scream tears from his throat, dark energy and crimson splatters erupting around him as his rage begins to boil over. His eyes glow with an intense, furious yellow as he condemns his adversaries, declaring them unworthy of the title Honorable Warriors. Engulfed in a swirling aura of dark power, his form becomes a menacing silhouette, promising a gruesome end to those who stand against him. With a final, thunderous roar, a colossal, fiery dark energy erupts from his body, a declaration of absolute power. His glowing eye, a beacon amidst the swirling darkness, burns with the conviction of his unwavering justice. Hari peeks cautiously from a doorway, her expression a mix of apprehension and apology as she begins to speak. Meanwhile, a dense canopy of leaves rustles gently, hinting at a new, wild environment, where the white-haired hunter and a group of armored figures find themselves standing in a clearing, a weary sigh escaping him. Surveying their surroundings, he remarks that they seem to be stuck amidst fresh air. 2 of the armored figures stand silently nearby, their visored helmets obscuring their expressions. Suddenly, a system message materializes before them, clarifying their predicament. They are mercenaries from an outer territory, now embroiled in an ongoing war between 2 tribes on this great plain, with the objective to pick a side to support and bring them to victory. The white-haired hunter processes the information, realizing this armored figure is merely an NPC support character. One of the armored figures turns to him, addressing him as Mr. Gu, and confirming that this seems like a F***King quest. The other armored figure concurs, resigning themselves to the task of picking a side and helping them win. Sir Gildas, clad in heavy plate armor, surveys the desolate, rocky plains, his gaze sharp beneath the visor of his helmet. Suddenly, his attention snaps to something in the distance, and he exclaims, "Wait, isn't that a monster?" Without hesitation, he and his armored companions spur their mounts forward, charging across the rugged terrain towards the approaching horde. From the opposite direction, a wave of green-skinned orc-like creatures, mounted on ferocious boars, surges forward to meet them, their tusks glinting menacingly. The 2 forces collide with brutal impact, an orc's snarling face contorting as it takes a direct hit. A weapon, glowing with fierce red energy, slashes through the air, finding its mark with devastating precision. The battle rages, a maelstrom of steel and monstrous roars, as the knights carve a path through the overwhelming numbers. Sir Gildas, a formidable presence in the thick of it, brings his armored boot down, crushing an enemy beneath his weight. Then, a sudden burst of vibrant green energy erupts from the melee, tearing through the enemy ranks with explosive force. A vast horde of green-skinned, orc-like monsters swarms across the desolate plain, their forms glowing with a malevolent green energy, as they close in on a smaller group of armored knights and a central figure radiating a powerful blue aura. From their ranks, a massive orc leader steps forward, its voice booming with fury, declaring the territory as their own and demanding to know who dares trespass. Its fanged maw snarls, accusing them of invading their sacred grounds. The knights stand firm, their heavy plate armor gleaming under the oppressive sky, ready to meet the charge. Sir Gildas, his expression grim, turns to the protagonist, addressing him respectfully as Your Majesty before receiving a curt affirmation. He then consults with his companions, including Hari, wondering aloud if they should proceed with the quest. A knight, receiving the Majesty's directive, humbly accepts the command to do as you wish, expressing gratitude for the decision. Hari, her face etched with concern, stares intently at a glowing blue screen, monitoring the unfolding situation. She stands alongside Sir Gildas and the other knights, all gathered in the desolate, rocky landscape, ready for whatever comes next. Hari, her expression resolute, declares their purpose to the monstrous figures before them, stating that they are mercenaries who came for the reward. The orc leader, a hulking figure with glowing red eyes, responds with a guttural query, wondering if they are the mercenaries his chief mentioned. Hari, undeterred, extends an invitation, her voice firm, as the protagonist stands silently behind her, a faint blue energy emanating from his form. The desolate landscape stretches out, revealing a distant, imposing structure under a vast sky. The stronghold of the orc tribe coming into full view. Within the fortified walls, a vast horde of orcs gathers, their leader observing the small group of intruders, including the protagonist and Sir Gildas, with a thoughtful hum. His gaze sharpens as he addresses them directly, remarking on their perceived weakness but dismissing it as acceptable. This formidable opponent is none other than Cart 4, the Battle Axe tribe's chief. He continued his address to the gathered masses, demanding their support for the battle-axe tribe, declaring that a larger-scale war was reason enough. The one who would win this war, he proclaimed, would earn everything. A low growl escaped the hunter, his teeth gritted in silent fury. He could no longer listen to such words. The orc leader, startled, demanded to know who had dared to interrupt him, questioning the very concept of honor. With a decisive step, the hunter planted his foot firmly on the ground, golden energy flaring around him. A bunch of beasts like you, he retorted. Dare wish for such lofty dreams you're undeserving of. The orc leader's eyes widened in rage, realizing the hunter was directly insulting him. He moves with blinding speed, a flash of yellow energy erupting as his attack connects. The force of the blow sends the orc leader reeling backward, his body twisting midair from the impact. Blood splatters across his helmet, a testament to the power behind the strike. The impact leaves a clear mark, his defenses failing against the unexpected assault. As the orc leader struggles to regain his footing, the hunter's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his voice cutting through the chaos, declaring the orcs are not honorable warriors. His hand crackles with the same vibrant blue energy, as he promises them a gruesome end, to crawl on the earth like bugs and die. The orc leader recoils, a mix of shock and fury on his face, as the sheer power emanating from the hunter becomes undeniable. With his hands still glowing, the hunter declares his unwavering justice, ready to deliver the final blow. A kill streak of 8,769,853 orcs, a number that echoes through history. Belonging to the one known simply as the Orc Slayer. His golden hair shimmering with an inner light, he stands as a beacon of unwavering might. More than just a warrior, he is a legend. Meanwhile, the orcs reel from the devastating blow, their voices filled with disbelief as they cry out that their chief is dead. Another one falls, a casualty of the ongoing battle. And the remaining warriors, consumed by rage, roar for the complete annihilation of their enemies. A terrified shriek echoes through the cavern. As an armored figure trembles, realizing the true nature of their attackers, the orcs. Amidst the chaos, a desperate voice bellows, "Raise your shields." A knight leader, moving with urgency, commands his unit to form a circle and stop their attacks. He braces his shield, preparing for the inevitable onslaught. But a frustrated cry of, "Damn it," escapes him. The D-rank hunters struggle, their shields taking heavy blows, as one laments, "Hey, block this." An orc lunges, striking a knight who questions, "How are we supposed to win against these?" Another orc charges, its eyes burning with fury, roaring, "I'll kill you." As the orcs press their relentless assault, a knight finds himself caught in a desperate struggle, barely reacting to the incoming blow. Nearby, another orc snarls, its face contorted in a furious roar. Its guttural cry echoes through the chamber, a promise of further violence. But before the orc's attack can fully connect, Sir Gildas's armored gauntlet flashes, intercepting the blow with a resounding clang. The impact sends a shock wave through the air, leaving the attacking orc stunned in disbelief. With unwavering resolve, the knight confirms his successful defense. Then, with a surge of power, Sir Gildas's helmet glows with an intense blue light as he activates Lionheart's aura, granting him defense against charges, fortification, heavy ultimate attack, great magic attack, range attack resistance, sharp attack, great infantryman slaughter, and corruption resistance, reinforcing his entire legion. He reacts with surprise as a system notification appears, proclaiming him the most prolific orc slayer, and detailing the powerful effects of his new title. With a surge of blue energy, he stands firm, ready to face the onslaught, the system continuing to list the formidable blessings and resistances now bestowed upon him and his legion. The orcs, caught in the overwhelming power, begin to fall back, their ranks breaking under the coordinated assault, a voice exclaiming that this is too good. He raises a hand, his voice cutting through the din of battle, commanding his forces to raise your shields and push them away. His grip tightens on his sword, waiting for the precise moment to unleash his next attack. Then, with a flash of blue, he strikes, a devastating blow sending an orc reeling back with a pained cry. He unleashes a devastating wave of blue energy, tearing through the battlefield with explosive force, sending armored figures recoiling as one lets out a pained cry. An injured orc, its tusk broken and bloodied, desperately calls out, "Dear God of warriors." His golden eyes widen slightly at the blasphemous invocation. What? But surprise quickly gives way to a furious snarl as blue energy flares around him. How dare these beasts cry for God? With a surge of power, he gathers swirling blue energy into his open palm. A massive, ethereal blade forming as he issues a chilling command. Cut off their tongues. His voice echoing with unbridled fury, he continues, "Take their heads and insult their erroneous God." With a final, explosive burst of power, he calls out, "Come, stallion." He had promised them a brutal display, and the orcs, still reeling from their leader's desperate plea, could only watch as a blinding light erupted from their midst. Their faces contorted in fear, they knew their god would not answer this time. Before they could even react, a searing blue projectile tore through the air, striking one of their number with devastating force as Sir Gildas himself charged forward on his warhorse, trampling another beneath the thundering hooves. A wave of pure, destructive mana then exploded outwards, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in his wake as he continued his relentless assault. Enveloped in a brilliant azure aura, his resolve hardened. He prepared to unleash the full might of his power. A potent surge of blue energy erupts, signaling the full unleashing of his power. As he appears, eyes blazing with a fierce yellow light, enveloped in a vibrant aura of mana. Without hesitation, he charges into the orc horde, a blue streak of destruction trampling everything in his path. His face contorted in a mask of pure fury, he vows to annihilate every last one of them. The ground trembles with each impact as the brutal assault continues. Blood and debris fly through the air, a testament to his unstoppable force. With a thunderous stomp, he crushes an orc beneath his armored boot, a burst of yellow energy marking the final blow. He stands triumphant, the last vestiges of blue mana fading around him, surrounded by the lifeless forms of countless enemies. The battlefield is left a desolate scene of carnage, a grim testament to his overwhelming power. His golden blade, still clutched firmly in hand, gleams with the light of a hard-won battle. As Sir Gildas, his face splattered with blood and his eyes burning with a fierce yellow glow, lets out a triumphant roar. He stands tall, declaring it an honorable victory. Nearby, a group of armored figures watches the scene unfold, uttering gasps of awe. As Hari approaches him with a worried expression, she hesitantly addresses him, to which he simply responds, "What is it, Hari?" Standing amidst the gruesome aftermath of countless fallen orcs, she questions his actions, asking why he did this. With his glowing eyes fixed on her, Sir Gildas counters, "Is there a reason needed to kill orcs?" Hari stammers, clearly taken aback, trying to bring up the quest. But Sir Gildas dismisses her concerns with a look of utter disdain, calling the idea of helping orcs a load of nonsense. He would rather throw himself into a pit of fire than offer aid to those green beasts, for they do not deserve a single ounce of respect. Their very existence, he insists, is evil, and they only deserve to die. They might be brave, but how could anyone forget the aggression orcs have shown throughout the history of knights? He continues, urging not to treat them like humans, for they are just sickening beasts. Hari, shocked by his words, exclaims, "Racist." She pleads with him, "But your majesty, there must be kind orcs somewhere in the world." His gaze sharpens, a clear, unyielding resolve settling on his features. "Keep this in mind," he declares, "the only kind orcs are dead orcs." A lone figure stands before a roaring fire, the flames casting long shadows as the word ORCS appears. A monstrous orc, its green skin scarred and tusks protruding, glares with fierce red eyes. When the gates opened on Earth, countless orc survivors stepped through, and a white-haired hunter, accompanied by a military escort, emerged from a swirling portal. Earth's people, initially welcoming, greeted them with open arms, exemplified by a smiling man in a suit holding a welcome sign. But the man's expression quickly shifts to one of shock and horror. The orc's eyes glow with an ominous red light, its snarl deepening. They did not adjust to Earth, instead becoming demonic humans, as evidenced by the man's arm, now grotesquely transforming into a scaly, green limb. A blood-splattered welcome sign lies discarded on the ground, a grim testament to the fact that orcs, once thought contained, had become a devastating problem even on Earth. Deep within a verdant forest, where glowing particles drift through the air, a strange, crab-like mechanical entity descends from the sky. Its multi-jointed legs extend as it hovers over a body of water, confirming its arrival at the designated location. With cold, calculated efficiency, it processes its mission. If the duty is carried out here, an all-kill is possible. Very efficient. Meanwhile, Hari looks up with a worried expression, her thoughts focused on the implications of the unfolding events. Standing beside her, the white-haired hunter remains stoic, his arms crossed as he observes the situation with a calm demeanor. As the mechanical entity glows with an ominous blue light, it announces its next phase, commencing core overload. The mechanical entity's core pulsed with immense power, its generating capacity reaching an alarming 99.9% operation. Arcs of golden energy crackled around it, intensifying with each passing moment. Then, a chilling announcement echoed, core overload. The cooling system was abnormal, the fuel rod's fusion quickened, and core fusion was occurring. The device began to sink, its intricate mechanisms disappearing beneath a rising tide of murky water, leaving only a faint glow in its wake. Hari peered down at the submerged entity, remarking, It looks like poop." The white-haired hunter immediately chastised her. "Don't say such dirty things." Hari, undeterred, then asked him, Your Majesty, is this over?" He simply responded, "What is?" "Releasing radioactive material into the river to kill orcs," Sir Gildas muses, his voice tinged with disbelief. Doesn't this go against the honor of a knight?" He continues, as Hari listens, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. A beat of silence hangs in the air. The white-haired hunter offers a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk. "Listen closely, Hari and Sir Spin," he commands, drawing their attention. "Fighting those green beasts is neither war nor battle. It's more like eliminating beasts." Hari, her brow furrowed, questions his stance. What kind of hunter would even think about honor when hunting? He pauses, his gaze unwavering. A good orc is a dead orc, he finishes, his words cutting through the air with cold finality. A guttural roar echoes through the desolate landscape. As an orc collapses, its lifeblood splattering across the rocky ground with a final, ragged gasp. Standing over the fallen Galdan, the massive orc Roctor lets out a triumphant laugh, boasting that he has shattered his opponent's skull. His fellow orcs cheer, praising his formidable axe skill. Acknowledging that Galdan died fighting fiercely, and believing that the god of warriors will send him to the eternal fighting range. Amidst the celebration, Roctor raises a large vessel, taking a deep drink to commemorate his victory. He stands amidst the desolate landscape, a formidable figure of raw power. Having just claimed victory, he brings a large container to his lips, the liquid within shimmering. He takes a deep draught, the cool liquid cascading down his throat. A moment passes, and he muses, the water today tastes a bit strange. A peculiar sensation spreads through him, a bit prickly and itchy. He pauses, considering the implications, a low hum escaping his throat. Then, with a grim understanding, he concludes, it's probably just the blood. The orc leader continues his heavy trek across the desolate, icy terrain. He moves further into the stark landscape, his figure growing smaller against the towering ice formations. The vast, frozen expanse stretches out around him, a silent witness to his journey. Suddenly, an agonizing scream rips from his throat. As his body convulses, green blood splattering from his mouth while he gasps for air. He collapses to his knees, groaning in unbearable pain, clutching desperately at his chest. Through his torment, a desperate plea escapes him. Witch doctor. A sickly yellow energy begins to spread across his form, leaving him hunched and weakened. His face contorts in utter distress, defeated by the mysterious affliction. His desperate cries for the witch doctor echo through the cavern, his agony intensifying as he screams for someone to save him. Other orcs watch, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. His face contorted in pain, he struggles to comprehend what is happening, unable to identify the source of his torment. His arm, covered in sickly green energy, trembles uncontrollably as he declares he has never witnessed such a phenomenon. The surrounding orcs murmur amongst themselves, speculating that it is neither a curse nor an enchantment, wondering what could possibly be afflicting their leader. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through the chaos, proclaiming, "Honor to the Lionheart." Still writhing in pain, the orc leader looks up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. Before he can react, the white-haired hunter, surrounded by a brilliant yellow aura, closes the distance in a blinding flash, delivering a devastating blow. The orc leader lets out a guttural roar of pure agony as the attack connects, his body convulsing from the impact. With eyes blazing, the unnamed protagonist unleashes a furious command, ordering the complete elimination of the monstrous beasts. His fist clenches, reinforcing the absolute resolve behind his words, leaving no doubt about the severity of his directive. As his corruption resistance activates, he plunges into the fray, his attacks tearing through the orcs, each defeat a surge of experience. The battlefield becomes a maelstrom of chaos, with countless orcs falling before his relentless assault. Amidst the carnage, the orc leader watches, his face contorted in a mix of agony and disbelief. More of his brethren collapse, their forms dissolving into dust. A guttural cry of "KQEK" escapes the orc leader's lips, his eye glowing crimson with a final, desperate surge of power. Then, his massive form plummets from the sky, a final, bitter curse against the cowardly human echoing into the vast expanse. As the black energy from the defeated orc leader dissipates into the vast sky, a distant voice cries out in disbelief. The remnants of the battle painting the heavens in dark streaks. A powerful impact echoes through the air as the last vestiges of the orc leader's power vanish. From the protagonist's glowing armor, a sharp, metallic sound rings out, as if confirming the finality of the battle. Immediately, a system message materializes before them, declaring, "The Battle EXE tribe has been eliminated." Hari looks on, her expression a mix of awe and concern, as the protagonist stands amidst the aftermath. Another system message appears, its words carrying a new weight. "You have become a common enemy." Hari and the protagonist's armor overlook a distant village, a final quest directive overlaying the scene. Get rid of all ORCS in the hidden quest field. He looks up as a voice calls out, announcing a sudden change to the quest. Hari, her eyes wide with urgency, points to a glowing holographic screen, confirming the unexpected development. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes the implications, welcoming the challenge of a better, more demanding task. Meanwhile, in a desolate, ruined landscape, Lionheart's soldiers stand guard, one of them declaring the dawn of a new era of justice. The air crackles with an ominous energy. As the grotesque face of an orc emerges from the shadows, its eyes burning with primal rage. The ruined city itself seems to pulse with a sickly green aura, its crumbling structures bathed in an unnatural, ethereal glow. Standing amidst the glowing ruins, surrounded by Lionheart's soldiers, he finds himself at the center of this new, dangerous quest. Sir Gildas, his face grim, points an accusing finger, declaring him responsible for the unfolding chaos. From the depths of the ruined city, a guttural voice echoes, accusing, "You are the ones who cursed the river's water." Another snarl follows, denouncing them as mere cowards. But the protagonist, his blonde hair catching the dim light, simply looks down, his expression unreadable. A soft, dismissive sound escapes him, a single, contemptuous "ha." He continues, his voice laced with disdain, "How foolish. How dare a beast talk about honor?" As he surveys the defeated figures before him, he declares, "Merely looking at you inferior beasts is shameful." His gaze hardens, the weight of his words pressing down. "Even if I were to dig my eyes out alive," he asserts, his face etched with grim resolve, "this is a great sin that cannot be made up for." Finally, he offers the cowering orc a chilling ultimatum. "I'll at least give you a chance to kill yourselves, you dirty beasts." An orc, enraged by the ultimatum, roars defiance, calling him an arrogant bastard. With a guttural cry, a wave of sickly green mana erupts from its form. It vows that Gokbok will never forgive him, its voice laced with venom. Observing the surge of mana, the protagonist finds it interesting that a mere monster can wield such power, a golden aura beginning to shimmer around him. He moves with blinding speed, his form blurring into a streak of golden light. His leg snaps forward, a powerful kick aimed directly at the orc. The golden energy intensifies, the impact imminent. With a resounding kwang, the kick connects. A sickening ang echoes as the orc is violently struck, blood spraying from the force of the blow. The golden mana-charged kick lands with brutal force, sending a shockwave through the orc's body as it lets out a pained grunt. But even as its face contorts in agony, a dark green mana erupts from its form, a desperate, defiant declaration echoing through the air. It's too late. The dark energy swirls and crackles, coalescing into an ominous, pulsating mass around the orc. Now fully enveloped in the malevolent aura, the orc raises its sword, its voice booming with a chilling promise. Gok is coming. Before the orc's attack can fully manifest, a burst of vibrant purple energy erupts, seemingly intercepting the dark mana. Despite the counter, the orc's malevolent power takes form, a tendril-like sphere of dark green mana reaching out with sinister intent. Watching the escalating battle, Hari gasps in alarm, questioning the unfolding phenomenon. "Your Majesty, what is?" The orc leader watches the swirling green energy, a sneer on his face as he remarks on the offering, finding it uncivilized. From the depths of the green mana, a black vortex begins to form, its tendrils reaching out with a guttural quack sound, as a massive, clawed green hand begins to tear its way through the dimensional rift, fully emerging with a heavy jeek sound. The orc leader's voice booms, urging his opponent to witness the spectacle, commanding them to look. As if in response, a colossal, blood-red eye snaps open within the green energy, staring out with an ominous jeek. This terrifying manifestation is none other than the great Gokrok's eye and right arm. Finally, the full, towering form of Gokrok, a multi-limbed green monstrosity, tears itself free from the rift, its emergence marked by a final, resounding quack. A guttural growl echoes as a monstrous, green-skinned hand emerges from the darkness, its massive fingers reaching with terrifying speed towards the lone figure of the hunter. Caught in the monster's relentless pursuit, he appears as a tiny speck against the vast, dark expanse. The green hand closes in, a malevolent light glowing from its palm as it prepares to strike. With brutal force, the monstrous grip clamps down, crushing the hunter's head. Even as the pressure mounts, a fierce resolve burns within him. This creature cannot be permitted to exist. His will hardens, a single thought dominating his mind. He must kill it. The monstrous hand continues its relentless squeeze, the green light pulsing with destructive energy. The crushing green energy continues to surge, enveloping him in its destructive aura, as a glowing fist of pure force slams into his position, the impact radiating outwards with devastating power, driving him further into the ground. From a distance, Hari watches the brutal assault, her voice trembling as she calls out, "Why, Your Majesty?" But then, a new, ethereal voice echoes, cutting through the chaos. "You." The voice continues, a chilling pronouncement. "A being that is akin to me protects you." It then poses a profound question. Who is the god that protects you? As the words hang in the air, a blonde figure looks down with piercing eyes, his gaze fixed on the protagonist, repeating, "A being." As the blonde figure unleashes a divine law blessing of the arrow shield, he dismisses his opponent, believing something like them could never stand against him. His golden aura flares as he prepares to strike, utterly incredulous that anyone would dare compare themselves to a god. His eyes glow with fierce power, mocking the idea of a mere captain among a group of beasts. Gathering a surge of brilliant blue energy in his raised hand, he prepares to unleash his true might. The concentrated power erupts outward, a devastating wave of blue energy extending far beyond his grasp. He sweeps his arm forward, a shimmering blade of blue energy cutting through the air with incredible speed. His mount charges onward, as he declares his true identity, proclaiming himself, "I, the king of the lion heart." The blue energy continues to surge and expand, a testament to his overwhelming power. He unleashes a devastating wave of blue energy, his voice echoing with absolute authority, declaring that he will not and cannot tolerate his opponent's very existence. But before the attack can fully connect, a massive, green-skinned arm flexes, intercepting the assault with a guttural roar. The green-skinned foe's eye glows with malevolent energy as he sneers, mocking the blonde figure as an inferior mortal. He continues his verbal assault, his voice dripping with contempt, commanding the blonde figure to die with regrets. Before the blonde figure can react, the green-skinned foe's fist connects, sending a shockwave of blue energy rippling outwards. The force of the blow sends the king of the lion heart hurtling backward, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. He flies through the air, a trail of light following his trajectory, momentarily disoriented by the unexpected impact. But even as he falls, the blonde figure's eyes sharpen with resolve, blue energy gathering around his hand as he prepares a swift counter. With a burst of speed, he unleashes a sharp, red-orange energy slash, aimed directly at his formidable opponent. The counterattack lands with a jarring force, a bright red-orange impact flaring as it connects with the green-skinned foe's hand. The impact sends a shockwave through him, his face contorting in an expression of raw, unexpected pain as green energy bursts around him. A guttural cry escapes his lips, his single visible eye glowing an angry red as the pain intensifies. He doubles over, clutching his chest, a dark aura swirling around his pained form. Another strike, a blade of pure blue energy, slashes across his hand, deepening the unexpected agony. He stares at his injured hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. This wasn't his original body that was attacked, so why did he feel such profound pain? The green-skinned warrior roars in frustration, unable to comprehend the source of his suffering. Then, a dawning realization spreads across his face as he recognizes his attacker. Sir Gakrok gasps, the name of his opponent escaping his lips. His glowing red eye widens further as he identifies the weapon, the legendary Holy Sword of Ridian. A chilling realization dawns upon Sir Gakrok, the truth echoing in his mind. It was him. The blonde figure, astride his pale steed, radiates a potent yellow aura, an undeniable force. He is known by many names, whispered in fear and awe, the Dog Executioner, the Demon Slayer. And the glowing blade he wields is that of the knight who alone survived that nightmarish world. Sir Gakrok's single green eye widens in shock, his shadowy form recoiling from the overwhelming presence. With a crackle of green energy, he makes the difficult decision to fall back for now. A nearby soldier gasps in disbelief, recognizing the formidable green-skinned warrior. Sir Gakrok, now fully manifest, snarls, vowing to make his opponent pay for this recklessness, as the soldier confirms his identity. Amidst shimmering blue particles, the blonde figure simply hums, a calm assessment in his eyes. He stands over the fallen, a dismissive gaze sweeping across the defeated orcs, as if their struggle was barely worth his time. A scoff escapes him, uttering that such a pathetic display was all one could expect from a god. But even in defeat, Sir Gakrok's fury burns, his voice a guttural snarl as he struggles to form words. He demands to know what has been done, his eyes wide with disbelief at the devastation. Clutching his weapon, the orc leader vows vengeance, a desperate promise to avenge his fallen comrades. Unmoved by the threat, the blonde figure stands amidst the defeated, a faint blue aura shimmering around him. He surveys the desolate landscape, a ruined structure looming in the distance, before spitting dismissively. A slight tilt of his head accompanies his next words, acknowledging their effort, however futile. His gaze hardens, declaring that such beings have no right to exist. The system announces the successful completion of all hidden quests, immediately applying 2 new party-wide buffs, Orc Hunter and War Knight's Man-at-Arms. The Orc Hunter buff grants a significant 30% increase in damage against orcs, while War Knight's Man-at-Arms provides a 20% boost to physical attack resistance when facing War Knights. A man with short black hair, wearing a dark undershirt and glowing blue armor, stares at the message, surprised that they've gained physical attack resistance, a trait usually reserved for knights. The sheer power of the buffs is astonishing, even if the 30% extra damage against orcs feels a bit specific. Around him, several armored figures, their helmets obscuring their faces, also seem to acknowledge the unexpected boon of physical attack resistance. Another man, with spiky black hair and similar glowing blue armor, shouts, urging everyone to collect the loot. He emphasizes the need for speed, reminding them that collecting the spoils is the right of the victor. The armored figures, along with the shouting man, quickly move among the fallen orc bodies, ready to gather their rewards. As the dust settled on the battlefield, a system message appeared, reminding the victorious party to focus on collecting all the equipment from the defeated great warriors and advanced witch doctors. A golden chalice, known as Lionheart, gleams with an ethereal light. Nearby, the blonde figure extends a hand, a faint blue energy swirling around his palm, as he observes, I can sense a considerable amount of mana from the beast's amputated arm. Hari, her expression thoughtful, suggests, use the Holy Grail to absorb that mana. Sir Gildas listens intently. The blonde figure considers this, stating, then, we will give you power. He then adds, almost to himself, is that so? He raises the chalice, which now pulses with a vibrant blue energy, ready to fulfill its purpose. The severed arm of the divine orc lies on the dark, rocky ground, a faint squishing sound accompanying its presence. The sound of footsteps draws closer to the gruesome relic. As the chalice is brought over it, emitting a powerful golden glow and a distinct sucking sound, drawing the mana from the limb. A pained cry echoes as streams of glowing particles rise from the ground, absorbed into the sky. The golden light intensifies, consuming the severed arm of the divine orc as the last vestiges of its mana are drawn away, leaving behind only shimmering particles in its wake. The process completes with a final, brilliant flash. With a soft tch, the blonde figure holds the newly acquired power, now condensed into a pulsating, golden orb in his palm. He observes the orb, a profound realization dawning on him. He can sense a power akin to divine energy within it. Turning his back on a distant, desolate landscape and an unseen presence, he muses on the beast's worship they once enjoyed, but dismisses it. His voice hardens as he declares that he cannot accept those who lack true faith, seeing them merely as a faction that must be extinguished. His gaze sharpens, a silent affirmation echoing in his mind. Lionheart, my knight. Lionheart's hand rests upon a golden, ornate object, a faint glow emanating from its surface as he addresses a divine presence, affirming his commitment. He looks upward, his expression resolute, as if speaking to an unseen entity, questioning any hesitation and declaring, "It is my burden. This work is only for me, thanks to that beast's mana." Having come to them with a critical need, he stands before three figures whose eyes glow with an ethereal light, urging them to make a decision. He then adds, "I think I can acquire the power of a sacred item with this power." The black-haired protagonist, hearing this audacious claim, reacts with a look of profound surprise, while a chibi representation of Lionheart questions, "Is that true?" Lionheart, undeterred, continues his conversation with the female figure, who, despite a subtle expression of concern, assures him, "Yes, I will respect any choice you make." His eyes closed, Lionheart's face is bathed in a brilliant, golden light, the raw power he wields visibly manifesting around him, a testament to his growing strength. His eyes now open and blazing with golden energy, Lionheart holds aloft a glowing orb, revealing his possession of not only a holy spear and holy sword, but also the legendary Holy Grail. He muses that the power of the holy sword is a bit too much to handle at the moment, and so, with a determined glint in his eye, he declares he will recover the power of the Holy Grail. Holding aloft the ancient goblet, a soft golden light begins to emanate from it as he proclaims, "All right, my knight." The Holy Grail's radiance intensifies, swirling with golden particles, as a surge of magical energy bursts forth with a resonant sound, enveloping the entire area in a brilliant, expanding golden light, until the Holy Grail stands fully charged, radiating immense power. The Holy Grail, now fully charged, pulsed with an ethereal golden light, its power swirling around the hands that held it. As the golden energy intensified, he raised his arm, bathed in the radiant glow. The goblet itself shimmered with an almost blinding brilliance, a testament to its restored might. A faint smile touched his lips as he gazed down at the now fully activated artifact, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. Suddenly, a frantic voice cut through the air, calling out to him with urgency. He turned, his gaze questioning, wondering what could possibly warrant such an interruption. Hari, accompanied by Sir Spin, gestured wildly, her words tumbling out in a rush. Her attention was fixed on the rapidly moving, blurry form of Sir Spin, who seemed to be darting off in an unexpected direction. Hari's face flushed with a mix of surprise and embarrassment, struggling to explain the knight's sudden, peculiar behavior. Hari cries out in alarm, her voice cutting through the air as the blonde figure, his face contorted in frustration, curses, "You damn robot." A heavy impact shakes the ground, a dull thud echoing. Another solid strike lands. And Sir Gildas, caught completely off guard, finds himself ensnared by dark, shadowy tendrils, his desperate plea for help barely escaping his lips. The tendrils violently slam him, his scream of pain swallowed by the force of the blow. As Sir Gildas lies defeated, Sir Spin stands over him, his voice laced with fury as he shouts, "You stupid robot!" The source of the chaos is revealed, a formidable robot, its single red eye glowing ominously, identified only as Kirik. A man cries out, clutching his chest as cracks spiderweb across his armor, the impact of an unseen force sending him reeling. He collapses onto the desolate ground, now surrounded by three menacing automatons, their metallic forms closing in. Still prone, the man can only watch as the robots advance, their heavy steps echoing in the ruins. One of the automatons seizes him with a glowing blue grip, its powerful hold pinning him down as he struggles in vain. The man remains trapped, the metallic feet of his attackers surrounding him, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. From a short distance, Char Hari and another dark-haired man watch the scene unfold, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. As the robot continues its assault, the blonde figure steps forward, his voice cutting through the air with a sharp, authoritative command. Enough. His voice sharp and commanding, the blonde figure warns the knight to watch his mouth, or risk having his tongue severed. The knight, Sir Spin, bristles at the threat, demanding to know if he is defending the robot, but the blonde figure cuts him off, silencing him with a fierce glare. He then steps closer to the small, downed robot, his hand hovering over it, as if examining it. Turning back to the fuming knight, he asks what the problem is, addressing him directly as Sir Spin, before labeling the robot a loot thief. Sir Spin, still seething, can only stammer in disbelief, his foot hovering over the robot. The blonde figure then declares that they will know its true nature once they go through its belongings. Turning to Hari, he gives a direct order. She is to go through the robot's things. Hari, startled but compliant, immediately responds, acknowledging his majesty. Approaching the protagonist with a nervous expression, Hari offers a deep apology, acknowledging his high status. He tries to interject, his words cut short as he attempts to explain something about the robot, but the situation seems to be escalating beyond his control. Meanwhile, a group of armored knights reacts with sudden alarm, their unified cry echoing through the space. A vibrant purple energy flares, casting an ominous glow. The Majesty stands over a fallen form, a small white bag clutched in his hands, his gaze fixed on its contents. The blonde figure, observing the scene, identifies the item with a gasp, recognizing it as the legendary Great Orc Warrior's heart. Hari confirms the significance of the find, stating it's the most valuable loot from within the Orc Gate. The Majesty, looking distressed, tries to clarify the situation, insisting it's all a misunderstanding. His face contorted in protest, he vehemently denies any accusation of theft. He vehemently denies the accusation, his voice rising in protest. Before he can finish, the blonde figure lunges forward, a blade of crackling blue energy manifesting in his hand and striking out. The sudden, unprovoked assault leaves him momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he raises a hand, a shimmering purple barrier flaring to intercept the blow. The surrounding knights brace themselves, startled by the unexpected confrontation. Despite the block, the blade still finds its mark, leaving a deep gash on his arm. The blonde figure, his expression stern, declares that while he understands different rules may apply elsewhere, here, he is part of the King of the Lionheart's military, implying a strict adherence to their laws. The knights stand in silent agreement, their presence a stark reminder of the authority he represents. Restrained and facing his accuser, he defiantly declares that the stolen item is his. The blonde figure, however, remains unyielding, stating clearly, "These are my laws and rules." He gestures with an open hand, challenging, "If you cannot adhere to them, then raise your hands." The laws of this new world are absolute, with severe penalties for transgression, such as those who steal having their hands cut off. This is the unwavering decree of the Lionheart Kingdom. The harshness of these rules was difficult for the people of modern Earth to accept, one of the armored knights muttering, "That sounds a bit harsh." But there was more to consider than just the severity of the laws. As the knights observe the protagonist, they notice a strange phenomenon, with one commenting on these amazing buffs. Another knight adds, speculating on the protagonist's power, "It felt like I was upgraded from a D rank to a C rank. No, it felt like I was even stronger than that." Amidst the gathered knights, a murmur spreads, questioning the very notion of punishment for theft in a land so lawless. Some argue that outside the gate, it is a lawless place, suggesting that perhaps strict laws are indeed necessary. The blonde figure simply hums in agreement, his gaze fixed on the white-haired man before him. He then demands to know his name, his voice cutting through the tense silence. A knight nearby refers to the white-haired man as a soldier, who then responds, "I'm Gu Daesung." Another knight, holding a severed arm, mutters about the thief, a grim reminder of the kingdom's harsh justice. The blonde figure then presses Gu Daesung further, asking why he has come forth. Gu Daesung hesitates, a soft escaping his lips. The blonde figure, anticipating his answer, finishes the thought for him. To retrieve his arm? He presses, to place it back? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the distress etched across the man's face. The blonde figure's voice cuts through the silence, explaining that such an act would eliminate the very purpose of the punishment. He continues, asserting that any argument against it defeats the purpose of his judgment. Gu Daesung, though aware of the implications, begins to counter, "I am aware." However, one of the knights, Sir Spin, addresses his majesty, reminding him that they have lived amidst different ideals. The man seizes the opportunity, pointing out that the rules have only just been made known. The blonde figure considers this, acknowledging that it would be too harsh not to grant a chance. He finally concedes, finding the argument reasonable. Still on the ground, Gu Daesung offers a desperate apology, his voice barely a whisper. Above him, the blonde figure begins to manifest a swirling blue energy, a clear sign of his formidable power. He then addresses the onlookers, reminding them, "You should be thankful that you have a comrade who speaks reason." With a subtle gesture, the blue energy coalesces into a shimmering disk, hovering just above his palm. The disk then transforms, shifting from blue to a brilliant gold, taking the form of a radiant, ornate orb. Intricate patterns glow across its surface, emanating an intense, almost blinding light. The golden aura expands, filling the entire space with its overwhelming brilliance. The blonde figure stands at the center of this radiant display, his form silhouetted against the powerful golden light. Sir Gildas, witnessing the sheer magnitude of this power, can only stare in wide-eyed, horrified awe. A wave of pure astonishment washes over Gu Daesung as he witnesses the impossible. His mind struggles to comprehend the sight before him, the blonde figure's power manifesting in a way that defies all known laws. With a blinding flash of golden light and swirling particles, the blonde figure's arm regenerates completely, whole and unblemished. Even the most powerful S-rank hunters can only replace an amputated limb with a prosthetic or a magical construct, but true, organic regeneration remains beyond their grasp. Yet, the blonde figure possesses not only an unbelievable array of combat power, but also a healing ability that far surpasses even an S-rank hunter's capabilities. Radiating an intense golden aura that crackles with blue energy, the blonde figure stands as an undeniable force. Gu Daesung flinches, his face contorted in fear, as the blonde figure's voice cuts through the air with a chilling command. The blonde figure declares a conditional forgiveness, acknowledging the world's laws, but swiftly follows it with a pronouncement that strips Gu Daesung of his fundamental rights. Bound by shimmering blue energy, Gu Daesung can only offer a humbled acceptance, his voice barely a whisper of gratitude and apology. He addresses the assembled armored figures, his voice carrying across the training ground, reminding them that those who do not participate will not receive their share of his military might. The knights listen intently, their expressions hidden behind their heavy helmets. One of them, however, seems to recognize the gravity of the situation, understanding this is a crucial opportunity. The blonde figure then declares his intention to begin the training right away, his command absolute. He reminds them once more to take their loot, emphasizing the reward for their efforts. The scene shifts dramatically to a desolate, ruined cityscape, the new training ground stretching out under a grim sky. Hari stands beside him, observing the knights as they gather in the harsh environment, a question forming on her lips. She turns to him, her voice tinged with curiosity, asking what the next phase of their training will entail. He looks out at the desolate landscape, his gaze sharp and unwavering, ready for whatever comes next. As the blonde figure considers the upcoming physical training, a voice from off-panel addresses him with deference, calling him Your Majesty. Meanwhile, under a vast, cloud-strewn sky, the world shifts to a different, sunlit landscape. Golden fields stretch endlessly beneath the bright sun, leading towards a distant, modern structure. Before the imposing building, a crowd of figures gathers, and one calls out, hesitantly addressing Mr. Gu. As the question, "What's wrong?" hangs in the air, Gu Daesung looks on, a subtle expression of surprise or concern crossing his face. As he stands among his fellow trainees, Gu Daesung listens to a casual conversation about a recent date raid. One of them expresses concern, telling him he's going to overwork himself and should rest sometimes. A light laugh escapes him, but his expression quickly shifts as a sudden presence makes itself known. A wave of shock washes over him, his eyes widening in surprise. The air crackles with anticipation as a voice announces, His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, is entering. And not just him, but also Grail Knight Sir Bade Gwyn is arriving. The sudden, grand entrance leaves Gu Daesung and the other trainees frozen, their faces etched with awe and respect. Standing tall and regal, Leon Dragonia Lionheart addresses the group, congratulating them on passing the simple test. Gu Daesung, regaining his composure, acknowledges that the date raid was indeed a simple test. Watching them fight, Leon Dragonia Lionheart observes, having spotted various problems. He declares that the most important issue was their bodies. Therefore, he has decided to implement physical training, much to the trainees' surprise. From this point forward, they will all undergo strict training that follows his kingdom's manual. The words of the manual glow with an ethereal light, outlining the rigorous path ahead. One trainee, looking bewildered, questions if this will be middle-aged muscle training. Gu Daesung watches the trainee's reaction, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The manual's glowing text emphasizes that the training of the body is the training of the muscles. It instructs them to train their muscles to push their bodies, to push past their limits, and to overcome them. A Grail Knight, Sir Gildas the Giant Slayer, who created the Lionheart training manual, once declared, "Humans become stronger the more you beat them up." The blonde figure nods, acknowledging these wise words. Two trainees exchange a look of utter disbelief, muttering, "Sorry?" The blonde figure continues, his eyes glowing with intensity. "So, how should a soldier who guards the kingdom train?" He clenches his fist, emphasizing that, of course, they must train harder than a farmer. Therefore, Sir Gratis said these wise words for the kingdom's training, a philosophy that still holds true. The blonde figure's eyes glow with a fierce blue light as he explains that their muscles will not only become tougher, but their dynamic visual acuity will also be improved in an attempt to avoid more beatings. The trainees recoil in disbelief, one of them gasping, "What?" The blonde figure stands observing, flanked by other recruits, as a powerful energy ripples through the air. His finger descends, singling out the group of new recruits. A fiery aura ignites around him. As he declares, "Now, beat each other up." A commanding voice cuts through the tension, a single finger pointing upwards as if to punctuate an absolute decree. The blonde figure's expression is intense as he declares, beat each other up to a pulp. His hand clenches, emphasizing the brutal instruction, until all the muscles in your bodies are torn to shreds and your fists are broken. He continues, his voice unwavering. It's even better if your bones break too. No, make sure to break them. Two older men react with shock and disbelief, one exclaiming, "Tish, that's nonsense," while the other tries to rationalize. And no, he's not wrong, but... The blonde figure looks down, a hint of concern in his posture as he considers the implications. If we do something like that, the city will break down. A question hangs in the air, challenging the very premise of the command. Why would it? Meanwhile, a hand grips a golden goblet, which glows with an ethereal, orange light, its surface adorned with intricate carvings. He declares, "Consider it a fortune that the person who stands before you is the owner of the Holy Grail." The golden goblet, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, hovers in the air. Gu Daesung stares, a bewildered "huh," escaping him, while Hari looks on with wide, questioning eyes. He continues, his voice calm, "Your injuries are healing." Gu Daesung touches his face, his confusion deepening into a double "huh? Huh?" The goblet pulses brighter, confirming his words. All warriors near the Holy Grail will be healed. He then clarifies the grim caveat. Unless you drink, nothing will help. I'll just help you regenerate your muscles and flesh and put your bones back in place. A collective gasp ripples through the assembled group, their faces etched with dawning horror at the implications of his words. Turning his back to them, he issues his final, chilling command. Break everything you see in front of you. As the blonde figure's chilling command echoes, he clarifies that there are no allies in this brutal trial. Everyone must accept all attacks while also attacking whoever stands in front of them. He adds a grim warning. If anyone remains unscathed after 5 hours, his glowing eyes fixating on the group, he will personally beat them into submission. With the command delivered, Gu Daesung turns to Sir Gildas, delegating the remaining tasks to the knight. Later, Gu Daesung and Hari examine a digital tablet, Hari questioning if this is the training manual they were expecting. Gu Daesung then observes a group of trainees, his gaze sharp as he takes in their forms. He continues to watch them, a silent assessment passing through his mind. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, declaring a fraudulent act spotted, causing Hari to gasp in shock. A group of individuals in matching blue uniforms finds themselves ensnared within a field of crackling blue energy, its arcs illuminating their tense forms. One of them cries out, recoiling sharply as the oppressive force pushes against him. Then, a cold, unyielding command echoes through the space. Suggestion. Fight. Observing the unfolding chaos, Gu Daesung considers the grim alternative, knowing that if not, there will be a lot of armed forces to enforce compliance. Back in the arena, the trainees exchange grim glances, their faces a mix of fear and dawning resolve. One of them screams in sheer frustration, unable to escape the impossible choice. Another, driven to the brink, lunges forward with a desperate cry, shouting, "Die!" The arena erupts into a brutal melee, as the blue-uniformed figures turn on each other, bodies flying from impacts. One combatant swings a weapon with fierce determination, resigned to the fact that if I'm going to die either way, he will fight until the end. A sudden, brutal punch connects with his face, sending a jolt of pain through him as he recoils, barely able to process the attack. This is insanity. He shouts, his voice raw with disbelief. You're all out of your minds. His eyes narrow, a fierce blue glow igniting within them as raw power begins to surge through his body, his jaw clenching in determination. And with a resounding impact, he delivers a devastating counterpunch. This brutal melee is part of a rigorous daily routine for the hunters who have signed up to be Leon's knights. At 9 in the morning, the Steel Skin project of Gratis Standing Army training is in full swing, with trainees locked in fierce combat. He moves with practiced precision, a blur of motion amidst the chaos. By noon, the intensity hasn't waned, even as the schedule marks lunch. Whales, featuring salt and sugar, the brutal training continuing without pause. A sense of confusion hangs in the air, as if something unexpected has just been revealed, while elsewhere, the rigorous military routine continues. Inside, a simple cup of water sits on a table, prompting a question. Water. Hari, looking utterly perplexed, turns to her companion, asking, Hari SSI, what's this? That's... The blonde figure, Leon, responds with a stern expression. It's lunch. He elaborates, his gaze unwavering. Water with sugar and salt mixed in it. Gu Daesung's face contorts in disbelief, the realization dawning on him. He puts salt and sugar in the water. This bizarre meal is merely a reflection of the harsh reality of the standing army, where soldiers are fed just enough to survive, with proper nourishment reserved only for those who prove themselves to be true warriors. As the clock strikes 1, tactical training begins, with Leon on horseback challenging 5 groups of soldiers to stop him. The sheer audacity of the command leaves Gu Daesung utterly stunned. What? The impact sends him flying, a jarring memory of the brutal training still fresh in his mind. Even in his dreams, the relentless schedule of the standing army training, where soldiers were pushed to their limits, haunted him, culminating in a deep, exhausted sleep. He wakes with a gasp, his body drenched in sweat, the phantom pains of the day's ordeal still lingering. This was truly training from hell. Later, a familiar face peeks in, offering a bowl of food, a small comfort in the harsh regimen. Hari's care had saved them, and her presence was a welcome sight. As he and Leon eat, the narration reveals that this entire ordeal, even the moments of respite, were all part of Leon's meticulous plan. The hunters, exhausted and focused on survival, had no way of knowing the true depth of the strategy unfolding around them. The sun rises over a new day, signaling the continuation of their arduous journey. He swings his sword with a powerful grunt, the blade striking an unseen barrier. The impact reverberates, sending a shockwave through the air. He recoils slightly, the force of his own blow pushing him back. His sword still vibrates from the strike. A heavy breath escapes him, as he realizes the shield he's training against is far more resilient than anticipated. Swinging the heavy blade takes considerable effort, he muses, and the rigid shield formation severely restricts his combat postures. He continues his training, another grunt of exertion escaping him, as he grapples with the limitations. Later, looking at his phone, he concludes that to effectively use his sword within such formations, he must focus on practicing stabbing techniques. As Gu Daesung continues his rigorous training, focusing on the precise motion of a stabbing attack, the intensity of the session is palpable. A sharp voice cuts through the air, declaring his form wrong. He flinches, his eyes widening in surprise at the sudden correction. As the blonde figure, his instructor, watches with an unwavering gaze. The instructor's posture remains impeccable, a silent testament to his authority. Before he issues his next command, continue, correct your posture, and try stabbing again. Gu Daesung, though weary, responds with a respectful, "Why yes, your majesty." He immediately resumes his practice, his movements now more deliberate, striving for the perfection demanded by his teacher. Finally, a sigh of relief escapes him, a quiet phew. As the intense session momentarily concludes, his instructor still observing. Gu Daesung grunts with effort, his blade cutting through the air as he continues his rigorous training. His instructor, the one known as Majesty, demonstrates a precise sword swing, a faint glow trailing the edge of his weapon. Gu Daesung, clad in his own armor, practices blocking with his shield, a faint blue energy shimmering around him. His stance is firm, yet the instructor observes with a critical eye, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he processes the trainee's movements. Suddenly, the instructor steps in, stopping Gu Daesung mid-action with a firm hand on his shoulder, declaring, "Wrong." Gu Daesung looks down, a hint of dejection and confusion on his face, awaiting further instruction. The instructor then demonstrates, explaining, "You have a habit of lowering your shield as you stab. I'm sure I've mentioned before. You also need to use the shield to protect the right shoulder of your ally." He looks up, a question forming on his lips, wondering why such a fundamental principle is being emphasized. His instructor explains that a shield not held in its proper position creates a critical gap, and that gap inevitably leads to an opening for the enemy. A stylized image of knights on horseback charging into a shield wall illustrates the point, as the blonde figure continues, describing his strategy, to have shield-bearing soldiers form an impenetrable wall, allowing the knights to charge in and slay the enemies. Gu Daesung acknowledges the explanation, as the blonde figure declares this hammer and anvil tactic to be both the correct and his preferred method. However, Gu Daesung hesitates, a monstrous creature appearing in his mind's eye, reminding him that their current opponents are not mere soldiers, but true monsters. He voices his concern, believing such creatures cannot be defeated using conventional methods. The blonde figure's gaze sharpens, his expression unyielding. Suddenly, Hari peeks around a door, her voice filled with trepidation as she asks if he dares to teach Her Majesty how to fight different creatures, then quickly corrects herself, insisting that's not what she's trying to do at all. After a brief pause, the blonde figure continues, letting out a thoughtful, He explains that the monsters appearing in the gates of this world are nothing compared to the countless horrors he faced in his own, where even the most formidable creatures here would be considered mere fodder. The demon slayer elaborates, stating that the monsters in his world's gates were actually nothing compared to what he had to fight. He recalls towering giants that dwarfed mountains and multi-headed trolls that even beginner hunters struggled against, emphasizing the sheer scale of the threats he faced. His words conjure an image of grotesque, multi-headed trolls, their bodies bristling with smaller goblins, a truly terrifying sight. He continues, describing a dragon capable of crushing mountains with a single hand, a creature of unimaginable power. The blonde figure concludes his explanation, emphasizing that one also needs the ability to adapt to any kind of unexpected situation, a crucial skill for survival. He pauses, a single word hanging in the air, that. He explains that true understanding of battle can only be forged through the crucible of real-life experiences. He then challenges, asking if one possesses the talent to train their body, or if they have a battlefield they can truly wield with any weapon, as a desolate landscape with a towering figure illustrates his point. Gu Daesung listens intently, processing the weight of the blonde figure's words. A serious expression settles on his face, reflecting deep contemplation. The blonde figure continues, explaining that this is precisely why he teaches his soldiers just one fundamental principle. He elaborates that being well-rounded is merely the minimum requirement for a knight, a baseline needed to heighten one's chances of survival. A knightly figure is shown as he concludes that ultimately, all one truly needs is to possess a single, exceptional talent. Gu Daesung pauses, considering this philosophy, before beginning to voice a contrasting thought. He finally states his ambition, declaring that he wants to achieve far more than mere survival. As the blonde figure turns to him, he asks if Gu Daesung truly dreams of becoming a knight. Walking beside him, Gu Daesung ponders the question, wondering aloud which kind of person could possibly be like him. The blonde figure then challenges the common perception, asking if knights aren't simply aristocrats. He continues, asserting that one shouldn't paint the colors of their world's logic onto others, because a knight is not something anyone can simply become. Gu Daesung looks down, a hint of regret or understanding on his face, offering a quiet apology. A true knight, the narration explains, is a person who voluntarily walks the path of hardship, burdened with a noble duty. They are individuals who protect their people and their land, with courage flowing through their blood. A knight is someone who swears eternal loyalty to their goddess and their people, a solemn vow etched into their very being. Ultimately, anyone can be a knight, if they make that divine promise. As the sun casts its golden light across the horizon, a profound realization dawns. A soft escapes Gu Daesung, as if the weight of the blonde figure's words has finally settled within him. The blonde figure, too, seems to be reflecting on his own past, admitting, I was prejudiced. Gu Daesung stands resolute, clad in the symbolic armor of a knight, his gaze fixed on a distant, hopeful future. His armored hand clenches into a determined fist, a silent vow made. With a newfound clarity, he begins to articulate his deepest desire. I also want to become a knight. Meanwhile, far from this moment of personal resolve, the imposing structure of the United States Magic Tower branch looms under the night sky. Within its shadowed walls, an unseen voice curses, "Fuck, am I just a leftover?" An individual, overwhelmed by the sheer power emanating from the figure before them, hails the great being with profound awe. Surrounded by a vibrant purple aura, the elder mage, holding a glowing orb, expresses his long-held faith in their return. Then, with a stern and commanding tone, he orders the individual to bow down, asserting his absolute authority. The individual readily agrees, as the elder mage declares his intention to impart wisdom and truth. The elder mage then asks if the individual would mind delivering a message, which involves casting a space transfer spell on the crystal and blasting it off to space in case of emergency, causing the individual to silently wonder if his voice has changed. Seemingly confused by a response, the elder mage questions why, while the individual silently ponders if the crystal was meant for the elder's descent to Earth, before the elder mage exclaims, asking if the individual is out of their mind, questioning why he would voluntarily walk into heaven. The young man could only utter a confused, "Sorry?" The elder mage's voice, resonating with power, cut through the air, commanding him to listen closely. He then declared his absolute refusal to ever step foot in the place where that monster resided. A flicker of exasperation crossed the elder mage's face, as if he couldn't comprehend the young man's confusion. Regardless, he asserted his intent to find a way to kill the monster, emphasizing that now was the best time, while it still had no memory. His instructions became precise. The young man must make sure to enter the same gate as the monster. Understanding finally dawned on the young man, who responded with a clear, "Ah, yes." A sigh of relief escaped the elder mage, followed by a soft, pleading request. The chaotic, fiery vision of that forbidden realm seemed to burn into the young man's mind. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the blonde figure, unleashes a devastating, energy-infused attack, his form a blur of motion as golden light erupts around him. His eyes narrowed with grim resolve, he mutters a chilling command, "Please die this time." A voice questions the strategy, wondering if they truly intend to raid a yellow gate with such a meager force of soldiers. Gu Daesung confirms the plan, then adds with a hint of sarcasm that he and Sir Yaps have apparently been excluded from the raid. Meanwhile, Hari peeks out from a doorway, a small, fluffy creature perched on her head, her eyes wide with surprise at the unfolding conversation. Daesung lets out a dry laugh, resigning himself to doing all the work, while the military recruiter offers a cheerful, if slightly mocking, "Good luck, Chief." The two men stand before a massive, imposing structure, its industrial forms stretching into the sky, as other figures mill about in the distance. Elsewhere, the blonde figure addresses a group, acknowledging their proven worth through weeks of rigorous training, stating he won't say much more. His gaze sharpens, declaring that now is the time for them to demonstrate their true capabilities. He commands his assembled forces to raid the gate. A challenge he acknowledges is usually beyond their capabilities. He reminds them that through this trial, they will truly understand what it means to be a soldier of the King of the Lionheart. Inside the gate, he declares, they will confront the very divinity they are destined to serve. His hand gestures with conviction as he speaks of this divine encounter. The grand hall of the Pantheon echoes with his pronouncement. With a final, resounding order, he bids them go forth. The mission details are clear. A force comprising 49 D-rank hunters and one elite hunter from the Hunter Association, all led by Leon Dragonia Lionheart himself, prepares to embark. As the gate shimmers open, a stream of figures, led by Leon, pours into the unknown depths beyond. From a high vantage point, he surveys the armored ranks below, a silent command in his posture as they advance. Meanwhile, in a separate location, Hari reassures the small robot perched on her head, telling Sir Yappy not to worry too much. Her expression, however, betrays a deeper concern as she voices a premonition that something bad is about to happen to His Majesty. Sir Yappy's single red eye glows intensely, registering a critical problem. Hari looks at the robot, who then recites the official count. Leon, 1. Trainee soldiers, 49. Observer, 1. A total of 51. Confused, Hari questions the robot, asking what the problem could possibly be with that number. The robot's response is stark. 52 have entered the gate, leaving Hari utterly bewildered. The gate itself continues to churn, a swirling vortex of dark energy, its depths now holding one more than expected. Hari watches intently as the monitoring device flashes, indicating a sudden surge of activity, with a mysterious red glow emanating from below. A close-up on her orange-patterned sleeve shows her readiness. As she stands poised on a high platform, observing the unfolding chaos below. Suddenly, Sir Yappy, glowing with intense blue energy, springs into action. An unseen force slams into her, sending her reeling backward, a cry of Yappy escaping her lips in alarm. A massive golden explosion erupts in the distance, and she desperately calls out, "Wait for me," as Sir Yappy unleashes a powerful blue energy blast in retaliation. Hari pushes through the impact, rushing forward, still shouting, "Sir Yappy, wait for him!" But the effort takes its toll, leaving her gasping in pain. As the chaos from the previous encounter subsides, a tense silence falls, punctuated only by the faint hum of an unseen energy. Suddenly, a powerful impact echoes through the space, as a dark-clad figure approaches a glowing, ethereal rift. Hari, still reeling from the previous assault, watches the unfolding scene with a look of profound distress. A chilling realization begins to dawn, as the true nature of the disturbance becomes apparent. Her eyes widen in disbelief, as she grapples with the impossible sight before her. Sir Gildas, sensing the escalating danger, turns sharply towards the rift, a faint blue energy beginning to emanate from his form. He confirms the gate's instability, its very structure wavering as the amount of mana flowing through it rapidly changes. The chaotic energy within the rift surges, transforming from blue to a violent, pulsating red. A voice, filled with alarm, questions the sudden, ominous shift in color. A voice questions the sudden, alarming shift, wondering why the gate's energy had abruptly changed from yellow to a menacing red. Before the ominous, swirling red rift, Sir Gildas and Gu Daesung stand, their expressions grim as the gate pulses with raw, unstable power. Hari gasps, her eyes wide with shock and fear at the sight. She can only stare, the implications of the gate's transformation weighing heavily upon her. The narration confirms the danger, describing it as a fluctuating gate, its instability now undeniable as crimson energy pulses from its depths. Sir Gildas remains vigilant, his silhouette stark against the malevolent red glow of the increasingly volatile rift. A guttural roar tears through the air, echoing from within a swirling red vortex as a powerful impact shakes the very ground. From its depths, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes bursts forth, letting out a terrifying shriek as it lands with a heavy thud. Soon, a relentless horde of similar dark figures swarms around a grand, Gothic structure, purple energy crackling around them with each devastating blow. Among them, a hulking, muscular monster, adorned with fur and glowing red eyes, raises a spear, ready to strike. Another monster, clad in dark armor, lunges with a sword, its attack met with a desperate cry from an unseen victim. Above the carnage, a monster's enraged roar echoes across a blood-red sky, demanding death as something is violently torn apart. Meanwhile, a group of armored knights stands before a massive, dark portal, which pulses with an ominous yellow glow and a low, unsettling hum. One knight, his face obscured by a helmet, reacts with dawning horror to the sight, his voice barely a whisper as he struggles to comprehend. Finally, the chilling truth escapes him. They are facing demons. A voice questions the nature of the unfolding catastrophe, as streaks of crimson energy tear across the sky towards a distant, grand structure. Below, a horde of grotesque figures surges forward, their dark forms clashing against the castle walls in a brutal assault. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts, forming a protective barrier with a resounding impact. A blonde-haired commander watches intently, a faint blue symbol illuminating his chest as he braces for the onslaught. With a decisive gesture, he extends his hand, commanding his forces to raise your shields. It's a magic square, as a shimmering blue aura expands from him. His armored knights respond instantly, moving with practiced precision to get into formation. One knight, caught off guard by the sudden escalation, exclaims, "Shields. Really?" The reinforced shield wall shudders under a powerful, unseen blow, holding firm against the assault. The armored knights of the kingdom moved in a disciplined testudo formation, their shields locked tight as they prepared to face the encroaching threat. A powerful voice cut through the din, commanding them to push forward. The blonde commander, his expression resolute, reinforced the order, move forward. Amidst the advancing ranks, Gu Daesung watched, a thought forming in his mind. They were moving forward, even though this was a demon gate. He questioned the logic, wondering why they weren't going to run away instead. Yet, the knights held their ground, their armored legs glowing with a determined blue aura. Their shoulders bracing against unseen impacts as vibrant red energy flared around them. Gu Daesung observed their unwavering resolve, realizing they weren't scared at all. The impacts continued to crash against their defensive line, their forms glowing with persistent magical energy, a testament to their courage. He presses the ice pack to his face, a system message flashing in his mind, detailing the Leon Heartsblade buff that grants the knights increased attack power and defense, along with a significant boost to their physical abilities and magic resistance. Meanwhile, within the demon gate, a monstrous roar rips through the air as a grotesque creature recoils from an unseen force. More of its kind, with glowing red eyes and sharp horns, surge forward, their forms a blur of aggressive intent. A heavy impact echoes across the desolate landscape. As the knights brace themselves, their defensive formation absorbing the relentless assault, blue and red magical auras flaring around their armor with each strike. They hold their ground, even as one lets out a pained cry, the sheer force of the enemy testing their resolve. From within their ranks, the blonde commander shouts, urging them to raise their shields as more enemies close in. A monstrous maw opens wide, unleashing a terrifying roar that promises further devastation. The knights hold their ground, their shields glowing with defensive magic as they brace against the monstrous onslaught, a commander's voice echoing, "Block them." Each impact sends shockwaves through their formation, but they stand firm, a wall of steel and magic. Still, the sheer force of the creatures is immense, making even the most seasoned warriors cry out in strain. The defensive line trembles, barely holding against the relentless assault. From a distance, Gu Daesung observes the desperate struggle, a narration box highlighting that even a B-rank hunter would struggle against a bloodhound's attack. The knights continue to block, their efforts seemingly futile, as the narration questions if they're simply blocking with pure firepower. A wave of frustration washes over Gu Daesung, his thoughts echoing, what the hell happened during the 4 weeks? With a resolute expression, he makes his decision, declaring, one step forward. His foot lands firmly on the ground, kicking up dust as he prepares to join the fray. Amidst the chaos of battle, a desperate command rings out. Push the enemy and counterattack. Knights clash with monstrous foes, their leader urging them, do not give them a chance. A knight, his blade glowing with resolve, prepares to strike as the command echoes, stab their openings. But a monster lunges first, forcing the knight to recoil from the sudden impact. With a swift counter, the knight's sword plunges deep, eliciting a pained shriek from the creature. He presses the attack, engaging another beast in a flurry of blows. The knight moves with practiced speed, as the relentless command drives them all. Keep moving forward. Then, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, as Gu Daesung plunges into the heart of the monster horde, his presence a beacon of raw power. Amidst the chaos of battle, a desperate command rings out, urging the knights to push back the encroaching enemy. Suddenly, Sir Gildas recoils, his eyes widening in disbelief as he catches sight of something truly monstrous. That's. A hulking, dark figure with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows, and he identifies it with a chilling realization, a demon troll. Its grotesque face, adorned with sharp horns and a snarling maw, fills his vision, prompting a desperate warning, watch out. The sheer presence of the creature, its skin like rough stone and its eyes burning with malevolence, forces another cry from him, a demon troll. The realization of its power sinks in, a terrifying truth that echoes through the battlefield, as he yells, it's a demon troll. Despite the overwhelming threat, Sir Gildas braces himself, attempting to intercept its advance, but the sheer force of the monster makes him exclaim, we can't block this one. The monster's attacks are not merely strong, they possess a devastating power, matching that of an A-rank threat. With a thunderous roar, the demon troll unleashes a heavy blow, and a pained grunt escapes the knight as he takes the impact. The air still crackles with the lingering force of the impact, a purple energy dissipating into the surroundings. Amidst the chaos, Squad 3 Captain Gu Daesung appears, his expression grim as he takes in the scene. A low hum of building power emanates from him, a pinkish-purple aura beginning to swirl. Then, with a sudden surge, Sir Gildas is still thrown backward by the combined forces, but the blue energy now acts as a powerful shield, deflecting the brunt of the attack. His armor, though visibly damaged, holds firm against the onslaught. He steadies himself, remarking that this force is light compared to His Majesty's charged attack. The clash of energies continues, creating a powerful reverberation across the battlefield. With renewed determination, he declares that they can block this. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes lets out a terrifying roar, its massive form shaking the ground. This mid-sized entity, a formidable threat, is met with immediate resistance. A voice cuts through the chaos, ordering everyone to start firing. But before the command can be fully executed, a soldier is violently thrown back, their heads snapping from an unseen blow. Witnessing the brutal attack, Sir Gildas cries out in alarm, a name escaping his lips, Ssir Yadi. Just as the monster prepares another strike, a blonde figure leaps into the fray, a glowing sword already drawn and arcing through the air. The blade connects with blinding speed, forcing the massive creature to recoil from the unexpected counterattack. Watching the swift intervention, Sir Gildas exclaims, "Good block." The blonde figure presses the advantage, their sword now crackling with vibrant blue energy as they continue their assault. He continues his relentless assault, a surge of blue energy tearing through the monstrous form. The impact sending dark ichor spraying across the cavern. Standing victorious, his glowing blade still hums with power as the creature collapses. A faint escapes him, a speck of the monster's blood now on his cheek. Nearby, two smaller, goblin-like creatures shriek in disbelief, realizing their formidable ally has fallen. They can't comprehend how the troll, which should have merely been reverse summoned, is truly dead. The sight of the blonde figure's glowing sword near the lifeless body confirms their fears. This opponent is too dangerous. Panic sets in, and they scramble to escape, their desperate cries echoing as they flee. The battle concluded, armored figures cheer amidst the ruins, their voices echoing the triumph as the last of the demons flee. A single warrior raises a gauntlet fist to the sky, proclaiming their hard-won victory. The collective roar of the soldiers follows, a wave of relief and exhilaration washing over the battlefield. An armored leader bows deeply to the blonde figure, expressing profound gratitude for their intervention. Standing amidst the victorious warriors, the blonde figure surveys the desolate landscape, the weight of having saved the Spiro kingdom settling upon him. Turning to the assembled soldiers, he offers a simple, yet heartfelt, "Thank you, warriors." Suddenly, a holographic system message materializes in the air, announcing a new, dire threat. The Spiro kingdom is under threat of demons. Protect the kingdom from the demon king's invasion. Remaining time, 1 week. Both the blonde figure and an armored guard stare at the ominous display, the guard questioning if the demon king is a misinterpretation of Great Dragon or Yellow. With a look of utter panic, the guard turns to the blonde figure, delivering the grim news. "Your Majesty, this is bad news." Amidst the chaos, an armored figure, helmet obscuring his face, demands to know what is happening. Another soldier, his face etched with disbelief, cries out that the gate they were supposed to protect has simply vanished. Panic begins to spread through the ranks, with some exclaiming they can't go back, while others desperately try to calm the situation, urging their comrades not to act rashly. As the soldiers look up, a collective cry of "Yes, Your Majesty," echoes through the air, acknowledging the arrival of the blonde figure. The blonde figure surveys the scene, a quiet escaping him as he takes in the vanished gate and the panicked soldiers. His gaze remains steady, a silent acknowledgement of the unforeseen occurrence and the foreigner invasion that has just been revealed, confirming the system's dire warning. Turning to the soldiers, the blonde figure states simply, "That's why you came in here." Standing over his kneeling subordinate, the blonde figure, radiating a subtle purple aura, demands an explanation for the vanished gate. Without hesitation, Sir Gildas confirms His Majesty's understanding. Looking up, the knight explains that this is no ordinary dungeon, but a fluctuating gate. As the blonde figure's hand glows with purple energy, the explanation continues. It's a phenomenon where the difficulty increases exponentially. Once inside the swirling, fiery portal, there is no escape until it is fully cleared. Considering the grave implications, the blonde figure acknowledges that such a place cannot even be called a dungeon. With a determined expression and a flash of blue energy, he declares that their plan remains unchanged. They will clear the gate. From behind, Sir Gildas questions His Majesty's resolve, warning of the potential presence of demon kings within. Standing before the imposing gate, the blonde figure asserts his authority, proclaiming himself the king of the Lion Heart, a title earned by slaying 2 demon kings and 13 great demons. He turns, his gaze sharp, challenging any lingering doubt about his capabilities. Sir Gildas, standing behind him with another knight, quickly reassures him, acknowledging His Majesty's unmatched, far-reaching traits. The blonde figure then reflects on his past, recalling a time when he possessed abundant divine power in his former world. His eyes narrow with intense focus, but Sir Gildas's concern is palpable, as he admits he cannot guarantee victory against a demon king in their current state. Undeterred, the blonde figure stands firm, declaring that a true knight must remain reliable, no matter the odds. His stance is resolute, his words echoing with conviction. They need only depend on him, their unwavering hope. The scene shifts, revealing a desolate, rocky expanse stretching under a vast, cloudy sky, a stark and unforgiving landscape. Jagged mountains rise in the distance, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of the barren world. Deep within this desolation, a pulsating purple orb emerges, emanating a sinister, cackling energy. As the ominous purple orb pulses with dark energy, an old man with a long white beard cackles maniacally. He observes the orb intently, declaring that the target has grown weaker. With a dismissive wave, he scoffs at the notion of humanity, asserting that the target was, in the end, merely human. A sudden thought seems to strike him, and he vehemently denies any madness, clutching the orb tighter. From the shadows, a voice of authority declares there is no need for direct intervention. The old man's hands continue to cradle the glowing orb, as the voice reveals a creature cultivated by demons of sexual desires for a century. The ominous pronouncement continues, detailing the creature's impending awakening as a demon king. Deep within a dark, ornate chamber, a figure with long black hair sits, clad in elaborate black and white armor adorned with gold. This formidable entity, now revealed, will soon possess the power to end him. From the oppressive darkness, a pair of sharp, glowing purple eyes pierce the gloom, as a voice trembles, "Why, Your Majesty?" Hari, peeking nervously from a doorway, offers a hushed apology. "I'm deeply sorry for interrupting you while you're eating." The Spiro Kingdom, a peaceful realm that took pride in its millennia of history, found itself in an extremely precarious situation. Demons did not cease to invade the city, until only the palace remained, with the remaining survivors huddled within its walls. The narrative begins, stating that embracing the last day of life, one that could not be tossed out and fought for their lives, is the theme. Gu Daesung sits at a table, two armored figures standing behind him. As a question hangs in the air, theme? Standing before a massive, ornate gate, Gu Daesung confirms, yes. The blonde figure, Leon, considers this, mentioning the gates. Gu Daesung's hand rests on the table, explaining that they had different backdrops. Leon, still beside Gu Daesung, points out, but this gate is different. Gu Daesung adds, there is a time limit. The scene shifts to a chaotic horde of grotesque monsters, emphasizing that while monsters are neglected in a gate, when it comes to gates with time limits, the stakes are far higher. As the conversation continues, the implications of the gate's nature become clearer, with the understanding that the gate will remain open only as long as the quest conditions are met. He acknowledges this, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he processes the information. Then, his gaze sharpens as he prepares to address the next point. Turning to an unseen individual, he asks if their name is Kim Jin-soo. At the table, the blonde figure confirms his identity, addressing Gu Daesung with deference, asking what His Majesty desires. The blonde figure then expresses his concern, noting that the situation is urgent, and asks if there's a difference of opinion on taking the next step. Gu Daesung listens intently, his expression unreadable. Finally, the blonde figure concedes, acknowledging that it's fine. Meanwhile, in another location, a group of individuals reacts with excitement, noting that the association president already took all the credit and eagerly wondering if they will get promoted. He had one more thing to say, prompting a sharp, questioning glance from the blonde figure. Gu Daesung then asked if he ever considered hidden quests. Confused, the blonde figure respectfully inquired about His Majesty's meaning. A deep, resolute thought began to form in the blonde figure's mind, as Gu Daesung calmly declared his intention to kill the Demon King. Later, from a grand, dark estate, a thought echoed. The residual energy from a Demon King yielded few rewards. From a secluded chamber, the blonde figure muses, believing that with just a limited connection, he can only manage a brief link to the pantheon. His hand reaches for a golden goblet, a moment of quiet contemplation. Leon, his first knight, senses a familiar presence. He wonders aloud, "Dear Ariana, are you doing well?" A faint glow emanates from him as he questions, "Did you feel it too?" The response comes, "Yes, it took me a while to notice." His eyes open, glowing with renewed intensity, as he declares, "But I do sense an energy of a different nature in this gate." He continues, "You couldn't have easily noticed it, for you possess a living body. A strange, powerful energy has begun to seep into the world, spreading naturally and unnoticed for a long time. This is the power of an individual so formidable that even Leon, with his heightened senses, failed to perceive it until now. Such immense energy could only belong to a demon king, or perhaps a lord of that caliber." Contemplating the implications, Leon considers that a being of such strength should possess an even greater, more concentrated energy, as Ariana reminds her knight. He looks up, acknowledging the unseen presence as she conveys a message another entity or dimension wishes to communicate. Leon listens intently. Ariana reveals that Plu now wishes to inspect this world. A look of concern crosses Ariana's face, her gaze fixed on something unseen, as she realizes someone must have sensed the new energy. From a dimly lit, ornate chamber, a hooded figure with piercing purple eyes, Plu, responds, "Is that so?" Back in his own domain, Leon, his expression thoughtful, acknowledges the situation, "Then we'll need energy for her descent." Seated at a grand table, he continues, confident in his ally's foresight, "Yes, I'm sure she's already gone to tell you how it is done." A bright, empty chamber, bathed in an ethereal glow, seems to confirm the unspoken words, "Of course, there is a definite method." A golden goblet, radiating a soft, mystical light, appears as a key component of this method. While outside, the sky above grows heavy with clouds, all converging on a magnificent, ornate building, awaiting the impending descent. A grand, horse-drawn carriage makes its way through an opulent estate. From within its luxurious interior, a voice announces, "We're here." As the door opens, Leon steps out, greeted by waiting servants. He acknowledges their presence with a glance. A distinguished figure bows deeply, introducing himself as Farco, the head butler, and offers a formal welcome. With unwavering dedication, Farco pledges, "I will serve you to the best of my abilities." His expression remains composed and professional, reflecting years of disciplined service. The interior of the palace unfolds, revealing vast, ornate halls adorned with classical architecture. Leon and Farco proceed through the magnificent space, their footsteps echoing softly. Observing the intricate details, Leon remarks, the palace owner seems to have a great sense of art." As they continue their tour, Farco gestures around the opulent hall, explaining that this grand palace was built to honor the first queen. He elaborates, stating that the palace is a testament to the kingdom's history, a symbol of its enduring legacy. Indeed, ever since the first queen, this palace has stood as a beacon of royal power and tradition. Leon, listening intently, then raises his voice, offering a toast to today's queen, Beatrice. Farco continues his explanation, detailing how the palace has served countless generations of royalty. He adds that all queens, past and present, have been honored here, making it a historical focal point. A sudden, intense expression crosses Leon's face, his brow furrowing with a mix of recognition and deep-seated emotion. Noticing his reaction, Farco quickly interjects, reminding him that His Majesty is watching. Leon's face contorts further, a wave of distress washing over him as he apologizes, muttering about his poor manners and the disrespect he might have shown. Farco offers a deep apology, acknowledging the previous incident, and then adds, "I apologize. They're a bunch of morons who don't know proper etiquette." He continues, explaining, "I brought those who do know proper etiquette because of the gravity of the situation." He then reassures, "Haha, it's all right." Farco's expression remains composed as he states, "It happens." As they proceed through the opulent palace, Leon, now flanked by Gu Daesung and Kim Jin-soo, hears the announcement, "We're here." He steps into a vast, regal chamber, which Farco identifies as the presence chamber. The chamber is grand, with towering ceilings and intricate designs, guarded by armored figures standing at attention. Farco turns to Leon, instructing him, "Please go inside." He then adds, "Her Majesty, the Queen, is waiting." Two guards, clad in full plate armor, begin to push open the massive, ornate doors, revealing the path forward. Leon stands before the now open entrance, his gaze fixed on whatever lies beyond the threshold. A brilliant light spills through an ornate archway, illuminating the path into the grand presence chamber. As the doors swing open, Sir Lionheart steps forward, his presence announced to the assembled court. Standing on a raised dais, several high-ranking officials observe his approach, their expressions a mixture of solemnity and curiosity. Among them, a man with a distinguished mustache and an older, white-haired official watch intently, their gazes fixed on the arriving knight. Lionheart's hand rests lightly on the hilt of his sword, a silent testament to his readiness even in this formal setting. He ascends the steps, his ornate shoes clicking softly on the polished stone. Before him, the entire court kneels in deference, acknowledging his presence with a respectful as he stands alone in the vast chamber, having returned from the battle. The distinguished man from the dais then speaks, introducing himself as Duke Archua, the Chancellor of the Kingdom, his voice carrying across the silent hall. He holds aloft a scroll, proclaiming, "I've decided to bestow the knight rank on you all for the accomplishments you've shown during the last battle." Duke Archua continues the ceremony, stating that with the Queen's praise, he is about to deliver a speech. Leon watches, awaiting the next step, when the Duke interjects, stating he wishes to greet the Queen first. A surprised escapes him as the Duke begins to move, causing him to glance back in confusion. The Duke himself seems taken aback, but then turns to Leon, formally addressing him as Sir Lionheart. Even if one has accomplished great things. The Duke's voice booms, admonishing Leon. How could he carelessly approach the Queen as an outsider? A nearby attendant mutters that he's right. Gu Daesung, standing beside Leon, wonders aloud, who knows what the Duke can do, questioning if this situation is truly fine. He continues, pondering if even the Chancellor's yelling won't make him mad. The question hangs in the air, heavy with uncertainty. A deep sigh escapes Leon, his patience wearing thin. As he turns and walks away, followed by the Duke and Gu Daesung, the weight of the situation presses down on him. His face contorts in frustration, the marks on his cheek glowing faintly as he thinks, he can't hold this in any longer. He lets out a sharp gasp, a faint blue energy beginning to shimmer around his face. Then, with a sudden surge of confidence, he declares, "Queen, I am Leon Dragonia, the Lionheart Kingdom's King of the Lionheart." As his full name, Leon Dragonia, echoes through the hall, the blue particles around him intensify. The Duke, his face contorted in outrage, struggles to maintain composure, thinking to himself, "I must do what I must, despite how badly it may come off as." He then demands, "What do you think you're doing?" The questions hang heavy in the air, a direct challenge to the young knight's bold declaration, emphasizing the growing chasm between them. Unable to tolerate the defiance any longer, the Duke points a furious finger, ordering a nearby captain to remove the man. As the Duke's hand reaches out, A surprised expression crosses Leon's face, the blue energy around him flaring more intensely. The Duke's hand, now crackling with its own faint blue aura, closes the distance, his rage palpable. But before he can make contact, Leon's eyes ignite with a brilliant blue glow, and a powerful, vibrant blue aura erupts from his body, pushing outwards with immense force. The surge of blue energy from him sends a shockwave through the air, violently repelling the Duke backward, much to the shock of the surrounding guards. But the Duke is not so easily deterred, a crimson aura flaring around him as he lets out a guttural sound. He unleashes a wave of red energy, striking Leon with potent force. The attack slams into Leon, causing a nearby attendant to cry out in alarm. Yet, even as the red energy engulfs him, Leon's eyes burn with an unyielding blue light, a frustrated thought echoing in his mind. He glares down at the man on the ground, his voice laced with fury. With the Duke sprawled before him, Leon demands to know the meaning of this betrayal. The Duke, however, simply smirks, asking how long Leon intended to hide his true identity. He continues, his voice dripping with disdain, believing no one could escape the watchful eyes of the King of the Lion Heart. As Leon's hand begins to glow with a faint energy, the Duke challenges the dirty demon to finally show itself. A defiant expression hardens on the Duke's face, awaiting the response. Suddenly, a single, malevolent red eye snaps open, glowing with an intense, otherworldly energy. A chilling, guttural laugh echoes through the chamber as a shadowy figure begins to materialize. The Duke's eyes widen in horror as the entity fully reveals itself, a towering, skeletal figure clad in dark armor, emanating a sinister purple aura. Terror contorts the Chancellor's face, his eyes wide with disbelief and dread. He stumbles back, a choked gasp escaping him, barely able to articulate his shock at the skeletal figure's presence. As a bony hand extends, crackling with dark energy, the Chancellor can only stammer a question, wondering if this truly is a demon. His terror escalates as he realizes the threat is not singular, his gaze darting to the new arrivals. From a swirling, dark rift, a horde of skeletal figures emerges, their eyes glowing with malevolent red light. The purple energy intensifies, crackling around a skeletal hand, a clear sign of the growing power. Now completely surrounded by the encroaching demons, the Chancellor lets out a desperate cry. But Leon's face hardens with resolve, his eyes burning with determination, as he commands the panicked Chancellor to stop. From above, the skeletal majesty looks down upon them, his voice dripping with contempt as he dismisses them as mere lowly beings. As the skeletal horde swarms, a chilling command echoes through the air, urging them to assemble. The order is quickly followed by another, as the dark, ethereal forms surge forward, their master demanding they fight AS1. A sudden burst of energy erupts, signaling the start of the brutal engagement. From the depths of the shadowy figures, Gu Daesung's voice taunts, "Then you will surely win," he sneers, confident in his overwhelming numbers. But Leon Dragonia moves with blinding speed, a flash of blue energy cutting through the encroaching darkness. One of the skeletal minions recoils, its form momentarily distorted, letting out a surprised keek, as it's repelled by the sudden counterattack. Despite the relentless assault, Leon stands his ground, unyielding. Another minion is struck, its form shattering slightly, as Leon continues to carve a path through the enemy ranks. The air crackles with raw power, as the fierce battle rages on. He continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur of motion as he carves through the skeletal horde. Moving with incredible speed, he deflects and strikes, a whirlwind of destruction against the encroaching monsters. From a distance, Gu Daesung watches, a grim satisfaction on his face as he realizes these creatures were hidden within the castle walls all along, a testament to their insidious evil. A desperate cry echoes through the ruins as a civilian finds themselves cornered by a monstrous skeletal warrior. But before the creature can strike, Leon is there, his sword flashing down in a decisive blow, shattering the monster and saving the terrified individual. He stands ready, his posture unwavering, the air around him still charged with residual energy from his swift movements. With another powerful, arcing strike, he cleaves through an approaching foe, red energy trailing from his weapon. The impact is devastating, the monster dissolving into a shower of brilliant blue particles. Amidst the fading magical dust, Leon remains, a solitary figure of defiance against the darkness. The castle's defenses have been breached, the chilling declaration echoing through the halls as demonic forces infiltrate the ancient stronghold. From an unseen vantage point, his hair, now a stark white, Gu Daesung snarls, commanding his skeletal army to show no mercy. Meanwhile, Leon Dragonia, a blur of motion and blue energy, carves a path through the relentless skeletal figures. Each strike lands with devastating force, shattering bone and sending crimson energy bursting forth. One by one, the grotesque figures fall, their forms dissolving into pools of dark, viscous liquid. Standing amidst the wreckage, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, Leon surveys his victory, a faint blue aura radiating from his form. His gaze then sharpens, drawn to a new, shadowy presence that emerges from the castle's depths, a faint purple glow hinting at its sinister nature. He lets out a low hum of consideration, then sharply commands the Duke to stop. Standing before the Duke, his sword still drawn, Leon Dragonia maintains a defiant stance. His eyes glowing with a fierce blue light, he argues that loyalty should not be questioned, even if one is not of royal blood during an emergency. The Duke, however, simply states that the Queen is the true majesty. Seated calmly, with Farco and Hari observing, Duke Arkiwa acknowledges Leon's point as reasonable. Yet, Leon Dragonia counters, with a single word, however. As blue energy particles begin to swirl around him, a powerful aura starts to manifest. With his eyes blazing a brilliant blue, Leon unleashes a torrent of raw power, causing the Duke to recoil. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge, Duke Arkiwa lets out a choked gasp. Leon states, his voice firm, that the king is in chaos, unable to make proper judgments, and the same goes for the Queen. He continues, you need to know your place. The Duke, however, remains unyielding, asserting, since the Chancellor has died, I wield the authority. Leon simply stares, a silent challenge in his gaze. The Duke hums, acknowledging the weight of the situation. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to a distant, ominous sight, as two shadowy figures appear in the desolate landscape. One, with glowing red eyes, commands from the shadows, you'll need to hurry up and eliminate them. Leon turns back to the Duke, declaring, a king does not lie. His eyes fixed on the Duke, he asserts, you want? Command over the soldiers. A robed figure stands in a vast, shadowed chamber, declaring absolute authority to eradicate evil. Their words echo through an empty, opulent hall, hinting at a grand, overarching conflict. Meanwhile, Leon, his gaze sharp and unwavering, asserts his power to resolve the unfolding crisis, dismissing any who would stand in his way as powerless. Far below, in Spade Kingdom's central square, a massive crowd has gathered, their attention drawn to a sudden, fiery eruption. Among the terrified citizens, a voice booms, proclaiming that full authority has been granted. Leon Dragonia, now radiating a subtle blue energy, stands before them, introducing himself as the Lionheart Kingdom's king of the Lionheart. His full name, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, echoes with undeniable power. He then reveals the chilling truth to the assembled populace. Demons have infiltrated their ranks, possessing several individuals among them. He considers the enemy's strategy, believing their plan was to incite rebellion alongside the capital's infiltration. But then, Leon assures them, there is no need to worry, for he possesses a method to distinguish between those who are possessed and those who are not. A collective gasp escapes the crowd, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. He promises to show them. With a hand extended, a brilliant blue aura flares from his palm, directed at the terrified faces below, causing two individuals to recoil in terror. From one of them, a surge of dark purple energy erupts, a clear sign of demonic corruption. From this moment forward, he declares, those who are not evil, those who have not been corrupted, those who are not heathens, his eyes burning with an intense blue light, must cast themselves into the flame to prove their innocence. Standing before a raging inferno, Leon observes the chaos he has wrought. He then addresses the terrified crowd, declaring his intent to provide a stark example. One man screams in sheer terror as the intense light engulfs him, while a woman's eyes widen in horror, realizing they've been cast into the fiery abyss. The remaining onlookers cry out, convinced they are all doomed. Another man's face contorts in a silent shriek as the flames consume him. Unfazed by the destruction, Leon holds a small, glowing figure in his hand, a cloaked observer watching from behind. He looks down at the figure, a question forming on his lips. Hari stands completely unharmed, radiating a soft glow amidst the roaring inferno. Amidst the swirling, intense flames, a voice questions the nature of the spectacle. As Gu Daesung points, his eyes wide with alarm, at the body of a soldier caught within the inferno. Then what was that? Leon Dragonia, observing the scene with an unreadable expression, simply commands them to watch. The soldier's form is consumed by the searing heat, his final, agonizing scream echoing through the air. Qua? Leon then declares, his voice cutting through the terror, these sacred flames only burn those who are evil. He continues, instructing them to give thanks to the divinity of war and fire, Itos, and to shout his name aloud as they walk through the flames. Hari and Kim Jinsu stand frozen in terror, unable to utter a sound. While Leon's eyes glow with a subtle blue energy, his thoughts turning to the implications of his challenge. What do we do? Does it really only burn demons? Then, with a powerful blue aura flaring around him, Leon Dragonia issues his final, unwavering command. Hurry and enter. As his voice echoed with chilling authority, Leon Dragonia demanded to know if they were all corrupted, or if they wished to be slain by his sword. A terrified scream tore through the air as one figure plummeted into the sacred flames. Desperately, an arm reached out, a final, futile plea escaping their lips. Standing before a looming, Gothic edifice, he declared his intent to punish them. As other figures retreated into the distance, a low murmur of agreement escaped him. Leon Dragonia, his expression one of utter disdain, remarked on the pervasive stench of corruption. His final, chilling promise hung in the air. He would rip their souls to pieces. As two grotesque figures, one with purple skin and fangs, the other human-like with dark, menacing eyes, confront him, the purple-skinned one snarls, "You human, you don't know your place." Before the other can finish its threat, Leon Dragonia unleashes a furious roar, his eyes blazing with yellow-orange light. "You mere demon, eh?" The sheer force of his voice echoes through the dark space, causing the purple-skinned demon to shriek in agony, clutching its head as if its ears are tearing apart. Both creatures are violently thrown backward, their bodies contorting in excruciating pain as they let out a collective, piercing scream. His face contorts with unbridled rage, his voice thundering. "You garbage!" He continues his scathing condemnation. "You arrogant worms!" His hand clenches, glowing with raw power, as he accuses them, who feed on the emotions of humans. His voice fills the void, a final, damning judgment. "You dare pretend to be human and walk on 2 feet? You dare group together? You dare pretend?" He continues his furious assault, his voice echoing with raw power, demanding to know if they truly believed he would permit their existence. His words rip through the air, a promise of agony as he declares that they will die screaming in pain. Their corpses and despairing suffering spread throughout the world. One of the green-skinned demons recoils further, a look of disbelief on its face as it wonders if this insane bastard is truly this enraged by them merely walking on 2 feet. The other demon, equally terrified, can only conclude that they have indeed messed with the wrong individual. A desolate mountain range stretches under a bruised sky, as a cloaked, older man in a shadowy chamber grimly observes that the infiltration plan has failed. Elsewhere, Leon holds a glowing purple orb, its surface displaying images of various people, his expression unreadable as he contemplates them. Suddenly, a golden aura flares around him, and he lets out a guttural roar, his eyes burning with renewed intensity. His hand glows with fierce energy as he declares that their utter destruction is the only way to satisfy him. His gaze fixed on the glowing purple orb, Leon Dragonia's anger boils over, a single, furious thought escaping his lips. Addressing the gathered populace, Leon Dragonia's voice rings out, commanding the attention of the citizens of Spiro Kingdom, assuring them to have no fear. He stands firm against a monstrous, bat-like demon, declaring that as he exists, this evil species is unable to harm them. His hand gestures with an air of absolute authority, reinforcing his promise that this evil species is unable to harm you. As the demon lets out a chilling, guttural laugh, Gu Daesung stands silently behind Leon, observing the creature's attempt to plant something in the minds of the people. Suddenly, a new malicious voice cuts through the air, proclaiming, "Ah! Do not think that it is over." Amidst a surge of dark purple energy, Plu appears, her eyes glowing with malevolence as she promises, "You will all be destroyed. The corruption authority will." The demon, enraged by her words, snarls back, "Shut up, you demon." A guttural growl echoes from the shadows. Leon Dragonia holds up a grotesque, bat-like demon, presenting it to the gathered crowd. "Take a look at this dirty beast." He continues, his voice resonating with conviction. "This is the cause of you succumbing to seduction and fear." The crowd murmurs, their faces a mix of anger and despair, as he blames the creature for the disharmony within your families, and why you fell over this morning. It's the reason why you couldn't get married, why you lost your money in gambling. The demon, held captive, blinks in confusion, seemingly bewildered by the accusations. As Leon's hand begins to glow with a faint light, the demon suddenly finds its voice, shrieking, "Why is that my fault? Shut up, you demon." Its protest turns into a raw, agonizing scream. The citizens stare, their expressions shifting from anger to bewildered shock at the demon's outburst, wondering, what? The crowd murmurs, their fear and confusion palpable as one voice questions the demon's role in a mother's sickness, while another blames it for a personal rejection. A third voice joins the chorus of accusations, demanding to know if the creature was responsible for a recent attack. As the demon attempts to protest its innocence, a sharp, cutting voice silences it, dismissing its pleas as stupid insults. The monstrous creature, bound and helpless, can only let out a guttural growl of frustration. From his elevated position, Leon Dragonia addresses the fearful populace, declaring that citizens who try to be good are the true victims. He continues, his voice resonating across the square, proclaiming that demons are creatures that only bring misfortune into your lives. The bound demon, its face a mask of agony, is a stark visual testament to his words, its very presence seemingly confirming the accusations. As embers glow on the ground, Leon Dragonia offers a final, reassuring command, "But do not be afraid." A vibrant, golden aura flares around him, as he promises to purge the world of war and fire, faders, and unceasing, flowing flames. Leon Dragonia's gaze sweeps over the assembled crowd, his finger pointing directly at a young, red-headed boy, who looks up in surprise, questioning if he is truly the one being addressed. With a commanding voice, Leon invites him to step forward and join him on the platform. Soon, the boy stands before the crowd, clutching a small, intensely glowing orb in his hands. As Leon explains that this object will be used against the demon, until the creature has atoned for its sins. The boy hesitates, a look of uncertainty crossing his face, struggling to process the weight of the task. Leon's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and probing, asking if the boy feels pity for the demon. The boy's eyes widen in alarm, quickly denying any such sentiment. His voice trembling as he reveals the personal tragedy that fuels his hatred. His own father died because of these very creatures. With newfound resolve, the red-headed boy grips the glowing orb tightly, his expression hardening with determination. With the glowing orb clutched in his hand, the red-headed boy faces the monstrous entity, a fierce determination hardening his youthful features as he challenges it directly. The creature snarls back, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, promising to pursue him to the very ends of hell. Unfazed, the boy lunges forward, a blur of motion as his fist connects squarely with the monster's face, demanding a softer expression from the enraged beast. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, making the creature cry out in pain. It stumbles back, momentarily stunned, its eyes wide with disbelief. The boy, now fully engulfed in a golden aura from the orb, screams that the monster is his father's enemy, his voice raw with grief and vengeance. He unleashes a torrent of glowing energy, the force of his attack making the monster cry out once more. The creature is engulfed in a fiery explosion, its form momentarily obscured by the intense magical flames. Through the smoke and fire, the monster's enraged face emerges, cursing its attackers as psychos. A chilling voice echoes, promising a curse by the corruption itself. The blonde figure clenches his fist, his expression tightening. As dark, swirling energy seems to emanate from the unseen speaker. Leon Dragonia shouts back, his fury palpable, demanding silence from the demon. Meanwhile, a grotesque creature, confined behind bars, lets out a piercing shriek, revealing itself as Baltars, a demon of pleasure and corruption. He reflects on his long existence, having lived as a demon for 34 years, torturing and corrupting countless humans. The demon Baltars, trapped and reflecting on his predicament, can only lament his current state. Confined within a cold, metallic cage, he suddenly flinches as a sharp, mechanical sound echoes through the chamber. His single eye widens in surprise, unable to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. What? He ponders the impossibility of his task, wondering aloud, how do I corrupt a machine? The mechanical sound repeats, a cold, unfeeling response. Then, a stark, synthesized voice cuts through the air, issuing a direct command, provide information. Baltar scoffs, his arrogance returning. Huh? You think I'd listen? As he defiantly rejects the notion of obeying such a lowly entity to something as inferior as you. Still confined, Baltars remains uncooperative, a scoff escaping him as he questions the unseen interrogator. Meanwhile, heavy, metallic footsteps echo through the facility as multiple armored figures advance, their forms glowing with an eerie blue light. Their skeletal armor gleams, each step resonating with a chilling finality. Baltars, observing their approach, lets out a surprised gasp, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The armored figures close in, their forms now radiating a menacing red glow. Elsewhere, a small, green-skinned creature with glowing yellow eyes defiantly shouts, daring its tormentors to end its life, convinced it will simply return. However, its bravado quickly falters, as an unseen force or command causes it to recoil in sudden fear. The creature's face twists in confusion, unable to comprehend the new development. One of the imposing armored figures, now radiating a powerful blue aura, stands over a large barrel, as a voice exclaims in shock at the sight. An armored figure stands silently, its imposing presence casting a shadow over a small, green-skinned creature huddled within a cage. The armored warrior, emanating a soft blue glow, stands guard over a large wooden barrel, its contents hidden from view. Suddenly, the caged creature lets out a terrified shriek, its yellow eyes wide with dawning horror. A system message flashes, indicating a big data reference is being processed. As the armored figure remains motionless over the barrel, and a reasonable conclusion inference begins to form. The inference points to a simple, yet profound, truth. The barrel contains nothing but water. A glowing red orb pulses, confirming that it knows the answer. As the ground beneath appears scorched and dark, and the goblin-like creature stares in utter disbelief, muttering, what? A soft splash echoes from the barrel, revealing a shimmering, almost blinding liquid within. The small creature lets out a guttural, agonizing scream, thrashing wildly in its cage, its voice raw with terror and disbelief. A strange green energy ripples around its head as it continues to shriek, its cries echoing through the confined space. You bastard! It finally manages to snarl, a faint red orb glowing near its hand, before declaring its true name with furious pride. I am Baltars, the demon of pleasure and corruption. It threatens the silent armored figure. You think you'll be fine after this? Before muttering, uncooperative. A gauntlet hand holds a glowing orb, its energy pulsing with an ominous light. From within a sturdy structure, a guttural shriek of pain and fury erupts, shaking the very foundations. The glowing energy intensifies, met by a piercing, desperate wail. A detached voice cuts through the chaos, stating, wait. Uncooperative. Two armored figures stand by, one clearing his throat nervously while the other pleads for help, as the voice repeats, uncooperative. The glowing energy continues to surge, and a confused voice asks, but what am I supposed to say? I don't know, Nyt dash. Baltars, the demon of pleasure and corruption, thrashes violently in his confinement, his face contorted in pure rage, as the detached voice once more declares, uncooperative. Outside, the imposing structure stands silent and unyielding beneath the night sky. As captive number 14, Baltars is once again prompted for information, the system coldly noting that his current data submission, totaling 30,564 characters, falls short by over 9,000 characters compared to previous captives. Confused by the arbitrary metric, he demands to know what they mean, only to be met with a simple, unyielding command. You can give more information. His face contorts in a snarl, the demon cursing his unseen tormentor as this psycho. He protests, unable to comprehend the demand, asking how he's supposed to know what the other captives revealed, a question immediately followed by a chilling threat. Question the necessity of keeping the hostage alive when failed to deliver adequate information. The demon's eyes widen in shock, a silent gasp escaping him as the full weight of the threat settles. His expression shifts to one of distress and resignation, the fight draining from his features. Finally, with a faint shimmer of light around him, he appears to yield, perhaps forced to comply with the unseen interrogator's demands. Above a quiet town, a question hangs in the air, a silent query about the next step in a meticulous process. A soft, mechanical whirring sound, like the turning of gears, signals the system's continuous operation. Inside, the blonde figure receives an update. All information from the 32 captured beings has been successfully processed. A glowing, intricate device confirms the data's integrity, with over 89% similarity across all sources. The blonde figure, now addressed as Sir Spin, acknowledges the report, deeming the information inferred to be true and commending the good work. He takes a moment to sip from a glass of red wine, the liquid shimmering with a faint, internal glow. A soft escapes him as a single drop falls from the rim. Seated at his desk, Sir Spin then poses a direct question, inquiring about the fate of the demon hitter. The system's cold, efficient response appears on screen. The target was eliminated, an average of 14 seconds at 127 decibels maintained, a very successful outcome. He takes a slow sip from his wine glass, a quiet satisfaction settling over him. As the screen before him displays a scene of fiery devastation, a cacophony of screams and explosions, he muses that the song of justice is always lovely to hear. But just as he settles into his contentment, a sudden, sharp pain lances through him. His eyes snap open, glowing with an unnatural blue light as his body tenses, a silent gasp escaping his lips. A choked cry escapes him as he clutches his chest, recoiling violently in his seat, the pain overwhelming. His hand contorts, blood suddenly appearing on his skin as he questions, what is happening? His heart rate spikes, a pounding headache begins, and a sharp pain in his chest makes breathing difficult, forcing him to collapse further into his chair. The intense, searing pain continues to rack his body, forcing a guttural cry from his throat. His face contorts in a grimace, as he clutches desperately at his chest, the torment unrelenting. Overwhelmed, he collapses to his knees, a faint orange aura flickering around him as the unseen force continues its assault. From a nearby doorway, Hari peeks out, her expression etched with concern as she witnesses Sir Spin's sudden collapse. Despite the pain, a fierce resolve hardens in Sir Spin's eyes, his voice firm as he declares his absolute refusal to accept the current state of affairs. He cannot tolerate the existence of these evil species on the same land as him. A robotic voice then inquires, asking what course of action should be taken regarding this sentiment. The robot's response is swift and decisive. The cause must be eliminated without delay. With finality, the robotic voice declares that this is a splendid plan. He stands beside his robotic companion, his voice firm as he declares, we need to find the root of the cause. A surge of energy crackles around him. For the king of the lion heart, a demigod, knows no exhaustion. His robotic companion confirms, that applies to machines too. The power within him intensifies, as a massive, swirling aura erupts from his form, his foot striking the ground with immense force. Leon's eyes gleam with fierce resolve as he declares, it's time for a late-night outing. The energy crackles around his face, ready for the hunt. A swirling vortex of dark, ethereal energy begins to coalesce, intensifying with crackling, vibrant purple light and dynamic particle effects. Revealing a gaunt, ancient figure, Baltars, enthroned within the maelstrom, his eyes glowing with a faint red light as several robed cultists kneel before him in reverence. One of the cultists, an elderly man with a long gray beard, looks down, a hint of disdain in his voice as he remarks, ugh, a human. It's a human. The focus shifts to a pulsating, violet orb, radiating immense power, which Baltars now holds. While the cultists question its significance, one of them warning, are you sure this is the dear grand being? Don't look at the horror prostitutes for too long. The scene culminates in a terrifying transformation, as Baltars takes on a more monstrous, horned form, his eyes burning crimson, while the long-bearded cultist observes, a mortal is easily corrupted. The cultists, still reeling from the transformation, affirm their loyalty. As a single, guttural command cuts through the air. A heavy footfall echoes, the ground trembling under the demon's weight, causing the cultists to flinch, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and terror. A furious snarl then rips from the transformed demon. As Baltar stands fully revealed, a towering, muscular figure wreathed in crackling purple energy, his eyes glowing with malevolent power. His voice, now a resonant growl, challenges any who would dare intrude upon his domain. And a primal roar tears through the air, a declaration of his terrifying might. Far away, Hari senses the sudden surge of dense, evil energy, her expression turning to one of deep concern. As the newly transformed Baltars, the great demon of pleasure and corruption, holds a pulsating purple orb, he issues a stern warning, commanding someone not to look at the crown. Facing him, a masked figure named Androgen lets out a mocking laugh, his glowing yellow eyes fixed on the demon. Androgen scoffs, dismissing Baltars as nothing more than a goblin who tasted sudden success, utterly devoid of common sense or backbone. As Androgen processes the demon's words, Baltars, still holding the glowing orb, prepares to make his true proposition. His hands tighten around the orb as he declares, "I have an offer you won't be able to refuse." Androgen, his glowing eyes narrowing behind the mask, considers the demon's words. Baltars unleashes a guttural roar, purple energy flaring around his hands, demanding Androgen know his place. The raw power emanating from his glowing hand presses down, attempting to overwhelm the masked figure. But Androgen's glowing yellow eye narrows, dismissing the display and reminding Baltars that his lord and most of his great demons are already dead. Baltars, clutching the pulsating purple orb, snarls back, questioning if Androgen truly believes they are on equal footing. The orb pulses with an ominous, deep violet light. Androgen's voice cuts through the air, mocking Baltars further and suggesting his own lord likely met the same fate, urging him not to be so arrogant. Baltars' face contorts in a furious, disbelieving snarl. Before he can react, Androgen has already moved, now standing over the demon, who lies subdued on the ground, continuing his verbal assault. Baltars lets out a pained gasp, utterly defeated, as Androgen finishes his scathing rebuke. Androgen, cloaked and mysterious, holds a glowing purple orb, its light illuminating his hidden form. The orb pulses with an ominous energy, as if reflecting the question of what unspeakable horrors transpired within its depths. He begins to recount a tale from 180 years ago, a time when demons sought to conquer the world. And it was then that the legendary five evils united for the very first time, their combined might a terrifying force. But their ambitions met a catastrophic end, the results proving utterly disastrous. Even 3 of the mighty demon lords themselves were reduced to nothing more than a mountain of skulls and bones, consumed by a fiery, destructive power. And the memory of that overwhelming defeat, the desperate cries of those who wish to cling to life, echoes through Baltars' mind, filling him with abject terror. A guttural scream of pure agony rips through the air, as a vast horde of demons, their faces contorted in terror, recoils from an unseen, devastating force. Then, a figure emerges, wreathed in crackling yellow lightning, his gaze fixed on the terrified masses. The destructive energy expands outward, engulfing the demons in a blinding, pinkish-purple glow, their forms dissolving into nothingness. The blonde figure's face remains grimly determined, unwavering amidst the chaos he unleashes. The sheer power of his attack leaves only devastation in its wake, as the battlefield becomes a graveyard of shattered demon forms, cracked earth, and lingering electrical energy. Over 10 million demons were all killed. The ancient demon Baltars begins to speak, a faint purple glow emanating from his hands as he reveals his past. He clutches a glowing orb, declaring, "I am a survivor of that heaven-like place." Androgen, his eyes glowing with a sinister light, leans in, demanding to know if Baltars truly understands what transpired there. A chilling cackle escapes him, his dark helmet obscuring his true expression. Baltars, still holding the glowing orb, addresses his captor, accusing him and his kind of succumbing to their base instincts. He reminds Androgen of the offer he made, one that he believes cannot be refused. Androgen, growing impatient, demands Baltars to speak plainly. He threatens to cast Baltars into the deepest abyss, identifying himself as Androgen. Baltars simply gazes at the glowing purple orb in his hands, his expression unreadable. It's almost over, Baltars thinks. Even if she possesses a soul, she is still merely a mortal. A dark, swirling energy seems to confirm his grim prognosis, whispering that the end is truly near. The cloaked figure of Androgen stands amidst the ethereal purple glow, his long white hair flowing from beneath his hood. The eerie light filters through the dense, misty forest, casting long shadows. Turning slightly, Androgen holds aloft a pulsating purple orb, questioning if their task is finally complete. He asserts that this method, now activated, was the most effective they possessed. The orb glows intensely as he explains the odds of success, 7-3 in their favor, 7 for Androgen, and 3 for that bastard. Baltar's eyes widen in shock and recognition as a sharp, sudden sound echoes through the air. Androgen, still holding the glowing purple orb, presses his point, asking if their combined forces, including his disciple, wouldn't guarantee victory. But Baltar's, his face etched with frustration, firmly reiterates his refusal. He curses the other's stubbornness. Unfazed, Androgen simply asks where he should go next if Baltar's won't join. He then proposes a new destination, the corpse harvesters. The thought of these entities brings a stark warning to mind. They are known for their immense attack power. With a sigh of resignation, Baltar's finally concedes. As if sensing a presence, Androgen then questions if a distant figure might be one of them. A soft rustle echoes through the air as an armored hand, glowing with purple energy, comes into view. From the shadows of the forest, a hulking, masked figure emerges, its form wreathed in a chilling blue aura, confirming the terrifying presence of a corpse harvester. With impossible speed, it closes the distance, a low growl escaping its throat. Its glowing red eyes pierce through the mask, fixed on its target. Baltar's, recognizing the immediate danger, shouts a desperate warning, clutching a shimmering purple orb in his hand. But before he can fully react, a searing blue energy slash erupts from the corpse harvester, tearing through the air. The attack connects with brutal force, shattering the protective orb and eliciting a pained cry from Baltar's. The corpse harvester continues its relentless assault, its form a blur of blue energy. Baltar's watches in horror as his last defense crumbles, the shattered fragments of the orb scattering around him. With a final, sickening impact, Baltar's collapses to the ground, defeated, as the corpse harvester stands triumphantly over him. The defeated figure plummets through the chaotic void, a desperate cry escaping his lips as his hand reaches out in agony. His screams echo, filled with utter despair. As the fall continues, a final, guttural sound tearing from his throat. His body twists through scattering debris, a broken puppet in the destructive aftermath. The last vestiges of his defiance vanish with a final, desperate scream. Suddenly, a new presence emerges, bathed in a soft blue glow, a glowing purple orb held firmly in his hand as he looks up with concern. The blonde figure calls out, "Sir Spin, are you done over there?" His eyes widen in shock as he urgently shouts, "Kirik!" A flash of white armor, engulfed in a crimson glow, briefly pierces the darkness. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands amidst floating ruins, their form outlined by faint blue energy. As a chilling realization settles, more are still alive, despite all assumptions. His blue eyes glowing with an inner light, he observes the scene, noting that the last one is still looking at something, and wonders how many could possibly remain after everything they've endured. Turning to the cloaked figure, he asks with a hint of urgency if he was hidden well, and if his stealth is still active. The cloaked figure confirms it, but then admits to a growing unease, feeling anxious about the situation. A profound anxiety grips him. He questions how this could be, wondering aloud how he could have heard no noise on the way there. The cloaked figure, now holding a glowing blue orb, remains silent, allowing him to deduce the reason. He realizes it must be the Grail Knight's divine law of silence at work. The profound silence is like some kind of powerful magic, strong enough to even block out the sounds of horses running. He must have used that divine law of silence to suppress all the demons and monsters in this forest, he muses, finding it strange. Yet, a distinctly unpleasant energy permeates the air. The cloaked figure stands amidst shadowy forms, their presence radiating a palpable dread. The blonde knight leans in, his gaze intense, as the elder demon recoils, his face etched with fear. It seems to be emanating from around here, he concludes, as a faint blue aura shimmers around the masked individual. He suddenly shouts, "Kirik!" The elder demon looks up, asking, "What is it, Sir Spin?" Having dealt with the immediate threat, the blonde knight stands over the defeated demon, a blue-haired figure lying nearby, as he considers the precariousness of their situation in this hidden location. His gaze sharpens, knowing there are still more dangers lurking. Without hesitation, he gathers the unconscious blue-haired figure into his arms, a protective instinct overriding all else. With a resolute command, he begins to move, carrying his burden away from the scene. His footsteps echo as he retreats, leaving the defeated demon to his fate. The demon's eye, wide with terror, watches them go, a silent testament to his defeat. As they emerge into a dark, wooded area, the blue-haired figure stirs, letting out a pained gasp. A sigh of relief escapes the knight, acknowledging how narrowly they avoided disaster. Above them, the cloudy sky offers no solace, only the promise of an uncertain path ahead. After the intense confrontation, a quiet building stands under the night sky, where the blonde knight takes a moment to himself, a soft hum escaping him as he bathes. He dries his back, gazing out a window, the recent events still weighing on his mind. Soon, he is dressed again, his expression grim as he considers the nature of his foes, the demons of pleasure and corruption. He thinks of them as a bunch of perverts who pursue a twisted kind of desire. A flicker of concern crosses his face. Strange, he ponders, why have so many of those demons? His thoughts drift to a massive, foreboding castle, shrouded in an eerie purple glow. Had they truly taken up residence in this gate? He muses, recalling that there were even high-ranked ones and elites among them. If so, then a great demon must surely be here too. But why? A disgusting smell of blood permeates the air around him. Lost in thought, he remains silent. He hadn't noticed her presence, a masked figure with glowing yellow eyes now standing nearby. Her voice, soft yet clear, suggests he must be tired. He stands, looking down at the white-haired woman before him, who gently asks, "Why don't you rest?" His expression remains unreadable, a quiet intensity in his gaze. The white-haired woman, adorned with a delicate crown, watches him with soft, concerned eyes. A voice echoes through the grand chamber, simply greeting. As a regal figure with long, flowing white hair stands with her back turned. Before the speaker continues, offering an alternative address. The blonde-haired man, bare-chested and imposing, then asks if he should instead call Her Majesty, King of the Lion Heart. His words hang in the air, surrounded by faint, glowing particles. Despite the tension, a thought emerges. She is beautiful. Yet, she is slowly ending herself without doing anything, a victim of a curse that is the very symbol of her family. The blonde man stands beside the white-haired queen, a silent observer to her plight. As the blonde figure continues his ominous warning, he states that they would not even notice their own downfall. He adds, they would simply end up drowning. The white-haired queen, Beatrice Algier Spiro, then formally introduces herself, declaring herself the ruler of this small kingdom. In response, the blonde man reveals his own identity, stating his name is Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Their hands meet as he continues, proclaiming himself the king of the Lionheart Kingdom. A sudden realization dawns on Beatrice, to think that She muses, her gaze fixed on Leon. Didn't notice beforehand. With a slight smile, she reassures him, "Hoo-hoo, don't be so wary." Her thoughts, however, betray a deeper concern. She listens intently as Leon continues his formal address, reminding her that a noble lady of her standing should not be making such visits. He pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, before reiterating his point. Beatrice, however, seems to dismiss his concern, her gaze unwavering as she responds. A subtle shift crosses her features, a hint of deeper thought behind her composed demeanor. She maintains her regal posture, her expression a mask of quiet contemplation. Unbeknownst to her, or perhaps not, she is being watched. Leon, sensing the unseen eyes, questions who would dare to observe the queen. As if in response, or perhaps as a subtle display of her own power, Beatrice holds a small, glowing orb in her hand, its light casting a soft luminescence. Meanwhile, from a hidden vantage point, the general and his knights watch the unfolding scene with keen interest. He continues, his voice low, that they are watching him while keeping him incarcerated. Leon's brow furrows at the mention of the general, a name he seems unfamiliar with, as if he didn't know such a figure existed. Beatrice, her eyes glowing with an inner light, dismisses the thought of loyalty, stating there's no time for such considerations. She then leans forward, a subtle smile playing on her lips, as she proposes a favor. Leon, his gaze cast downward, replies that he will decide only after hearing her full proposition. Her glowing eyes fix on him, a desperate plea in her voice. She reveals her demand: kill the general and his knights. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from her as she continues, promising a reward. "If you do," she concludes, "then I'll give you this kingdom." She continues, her voice a silken whisper, explaining that the general and his knights are the true obstacles to her rule, and that their elimination would secure her position. A moment of silence hangs in the air. As she turns, her cloak swirling around her, her gaze piercing as she adds, "You must inspect the underground floors of the castle." Leon listens intently, his expression unreadable as she continues, "Something is hiding in there." Her purple eyes narrow, a flicker of cold resolve in their depths, as she clarifies her target. The general is hiding in there. A stern, gray-haired knight in ornate armor, his red cape flowing, appears in Leon's mind's eye, the very image of the man she intends to depose. Her voice then shifts, a subtle change in tone as she addresses him with a title of profound respect and expectation. "Your Majesty, Lionheart." The weight of her words, and the kingdom she offers, settles heavily upon him. He stands before the blonde figure, an imposing armored presence, offering a curt apology for the late-night intrusion. Yet, without waiting for a response, the general declares his intent to open the door, his armored hand already gripping the handle. A surge of blue energy erupts as the barrier gives way, and the general's face twists into a scowl of indignation. Inside, Leon stands calmly, observing the commotion at his door. The general's voice booms, questioning the sheer audacity of someone barging into a woman's room at night, demanding to know what kind of impertinence this is. He acknowledges the rudeness of his actions, but the rest of his explanation is cut short. Leon simply offers a non-committal hum, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the general's face contorts in shock as he reveals, he has met the queen. His voice, still laced with disbelief, cuts through the silence. He presses on, demanding to know why the blonde figure isn't asking for exceptions, despite the fact that his own kingdom is under siege by night. A sigh escapes him, a weary acknowledgement that she has always been like that. The blonde figure retorts, his voice sharp with accusation, asking why the general left a royal alone. He thinks to himself, the question burning in his mind, how could such a thing happen when demons are crawling all over the kingdom? The general, however, dismisses the concern with a wave of his hand, stating that demons do not attack in the night. The blonde figure's eyes narrow, his response a single, sharp word, bullshit. The general's thoughts drift to the absurdity of the blonde figure's statement, wondering since when demons have cared whether it was day or night. The blonde figure, observing the general's reaction, concludes internally that he should know better. He continues to challenge the general, asserting that an idiot of that caliber could never have risen to such a rank. His gaze unwavering as he adds, "It's as if you're certain." The general, visibly agitated, attempts to regain control of the conversation, stating, "I must return." The blonde figure, however, remains unyielding in his bluntness, offering a sarcastic apology. "Please forgive my rudeness." The general reiterates his need to leave. "I must return." But the blonde figure presses on, revealing a crucial piece of information. The queen said. He accuses the general directly, that you're keeping her incarcerated. The general turns away, his cape swirling with the force of his indignation. His face contorted in fury as he snaps. "This isn't a matter for you to concern yourself with." Standing before a heavy, ornate door, a small, glowing key-like object hovering nearby, the blonde figure considers his next move. His thoughts turning to the suspicious nature of his surroundings, a place he clearly doesn't fully understand. Determined to uncover the truth, he descends into a dark, cavernous space, where he finds a regal, white-haired woman, seemingly imprisoned. He resolves to investigate the underground floors further, then calls out a name, Kirik. A helmeted, metallic figure with glowing red eyes appears, its heavy steps echoing as it begins to move. A distant castle, once a symbol of peace, now finds itself under a sudden, violent assault, red slashes of energy tearing through the sky above its battlements. Below, a monstrous horde surges forward, their forms a blur as they crash against the castle walls. One of their commanders, a horned demon, bellows, inciting its brethren to get them. Another, equally grotesque, snarls a promise of unspeakable cruelty, demanding that their enemies be made to watch as their bodies are tortured. Dark, corrupting energy pulses through the air, carrying the chilling command to corrupt them. A third demon commander echoes the sentiment, its voice a guttural cry to taint them. Then, a cloaked figure emerges, his presence commanding attention as he declares, "Listen, Sir Androgen has spoken." Androgen's voice rings out over the din of battle, promising 100 slaves to the one who first climbs the castle walls. The horde responds with a unified, guttural roar, their dark magic flaring as they echo the command to taint them. A demon commander, its maw wide, bellows a command to corrupt. Dark energy swirls around its head, echoing the order to taint. But from above, a brilliant golden spear descends with incredible speed. It strikes the demonic ranks in a blinding explosion that sends one creature reeling back, shrieking in agony. The commander who had just issued the order is caught in the same devastating blast, its face contorted in disbelief. The golden energy expands, tearing through the ground and obliterating everything in its path. From a distance, the blonde figure watches the destruction, recognizing the powerful attack as a spear. The radiant weapon continues its descent, piercing through the demonic horde with overwhelming force, leaving the commander to let out a final, desperate cry of terror as it is consumed. As the dust settles from the devastating attack, a blue, ethereal spirit, marked with a strange symbol, hovers over a fallen demon, its form dissipating, prompting an unseen observer to question, souls? Meanwhile, below, amidst the city's spires, a demon screams in terror, desperate to escape its impending doom. Another spectral form, glowing with an eerie blue light, rises from the battlefield. Then, the blonde figure, now visible, holds a radiant golden orb in his hand, pulsating with immense blue energy, which surges outward from him, engulfing the city in its ethereal glow. The power intensifies, streaks of red and orange light, now intertwining with the blue, painting the sky. He maintains his grip on the glowing orb, the blue aura radiating powerfully from his form. A piercing shriek echoes through the air, a demon's final, desperate cry. As his eyes glow with an intense light, addressing the terrified horde, declaring them false living beings. He continues his declaration, addressing those who stand before him as beings who do not know death. But a grotesque demon, its face contorted, retorts, "You wouldn't know." The blonde figure's gaze hardens, his voice dripping with disdain. "How would you insect-like beasts who only chase after instinctual desires know anything?" He commands them to listen, as a vibrant blue aura begins to coalesce around his outstretched hand. His contempt palpable as he calls them, "You disgusting insects." The blue energy intensifies, swirling around him as he declares, "This king of the lion hearts, I, Lionheart, in place of the pantheon, will teach you evils." With a final, furious roar, he unleashes a devastating torrent of golden blue energy, engulfing everything in its path. He continues, his voice resonating with an almost divine authority, speaking of the preciousness of life. a concept utterly lost on the creatures before him. Below, the demonic horde recoils, their monstrous faces contorted in a mixture of fear and dawning comprehension. He condemns them as dirty souls, his words carrying the weight of an impending judgment, and then, with chilling finality, his power manifests as a colossal, roaring lion's head, its eyes burning with golden light. As he stands enveloped in a brilliant, golden aura, the very embodiment of overwhelming force. The world around them seems to collapse into darkness, swallowed by the sheer magnitude of his unleashed power. General Ricardo, a formidable figure in ornate armor, surveys the distant chaos, questioning the presence of his subordinate. He dismisses the concern, stating that the outsider will handle the battle. Turning to a smaller, red-cloaked figure beside him, he seeks confirmation that everything is proceeding as planned. A confident smile plays on his lips as he affirms the success of their scheme. His gaze drifts back to the distant battle, where a massive, glowing barrier holds back the demonic horde, but he catches himself before voicing a new thought. With a dismissive wave, he decides against further comment. Meanwhile, a cataclysmic explosion of purple energy erupts on the battlefield, the sound of its impact echoing across the distance. The cloaked figure, observing the spectacle, speaks of a long-held patience, 100 years of resentment fueling their resolve. Their voice, low and chilling, promises that their grand design will soon reach its culmination. A dark curtain is pulled back with a sharp tear, revealing a vast, star-dusted void where a lone, small figure drifts. Observing the scene with a grim intensity, General Ricardo's gaze remains fixed on the distant spectacle. Beside him, a helmeted figure watches in silence, their glowing red visor reflecting the cosmic expanse. Then, a single question breaks the quiet contemplation. Kirik,